The Glan Y Gors kart track is situated in the picturesque setting of Conway Valley. Surrounded by beautiful Welsh countryside, it offers a scenic setting for karting enthusiasts. And this weekend, it plays host to round 2 for Rotax and round 1 for the Honda Cadet. Approximately 1,100 metres long, Glan Y Gors provides ample space for thrilling racing. The track layout features a mix of straights, bends and challenging corners, offering a great balance of speed and technicality. With round 1 under their belts for Rotax, Emerson McAndrew-Urin leads the field in Micromax, with round 1's driver of the day, Cole Denham, leading the champ standings in Minimax 950 after a top performance. It was a perfect weekend for Bishop at Kimbolton in the junior category. Can he replicate that this weekend to maintain his championship lead? After a very dramatic final last time out, Sean Butcher leads the senior grid at the start of the season. Honda Cadet is back in 2023, but with a change. Gone are the GX 160 engines after a regulation change. The Hondas now run the GX 200 this year. It's going to be an action-packed weekend, so make sure you stay up to speed with all the live action on Motorsport UK TV, provided by Alpha Live. What a weekend it is going to be as well. Absolutely fantastic weather we have here this weekend. And myself, Anthony Jordan, Henry Rodet in the commentary box. Once again, the dynamic duo is back. Henry,
yes.
Are you good to be in Wales?
It's beautiful to be back in the God's country. As you can see, what a beautiful view, beautiful circuits, beautiful co-commentator, beautiful flag. It's going to be a great day of racing. Can't wait to get started, Anthony. Got to say, we are in for a really exciting day. We've had yesterday, the heat racing was superb. 0.8 of a second, Anthony, separating the top 60 drivers in Junior Rotax. Fantastic. But what have we got lined up today? Well, we've got 12 races, 2 repecharges. They are your first 2 races, and then we will be in to the pre-finals and finals. This circuit, 1,100 metres, 13 corners, plenty of elevation, and it's hard to believe it's now in its 21st year of operation up here near Caerdydd in North Wales on the A5. The weather. Right. Ignore that. That is, see, there's a middle light rain. I don't know what that means. You don't get that in Wales. And if you watched the IAMI and KZ2 round from Glan Y Gors 2 weeks ago, you'll realise that it never rains in Wales. Never rains in Wales.
Apparently it didn't rain there at all, did it? Well, there you go. I think that's completely false. I think it rains here quite often. So, yes, I think rain is expected around the 2 o'clock to 3 o'clock mark. So that should certainly shake things up, because I think we'll be heading into final territory around there, won't we?
Yes, we will. I mean, but what this track does do very well, it dries very, very quickly. So it's going to mean a headache. You can see there is a breeze in the air. There is wind, so that will mean that the track dries even faster. But what have we got to do? Well, first order of business, Anthony, is to say hello to all our viewers on YouTube, on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, on the Alpha Live YouTube channel. There's different. Ooh. It's commentator cam, everybody. Ooh. Don't want to see that. There we go.
I have got
Karting Mum's Crumpet right there. Look at that. But a big hello to Team Cullen. Good luck to Gabriel Cullen on the live stream. Jensen Pritchard saying good luck to all the Hunter Motorsport team. Michael Burke, our friend from Bathurst, Australia. Michael, tell us, what is the latest goings on with the Orange Kart Club? Got to know what's going on with the Orange Kart Club. Bathurst, Australia. Barbara Lapper, Team Lapper. Albie Lapper. We'll be seeing Albie later on in Micromax, Minimax, one of the 2. I can't remember. All these drivers, they look the same. Especially to these old eyes.
Well, I say, going into 2023, obviously we have these new classes now,
yes,
don't we?
do.
Rotax have a cadet class in 2023 in the Motorsport UK Championship. Micromax, yeah. And that is now really brings a new pathway for a lot of these drivers.
Yes.
They didn't have that sort of cadet age. A lot of the drivers who were racing Rotax were racing in Honda Cadet. This year, obviously, a Honda Cadet's changed a little bit. Grid's a little bit smaller, but I suspect it will grow as the year progresses, because the racing yesterday in Honda Cadet was amazing.
Absolutely great to see the 4-stroke class back. Don't forget Honda Cadet. That's where Alex Albon started. He didn't do too badly. And look at that. You've got, what better way to spend a Sunday afternoon than in a Welsh field watching karting?
Oh, yes.
Yes. But the bug life up here is also just as spectacular as the scenery, as our legs suggest. But here is a first look at the dummy grid. I got to say, the Orange Army here at Glan Y Gors looking absolutely resplendent. That's a very nice bucket hat the one Marshall's got there.
Yeah, I say.
I've seen that before somewhere. And the keen onlookers. So beneath the drivers here, that is the Dragon Straits. That in the senior Rotax class, they're getting up to nearly 80 miles an hour. They come out of this. You can see the elevation change just coming out of turn 1, club corner. Just to give you an idea, so you've got on the left-hand side of your screen there, that's a small building. That is the motorsport-timing.co.uk timing building. You've got the dummy grid just in front of that. On the right-hand side, you've got the clubhouse here at Glan Y Gors. There is the view from the clubhouse. Great restaurant, great facilities here at Glan Y Gors. To Eddie Davis, to Ash Davis, to Tracy Davis, all the team here at Glan Y Gors, they have invested a new shower block just behind there. Circuit looks as good as it has ever done.
It has, and I'm certainly looking forward to this weekend as well in terms of what the track's done in terms of facilities and with the circuit itself. Brand new painted curbs as well, making it very easy for the drivers to know where the limits of the circuit are as well, so I think there was confusion.
And there's a great shot there, so you can see the inside. That is the run down out of compression corner into Devil's Elbow. On the inside line there, you can see the track surface. This tarmac is like a cheese grater. It uses tyres up more than any other circuit in the country. There was a bit of controversy, some great racing, but in the KZ2 class and the X30 classes with tyre wear, same situation here. The problem is, though, is that the drivers with 65 drivers in juniors and over 50 in seniors, saving your tyres is even harder, because if you save tyres and go slower, then you're 40th. And your chances of victory are gone. So the key is, go as fast as you can, use as little rubber as you can. And again, lots and lots of spectators, lots of family members, friends here. The karting fraternity, the Wera Tools karting fraternity is out in full force.
It is indeed. Kickstarting the day, Junior Rotax is going to be starting there. You can see lined up on the dummy grid. It's the Repechage. Now, of course, 34 drivers in this race. Only 6 go through to the pre-finals and finals later on today.
But not everybody has made it even to the Repechage. So unfortunately, we've had to say goodbye to Matas Mizanskas, to William Ray, and to Henry Cameron, who didn't even make the Repechage. So their race meet again. So commiserations to you 3 guys. We'll see you at the next round. There's lots of spectators of all different shapes and sizes watching the karting here today. I don't know any of the ones in the foreground, but third to the left, the background, her name's Madeline. She's a lovely girl.
Right, there we go. Well, oh dear, why do you always do that? Here we go. Next race, though, coming up in just a moment. Sorry. Intermediate classifications, though, of course, with the drivers who were in the Repechage, they didn't have a great day yesterday. To put it into perspective, the driver who was starting on pole position for this one, Thomas Ingram Hill, yesterday had a 14th place finish, a 24th, and a 7th, so had a good third race. But yeah, only 31 points in total over the course of the weekend. The lower your points, the better you do. So Ethan Jeff Hall actually had a perfect day yesterday.
Day. 2 wins for EJ in the number 5 Strawberry Kart. Quick to say hello. We got hello to Ella Lucia in kart number 25. Riley Bishop tuning in from Wilton Mill. But we'll come back to the online chat after we take you through the starting lineup for race 1 of today. It's the Junior Rotax Repechage.
Engines fire up, karts make their way out, and here's how they'll line up. Thomas Ingram Hill and Harrison Crowther, they go from row 1. Oliver Sander and Ryan Gill take row 2. Archie Clark and Sky Parker for the Ultimate R Racing team starts on row number 3.
Finley Buck and Japan Shin Sekiguchi on row number 4. Lachlan Johnson and Max Taylor, row 5. Ethan Head and Luke Bates on row 6.
Coles Racing, Reg Haywood goes from row 7 with Lizzie Mentier alongside. Luke Kunder and Aris Mijauskis, they take row 8. Ollie Hughes and Victor Hansen, they round out row number 9.
Followed by John Brown, Alexander Cole, Kai Veach, Archie Buttle, Eli Baden and Rachel Robinson on row 12.
Nicholas Ellis and Ethan Carney, they go from row 13 with Zach Turner and Lucas Blantford behind. Armin Bansil and Alfie Thomas, they take row 15.
Dukas Pravalonis, Gabriel Cullen, William Antrobus and Jacob Borowiak round out your 34-car starting lineup down towards Paddock Bend. And for the first time today, we are off and racing into turn number 1. It's a good start from the pole man, Thomas Ingram Hill, but he managed to get across the inside as they run down Dragon Straight. All 34 karts now up the hill into Spoon Curve. Flat out, right on the edge of adhesion. Hard braking now into Spoon before they begin the descent down towards the carousel with skies threatening overhead.
Yes, indeed. Very, very drastic stuff with the weather that could play havoc across the course of today. But remember, the top 6 in this race go through to the later stages of this weekend. So the top 6 is where we will focus. And as you can see there, we've already got a breakaway for the top 5. Then there's a fraction of a gap. Look at that, 34 karts, tooth and nail through the devil's elbow.
Indeed, and it's Harrison Crowther in the number 17 Coles Racing kart that moves into P2. See Harrison just signalling there to the chasing drivers behind him, saying, no, come on, work with me, Oliver Sander, work with me, Archie Clark. Have they listened? Well, at the moment they have. The top 6 just got to try and break away. There are some experienced names up in this front of this grid. Ingram Hill, Crowther, Sander, Clark, all names you'd expect to make it automatically through to the repechage, passing the marshalling team here at the top of the hill. And now they begin this wonderful descent. A lot of the overseas drivers, we've got to move there for 4th place. That's Oliver Sander picking up a place at the expense of Archie Clark in the number 47 KR Sport kart. And a change for the lead. Crowther goes P1.
Yeah, nice little move there through the final corner. Very tricky to do it through there. The curb on the inside, really big. And it's actually a really tight final corner there. So very lucky to actually get away with that one. But Crowther leads now. This is what Crowther like. Wasn't the best day for Harrison yesterday. Played with issues. Now today, leading this repechage, he'll be in a good spot for the pre-finals later on in the course of the weekend if he can maintain this position, and so far it's looking good. Ingram Hill is still there in second. Archie Clark, though, has latched on to the back of these two, and a 3-kart breakaway is starting to form here. Sanders still there in 4th, trying to hold on to it, but the main question is there. 5th and 6th place are in that big group just there. Sky Parker and Sean Shenguchi, who are still there as well. Finley Buck is just off the bubble, and I think Ethan Head's just moved up into P7 as well.
Yeah, Shun Sekiguchi is the Dan Holland Racing driver from Japan, making his British karting debut this weekend. But Crowther finally looks like he's coming back into the sort of form that got him to the Rotax Grand Finals in Bahrain as a Minimax driver back in 2021. It's been a tough year last year, and this year hasn't started great, but he's back in his spiritual home at Coles Racing now, and he's got the Team GB race suit on as he comes down the hill with Ingram Hill crowding Crowther through compression corner, down through Devil's Elbow. That drop there, you feel like you're on a roller coaster, and a move behind. There's a change. Archie Clark up into P2. A bit further back, a lot of support coming in online for Lizzie Mentier, the Jack Dex Racing driver, who's got sponsorship from the FHO British Superbike team. She is down in 12th position. I have to say, Lachlan Johnson in 10th place. A big thanks to Lachlan's dad, Stuart, for providing the commentary box with plenty of Scottish delicacies over the weekend. Aris Miaskis in 19th place for Argenti, not going great at the moment. Zach Turner there in 16th, a little bit further back. Lucas Blanford for the Sodi Vitesse team. He had an incident yesterday. He was top 7 in qualifying. Has dropped back a couple of accidents in the heat yesterday. He's down in 22nd, and the number 92 kart.
That's Sekiguchi.
Sekiguchi, Shen Sekiguchi. And there's a Coles Racing kart off a little bit further up the road as well. That was Ryan Gill, sorry, the KR Sport kart.
You did see a Coles. It was Reg Hayward also off the track.
Oh, no, Reggie Hayward has gone off down into 32nd position, 33rd place. So, Sekiguchi, welcome to British Karting, Shun. Fortunately, you're going to be watching the pre-final from the paddock.
Yeah, big shame there. And that's 3, good driver names there that we've seen drop down in this race. Again, we've seen a real shake-up. The competitiveness of Rotax this year is unmatched.
Absolutely. The driver that qualified 60th yesterday was 0.8 of a second slower than the pole sitter.
Yeah.
You know, this track is difficult to overtake on. Not impossible, but it is difficult to overtake on. And unless you make a mistake, unless the driver in front makes a mistake, you have really got to force the issue. And when you start forcing the issue, as Ollie Hughes, the Ultimate R driver, Ultimate R, the local team here, based in Abergele, North Wales, about 20 minutes from Glan Y Gors. He sets the fastest lap. Ultimate R have got one driver in the pre-final at the moment and one driver, Finley Buck, just outside. There is the number 29 Kart of Luke Bate. This is 8th position, 8th, 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th on your screen. That's Bate, Lachlan Johnson, Lizzie Mentier, Max Taylor and Ollie Hughes. The driver at the back of this queue has set the fastest lap of the race.
Yep, at the moment. So again, it just shows that the pace is all the way through the grid here, and it is certainly going to show here a side-by-side over the start-finish line. Nice little change there, and up the number 74 goes. Great little move as we go through. Max Taylor there for the Ultimate R team.
Teammate on teammate.
It is indeed. Less than 5 minutes to go. Where are the top 6 at the moment? The top 4 have got a breakaway. So Crowther, Clark, Ingram Hill, Sander, they're comfortable. Parker, Head, and Finley Buck. Now, Finley's just out of the bubble here at the moment in P7, but is in a trio with the other two further up the road.
Yes,
there it is
they are
on your screen. Yeah, they just go through shots.
So the Hunter Motorsport kart of number 48, Ethan Head, has got a Ultimate R. He's the meat of the Ultimate R sandwich. There's Lizzie Mentier going across the line in 10th position. She's actually the highest placed rookie in the field. Number 74, Max Taylor chasing Lizzie down. Lizzie in turn is chasing the number 98 Thule Motorsport kart of Lachlan Johnson. And there's almost a move from the number 33, Alexander Cole. The Guy Cunnington Racing. Have to give props to the Guy Cunnington team as Mentier makes a move. Guy Cunnington Racing, some great merch in the paddock. They did win the bucket hat competition that we ran yesterday. I can't tell you who they beat because I'm not allowed to contractually say so, but it was me, unfortunately. Rachel Robertson down in 19th place. Ayaman Bansal, our Indian driver in kart number 77, working with Callum Bradshaw, the Callum Bradshaw Driver Agency. He is 20th at the moment. Dukas Pravalonis down in 27th. Luke Cordner from Craft Motorsport is down in 28th, but besides Luke, who's having a bit of a struggle, the Craft Motorsport team, as we're going to see later on, having a wonderful weekend.
Yes, indeed. And it's changed a little bit at the front now as well. We're starting to see new gaps starting to form. Sanders dropped off the back of the top two. Ingram Hill's all on his own. And at the moment, Sky Parker, Ethan Head, Finley Buck. Now Luke Bate has joined the battle. So your top 8 are very close.
Project One Cup. Big hi to everyone at Project One Racing as they cross the line. There is a look at some of the... I mean, today is a day for Kart Mechanic Bingo, if ever there was one.
Oh, yes.
There's already, I can see, team aprons, which is a good sign. Good sign for Kart Mechanic Bingo. And there you go, Anthony. Your proclamation that Luke Bate was flying has proved correct.
Yeah, he's just set the fastest lap of the race.
And that was contact there.
Yes, Liz Mentier now struggling here, all dropping several positions here.
Harry the Lion on the live chat is not going to be happy. He was cheering on his Jack Dex teammate, well, not brethren, sister.
Yes.
But Lizzie Mentier, sadly, is not going to make the pre-final. So top 6, Harrison Crowther, Archie Clark, Thomas Ingram Hill, Oliver Sander, Sky Parker and Ethan Head. Change up at the front.
Yep, change to the lead. Archie Clark's gone back to the race lead now. He's pushed himself all the way up to it now. 4 positions gained in this race. He's certainly showing that he's got the setup right going into today, so we could see more big moves going in later in the day. So keep an eye on Archie Clark because now he leads the way from Crowther. Those top 2 are fine. Ingram Hill, you can see there in 3rd place. He's kind of all on his own. He's fine as well. The battle is behind this lot. That group there, you can see the top 4. That battle there is the one we want to see. 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th. Right there. Remember, the only top 6
go
there's a
move
through.
On that's Head on Parker. And Ethan Head there has lost, well, he hasn't lost a place, but he has lost momentum. And Finley Buck is now trying to join his Ultimate R teammate, Sky Parker, in the main event. Sky Parker, the North Walian girl, at her home track, and here comes Finley Buck up the inside of the spoon. Is this going to be a move? Yes, it is. Buck into P6 and Bate follows him through.
Yeah, Bates got a good run here because remember he set the fastest lap of the race earlier on, but instantly fighting back goes Ethan Head and straight back down the inside, loses it, runs out wide, can't maintain the position. And Luke Bate again just holds on to it. Remember, Luke Bate's still not in the bubble yet. He's there in P7. He needs 1 more position, so he needs to try and latch onto the back of those 2 ahead who have started to now break away a little bit.
And so a lot of support for Gabriel Cullen, Cordelia Cullen, part of the Cullen clan. Unfortunately, Gabriel, the Irishman for the Argenti Motorsport team, 22nd. Gained 10 places, however, has Gabriel, but will not make the pre-final and the final. There is the number 23, Sky Parker. Now, she's got a little bit of breathing room, Anthony, as the clock heads towards 0. Sky Parker doesn't need to attack Oliver Sander just yet, but Finley Buck and Luke Bate are closing in. At the moment, Bate, the number 29 Project 1 kart, is the first driver not qualified for the pre-final. He has got to keep pushing because we have seen time and time again drivers that finish in 7th place on the road get promoted into the top 6 as a move from Parker. They get promoted into the top 6 if one of the drivers in front has a problem. But things are closing up, Anthony.
Yeah, they are indeed, because now Luke Bate has latched onto the back here of Sander as they go through. Buck still there. He's out of the top 6, and he will want to get that position back. So I suspect that we're going to see a move here, and if we don't, I'll be really surprised. And I think we did see a move. I think it was off camera, because look how much the gap's opened up. Now Bate is completely uncontested for that 6th place spot.
Yeah, so he's made the move, but a great move, and he's also forced Finley Buck wide. Now Finley on the final lap has got all to do. Clark, Crowther, Hing, Ingram Hill, Parker, Sander and the rest. Who is going to finish 6th? Luke Bate has it. Everybody else wants it.
Yep, checker flag goes out and Clark takes it from Crowther. Ingram Hill holds on to 3rd. Sky Parker takes 4th place from Sander, and Luke Bate crosses the line after gaining 6 positions to finish in that top 6 he goes through. But remember, if any of those drivers have a nose cone, keep an eye on Finley Buck, Ethan Head, Lachlan Johnson. They all might have an opportunity to get through if that happens. Talk about big moves in this one. Zach Turner finishing P12, 15 positions gained. William Antrobus finished P13, 20 positions gained in that race. Brilliant running.
Again, William Antrobus, a driver that we wouldn't expect to see down in this situation. And again, 20 places. Zach Turner, his dad John, be very happy with that. But there is your winner, Archie Clark, for the KR Sport team. Leading home Harrison Crowther, Thomas Ingram Hill, Sky Parker, Oliver Sander and Luke Bate. Just missing out Finley Buck, Ethan Head, Lachlan Johnson, Max Taylor, Ollie Hughes, Zach Turner, William Antrobus and John Brown. Now, further back drivers, Lizzie Mentier, the FHO-sponsored Jack Dex racing driver, finishing in 15th. Archie Buttle and Alexander Cole, the leading Guy Cunnington racing driver. Alex's teammate Rachel Robertson finishing in 18th place. Nicholas Ellis was 19th then from Lithuania, Aris Majauskis. And for the Cato Motorsport team, Eli Baden in 21st. Kai Veach and Ireland's Gabriel Cullen in 23rd position. Then Japan's Shun Sekiguchi, Ryan Gill, Lithuania's Jukas Pravilonis, Alfie Thompson for Strawberry Racing in 27th. Germany's Luke Cordner in 28th. Poland's Jacob Borowiak is next, followed by Victor Hansen, Lucas Blanford, Ethan Carney, the American driver, finishes 32nd. 33rd for India's Ayman Bansal, and Reg Hayward sadly failed to finish after an early incident. 23 nations are represented here this weekend, Anthony. Sadly, we have seen the end of the participation in this weekend for several of those nations. But again, it just goes to show how important globally the Wera Tools British Kart Championship is. Oliver Lomax karting saying, go on Bucky, I think he's going to be a little bit disappointed. Motorsport Magpie, hello. Destro supporting the Sam Pollitt racing team. Lots of support for Lizzie Mentier, and Michael Burke saying, cows by a kart track, just top it off. Of course, every great kart circuit have got cows in the neighbouring field. But there's a look again at some of the spectators, family members, friends, and there are some punters. I've seen a lot of bikers come in earlier, just asking me, "Oh, is it racing today?" I was like, "There is. Have a look." But one repechage down, one repechage to go here, and senior Rotax. We've just seen a really high quality field in the junior Rotax repechage. The senior Rotax repechage is chock full of big names. A lot of them you're looking down on grid now. You can see the drivers getting into their positions. We've got Jack Bates, you can see just putting his Sam Pollitt racing race suit on there. He's got some support online from Destro. Jack Lilly is not in this race. He's already qualified for the pre-final. Jack has had a fantastic run, broke his wrist earlier this season, broke his arm last year, and it's really good to see his progress. He'll be starting the senior Rotax pre-final. One of the other senior Rotax drivers that we spoke to yesterday is also having a good run, and that is Teddy Pritchard Williams. Anthony, I believe you caught up with Super Ted himself.
Well, we're here at GYG for round 2 of the Rotax Championships for the British Kart Championships, and I'm here with Teddy Pritchard Williams. Teddy, well, good to see you. Good to see you actually here on time and not late for any classes or anything. You know, a driver who is racing in the championship but also at university, juggling the two of them, that's got to be a challenge.
Yeah, I think that having the team help out is massive. They get everything here. I only need to get myself here. So it's just pre-planning, making sure all the work's done because they're hefty assignments. But as soon as that's all done, do as much as I want.
Now, I know a lot of people who go to university and they have a lot of work, like everything they need to do, assignments, things like that, and there's lots to do. It's already a stressful situation being at university, and then racing on top of that, another stressful situation. I'm surprised your hair's not falling out yet.
I actually think this is the least stressful of the two, which is very different. So it's nice to have a relax as well. You come away 3 days away. It's quite nice.
This season's been pretty good as well. Kim Bolton, a fantastic round for you.
Yeah, 4th in the championship and 4th in all the point scoring races, which I'm really happy with. To come away having not done much before that round, really happy.
Do you think a championship is in order this year? I know it's very early doors and a lot is yet to happen, but, you know, having a good opener to the weekend, you know, or to the season, it certainly is going to be a booster, isn't it?
We've never started the championship strong, so it's quite nice, and we're always going to give it a go. If you were there, you come to win. So we're going to try as hard as we can.
But the kart setup is okay, the kart's looking good, and everything's happy for this weekend here at GYG?
Did 2 days last weekend, really happy. Engines are performing well. Lee's doing a really good job, so keep going.
Yeah. Excellent. Well, what are you studying at university?
Physical education and sport, so to become a PE teacher is the aim.
Oh, okay, there we go. So a PE teacher that does karting as well. That's probably the coolest sounding PE teacher I've ever heard of. But Teddy, thanks so much for talking to us. We'll let you enjoy the rest of your day. Plenty more action to come for you.
Cheers, thank you. Have a nice weekend.
Well, that was nice to hear from Super Ted. We'll see Super Ted starting 11th on the grid for the pre-final. Couple of names to look out for in this next race. Well, Jude Fernhow will be starting on the outside of the front row. Nicole Sutherland is back. She's starting 4th. This is the first time she's been in the kart since Clay Pigeon, August last year. I know that Nicole had a bereavement in her family, and you know, it's great to see her and her dad back in the paddock. She's on the number 83 kart, starting 4th. Christopher Sala is making his British Championship debut. He's from Austria. He's here with the Dan Holland racing team. And Amelia Nelson, it's her first time out in a kart for about a good few months. She is sponsored by Brudner. So when Brudner is a Swiss company, they stamp all the car parts, things like Jaguar, Land Rover.
Yeah.
And she's also, she's down in Cornwall, and she is sponsored by a caravan park in St Ives.
Ooh.
I feel a British Kart Championship commentator's holiday coming along. A caravan park in St Ives. But she's number 21 kart. You can see that purple kart there on the 4th row. I don't know what those things in the sky are called. They normally never appear in Wales. Can you tell? I don't know what they're called, those things there.
Clouds. They're clouds, Henry.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
you see them quite often in Wales.
And they're heading our way.
They are. Well, we'll have to see what happens. Here we go then. The next race is about to get underway. It's Senior Rotax. It's the Rapid Charge. Here it comes.
Leading the way on the Senior Rotax Repechard starting grid, Jack Bate for Sam Pollitt Racing, Jude Fernhow alongside on row number 1, Alfie Davis and Nicole Sutherland on row 2, Christoph Sala and George Donald on row 3.
Row number 4 sees Brandon Klein-Nangelvoort and Amelia Nelson go from that row with Samuel Hawthorne, who's got a leg injury going into this weekend. He has struggled. He starts this one on the 5th row with Jai Lawrence alongside. Craig Stephen and Sam Cornwell, they go from row 6.
Sam Longley is starting on row 7 alongside Jay Lewis, Leo LaCastro, and novice William Pemble, then Michael Shin from South Korea, and James Jackson, whose grandparents are watching.
Harry Barlow and Dylan Briley, they take the top 20 spots on row 10 from Alexander Adams-Acton and Max Kettle on row 11. Isaac Lord and Jack Collins round out the field. 24 drivers in this one. Remember, again, it's only the top 6 that go through.
Jack Collins, the Pro Train racing team, had a nice chat with Jack yesterday. His dad's from the Welsh Valleys.
Oh, there we go.
There we go. Into the tram lines. Are we racing? Lights are green. We are racing. And it's a good start from the outside. Jude Fernhoe trying to cut across on poles to the Jack Bate going through turn number 1. They clashed wheels, but Fernhoe was able to maintain momentum. Great start from Jude. He leads the way. And I know that Jack Dex, who's got 8,700 drivers racing at Wilton Mill this weekend, will be watching on from their awning.
I'm sure they will be. 2 drivers not taking to the track. Brandon Klein-Nangelvoort and Harry Barlow have not left the dummy grid, so I think their weekend is over.
Brandon Nagelvoort's weekend has gone from bad to worse. He lost a rear hub going up the hill, going into Spoon Curve yesterday. They found it on the road outside the circuit.
Wow.
That was a fast accident, and unfortunately it looks like the day has gone from bad to worse for Brandon.
There we go. Saw a move there from Samuel Hawthorne going into the Devil's Elbow on Amelia Nilsson. Moving up into P5 now. Amelia Nilsson is on the bubble here. Gained 2 positions, but is in P6, so keep an eye on that one. The number 21 out on circuit is the last one in the bubble, so there she is on your screen. You can see there the 51 just behind. That's Sam Longley, who has himself gained 6 positions at the start of this race, so certainly is wanting to make moves.
Well, yeah, Amelia Nelson, she's got her dad running her, and she now gets, she'll put the curse the commentator, but she's got to tuck back in, and there you go. Oh, behind her, there's a collision. There's 3 or 4 carts. The MLC number 68 of Sam Cornwell was involved there. Now, Amelia Nelson did escape that. Look at this. They're 3 wide across the start-finish line, Anthony.
This is pretty epic stuff here. We're only on lap 2 of this one, and remember, it's only the top 6 that go through, and these drivers at the back certainly don't want to be battling like this. They need to try and work together to try and catch the trains up ahead. So at the moment, they are having a fantastic race, but it will be their last race if they don't sort it out.
That looked like Jay Lewis making a move, the number 42 kart. Jay Lewis started racing at Lando International Raceway, birthplace of champions, global home of World Motorsport, and he started racing in Junior Pro Kart with my old mate Tutty. And he's come a long way. Oh, and there's Marshall looking really smart there in that bucket hat. There we go. Oh dear! Collision! And that is 3 karts off. It's a Jack's Motorsport kart. It's a Tony kart, and we'll see who that was. That was Cornwell, George Donald, Craig Stephen. George Donald, who started on the bubble, now out of the race.
That's an absolute disaster for George Donald. For Jack's Motorsport now out of this race. The kart has stopped on the start-finish line, and I can see out of the commentary box window, he's out the kart and it's not going any further. So that is his weekend over so far, though. But at the front, the weekend is very much not over for our top 6. Fernhoe leads the way from Bate, Davis, Hawthorne, Salah, Longley, the top 6. Di Lawrence has just moved up into P7 now, so Amelia Nelson is back down into P8 here. So Lawrence is on the cusp here and is wanting to go for that move as they still continue to battle here further down the order. This is still at the back of the grid. The 18, the 47 of Max Kettle and Craig Stephen all still battling there.
Yeah, so it's Fernhoe, Bates, Davis, Hawthorne, Salah, Longley, your top 6. Then a gap of 1.1 seconds back to Jay Lawrence in 7th, Amelia Nelson 8th, Nicole Sutherland 9th, and Jay Lewis in 10th. That gap has grown because of the action that we've seen, and 6.5 minutes to go. If the drivers outside the top 6 now harbour any ambition of making it into the pre-final, they have to stop battling now, and they have to go forward. Isaac Lord, privateer driver number 57, gained 10 places up to 13th. William Pemble, who's got man like Malin on the spanners for him, he is in 12th position. He's gained 4. James Jackson has gained 7 places. Jack Collins for the Pro Train team, he had gained 9 places. Make that 10 as he goes past Leo Lacastro.
Yeah, nice move there. That was a move for P14 further down the order. So again, battle's still raging on all the way throughout this field. And again, it just shows that there are overtaking opportunities around this track. Yes, it is very technical when you get into this final section here. As you can see, look at that shot. Love it as they sweep down the Devil's Elbow. It's so technical and very physical on the driver.
Fastest lap, Nicole Sutherland, 8th position for the Thule Motorsport team. She's got a 1 second gap, and you can see she's already bridging that gap. Sadly, Michael Shin from South Korea. Oh, and there is Amelia Nelson slowing. The Brudner-sponsored privateer entry is about to retire, I think, and a bit of a damage in the rear bumper of the number 83 Kart of Nicole Sutherland. I know the girls stick together in the paddock, but that's supposed to be off track, not on track with, yes, contact and collision. I didn't see what happened, but it looks like the one Amelia was slowing down, and Nicole Sutherland has got a little bit of scarring, should we say, on her graphics kit.
Yeah, hopefully the kart still works well.
But she's closing on Jay Lawrence, and she still has the fastest lap of the race.
Yep.
Sam Longley, the number 51 Strawberry Racing driver, is there on the bubble in 6th position at the moment. There's the number 77, Leo the Lion Castro for Coles Racing, passing Isaac Lord for what is 13th place. Jack Collins, he's passed half the field, and we're down to just 18 runners now. Barlow and Nagelfort didn't start. Cornwell, Donald and Shin eliminating that collision at the final corner, and now Amelia Nelson, sadly, the Brudner-backed driver, has retired to the pits.
Yeah, big shame there for Amelia, but the race goes on. 4 minutes remaining plus that one lap. And remember, the bubble, very important. The gap between Longley and Lawrence is about half a second. So the gap for P6 is very, very close. So that will be the important one to keep an eye on as this race nears its conclusion. Because again, when it gets to the end of this one, you see the desperate moves start to come in and said, I need to get into the top 6. I need to keep this weekend going.
Yes, they do. 3.5 minutes to go. A quick hello to Kathy Watson watching Dad John, one of the stewards, Shay in the Motorsport timing thing. Hello, Kathy. Hope you're well. She said that to Henry, please say. She didn't say to you.
Yeah, no.
You,
no one says
me.
anything to me. No, it's fine.
Hello, Kathy. Hello, Kathy. I hope you're enjoying the racing. And what's not to enjoy is a move. That's for 2nd place. Samuel Hawthorne deciding he's had enough of following Jack Bate. He wants to lead Jack Bate. Jude Fernhow continues to lead the race overall.
Yes, it does. So, and that gap's actually quite large, isn't it? So Fernhow looking pretty comfortable here, not having to worry about anything too much. And Hawthorne obviously looking a lot stronger now, obviously with that leg injury that he's been sporting. He told me, how did you do it? He said, I fell off a wall. I'd be like, why would you do such a thing? Said,
well, after watching him buzzing around on a scooter in the paddock last night, I would have thought he fell off his scooter, but he just too embarrassed to say.
No, he fell off a wall.
Fell off a wall.
There you go. Jack Bate, though, still there in 3rd. You can see him. He's not under a lot of pressure here from Alfie Davis. And Christoph Sala still looking pretty decent in P5. I think the question is Longley and Lawrence, because Jai Lawrence will go for a move if it is...
if it's at all possible. And he is sort of inching towards the Strawberry Racing number 51 car. 2 minutes to go. Fernhow safely in the front. Things have calmed down a little bit now. Hawthorne 2nd, Bate 3rd. Alfie Davis, haven't really mentioned him because he's had the perfect repechage. If you're not mentioning him and he's up near the front, that's perfect. There he is, the number 76 KR Sport car. He's kept his powder dry, he's kept his nose clean, and he has just sort of like stayed out of trouble safely into the final. It's the pre-final. The winner, don't forget, of this race starts 29th for the pre-final. 6th place starts 34th. So why fight and scrap so much just for what is effectively either a 14th or a 15th row grid start? Oh, there we are. Zane Quecker saying hello. And I won't say that. What does Motorsport Magpie say?
There's hello, Anthony. There we go. At least someone's done it. Perfect.
Motorsport
Vindication.
Vindicated. Right, Jude Fernhow has got 90 seconds to sort of just keep his now tyre conservation. Tyres are chewed up faster than me an all-day buffet on this track, so you've got to look after them. These drivers, the 6 drivers that do go through, they will have an extra 15 or so laps on their tyres than everybody else, so they'll be in worse shape come the pre-final, but at least they'll be in it. So now Fernhow, Hawthorne and Bate, who are pretty safe, and Alfie Davis, they've just got to try and preserve rubber.
Yeah, indeed. Now, this is closed up here. Jack Bate doesn't need to defend. Alfie Davis doesn't need to attack or anything like that. They can just sit there and just coast to the end.
But look at this group chasing them down.
Yes.
If Christoph Sala, Sam Longley, Jay Lawrence and Nicole Sutherland get too close to Alfie Davis, Alfie will be forced to attack. And there you see him with 30 seconds to go, checking over his shoulders just to see if the gap is still manageable. Christoph Salah should be getting concerned, and Sam Longley should be very, very worried indeed, because Longley has got the 78 of Lawrence and the 83 of Sutherland sitting right on his rear bumper.
Yes, indeed, and the time is very quickly running out. We're down to the last 20 seconds. Remember, plus the 1 lap. I reckon we're going to have 2 more laps left in this one because he'll cross the line. Will Jude Fernahoe with about, I think, a second to go.
Yep, he's about to come into Paddock Bend. The clock strikes 0
he crossed
now,
the line.
and he's already down Dragon Straight. So here's the battle, and Jay Lawrence has made the move. So it's now the 78 Project 1 Racing. This will give the Project 1 team a really big boost. I think they need it at the moment. If he can hang on, Longley's looking. Longley back into P6 at Spoonkiven. Look at Nicole Sutherland for the Thule Motorsport team.
Like I say, this is going to be a battle all the way to the end on this one. You can see Longley now back in front of this trio. And Giant Lawrence will want to get that move done as soon as he possibly can. Again, there's not really any opportunities to get an overtake done in this section here as I go through Devil's Elbow and back down in towards Paddock Bend. But again, we have seen moves done into this final corner, and Nicole Sutherland does go for that move into the final corner. As we go on to the last lap, she moves up into P7 now. If she could get through into the pre-final, that would certainly give her a confidence boost here.
Absolutely. The last time she was in a kart was Clay Pigeon, the end of August last year for the British Championship. On that day, she claimed a top 20 result, the best career finish in the British Championship. She had Jess Matthews spanning for her this weekend. She's got her dad back mechanicking for her now, and it'll be a real boost for her and the Thule Motorsport team if she can pick off one more spot. But the driver that won't be denied, he isn't going to be denied. He is in the pre-final, the final, Jude Fernahoe for the Jack Dex Racing team. And they come out the final corner. Who gets P6? It's Longley by 0.3 of a second.
There we go. Very, very close, but he holds on to it then for Strawberry Racing, who does get through. Nicole Sutherland just misses out across the line from Jay Lawrence. James Jackson also, after gaining 9 positions, just doesn't make it. P9 finish for him from William Pemble. Jack Collins, who gained 13 positions, finishes in an impressive P11.
Yes, indeed. And if you look there, there's some of the Demon Tweaks logos. Again, a big thank you to Demon Tweaks for all their sponsorship. Here is a look at the full rundown. Jude Fernahoe wins for Jack Deck Racing. Provisionally into the pre-final, subject, of course, to post-race scrutineering, are Fernahoe, Sam Hawthorne, Jack Bate, Alfie Davis, Christoph Salah, and Sam Longley. Sadly, just missing out. Nicole Sutherland, Jay Lawrence, James Jackson, William Pemble, Jack Collins from 24th on the grid to 11th, Alexander Adams Acton, Jay Lewis, and Isaac Lord. The remaining finishers, there weren't that many of them. Leo LaCastro dropped back to 15th. Dylan Brierley finishes 16th, followed by Max Kettle and Craig Stevens, sadly out of the race. Amelia Nelson. But there's a long drive back to St. Ives, but it's good to have Amelia in the championship. We hope that she continues. From South Korea, Michael Shin. It's an even longer drive back to him. He'll be lucky if he does the drive back to Seoul by car. George Donald and Sam Cornwell. Sadly, Brandon Nagelvort and Harry Barlow failed to take the start. I see that my ride home has arrived. There is Jeeves, my personal chauffeur with the blue cap on. Just waiting. He's got a bit of a long wait. Jeeves, I've got 11 races still to commentate on with Anthony. You can leave Anthony here. But you know, don't forget me, and you collect my my cooler and sleeper bag from the commentary box there. Thanks, Jeeves. I'm sure he's listening. I'm sure he's got the Alpha live stream, the Motorsport UK live stream in the cockpit of the chopper. Right, a look down at the dummy grid. The 2 repêchages are over, and we will now be getting underway with the start of the pre-final. So 10 races to go, each pre-final now, a little bit longer in length, and of course the finals are later on this afternoon. Please keep your comments coming in on the Alpha live chat. I haven't got access to the Motorsport UK YouTube live chat. And if you're watching on Facebook, on the Wera Tools British Kart Championship Facebook page, hello, but get your comments coming over to the Alpha Live YouTube channel so that we can read you out. But again, we really appreciate all your support from all over the world. Again, from Rotax, from Demon Tweaks, and from Wera Tools, say 23 nations represented just here today, and that shows you the kind of the reach of this British Championship. And again, we've got, I said, sponsorship from a British Superbike team sponsoring a driver here. We've got lots of other independent sponsors. So if you are a driver in the British Championship paddock and you've got some sponsorship on that kart from independent companies, please, you know, bring your details to the commentary box. You know, get your commentary sheets together. We got Harvey Roth in TKM, does a great job. His dad always brings us a little biography and a list of the sponsors. You know, the sponsors are putting their money behind you in this championship to get coverage. Well, Anthony and I are the people that can give you that coverage. You've just got to let us know. Bring your sponsorship packs into the commentary box so that we can, thank the various individuals in business out there that are investing in you and investing in this championship. A happy 68th birthday to Matt Hickson, celebrating today at Glan Y Gors with his husband. Well, happy birthday, Matt, and hope you have a nice day. That chopper looked a bit short, Henry. Well, Bod, I'm not arrogant. You know, I don't need a large helicopter. Any Aussies in today? Well, Armand Hamilton is race today. He's representing Hungary. So Armand Hamilton, Hungarian parents, born in Australia, grew up in Australia, now back living in Hungary and racing in Britain. And Armand Hamilton, he'll be out in senior Rotax later on. But the next race, the start of our pre-finals, it's Minimax 950, and we'll be joined by Anthony Jordan down on the grid.
Thanks, Henry. Yes, down on the dummy grid, and the first of the pre-finals this weekend is about to get underway, and it is the Minimax 950s that are about to get going. We've got about 3 minutes or so to chat on the dummy grid, and as you can see, the kart's lined up. Pole position, Cole Denham on this one, who is just getting seated on the right-hand side. You can see him there getting ready. He has got the best starting spot for this one on that inside row. He's got Charlie Wolfit alongside as well. Very interesting. These drivers are focused, ready to get going. One driver missing at the moment. We haven't got Finley Lines anywhere. That's because he's walking to his kart right now. He's just there. He needs to get seated. Finley, get seated. Hang your head in shame. You're not in your kart already. Let's see if we can chat to a couple of drivers. Who can we quickly chat to? I think we chat to this chap right here, the 174 Charlie King, who is just having a brief word with his man, who's himself also a driver. Charlie, let's have a quick chat with you. Cole's branded up galore here. You've got a lot of karts in front of you. Of course, the pre-final determines the grid for the final. How many positions do you reckon you can gain in this one?
Hopefully a top 10, but we'll see how the race plans out.
Yeah. Like you say, it's been a tough weekend all the way throughout, but like you say, we've got about a minute to go, so they're going to be clearing the grid. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Excellent. 21 places he's going to get, is he?
We're going to get.
Yeah, excellent. I like the commitment there. Karts are about to get underway now. Again, for these drivers, this is definitely a challenge that these drivers have got. You know, it's only a relatively shortish race. They do have to get going, and like you say, it's a tough track to get overtakes on. Look at those clouds up there, though, guys. Look at those clouds. The rain is on its way. They said around 3 or 4. It's only about 20 to 12 at the moment. We've got 30 seconds to go, as you need to come off there because you're going to get run over in a second. But we're about to get underway racing, so we will head back up to the commentary box. Henry, this is going to be a tough one. Racing's going to be fierce. Racing's going to be fun. It is Minimax. It's 950. They are coming up next.
So here we go, your starting lineup for race 17, the Minimax 950 pre-final, a capacity 34 kart starting grid. Cole Denham and Charlie Wolfett go from row number 1. Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend start on row number 2. Will Green and Luca Holmes-Ballock on row 3. Blair Smith and Ellis Bell, the leading privateer, on row 4. Then it's Kai Clark, Charles Kitely, Josh Griffin and Finlay Lines, your top 12. Noah Barham and Rory Armstrong, the Northern Irishman, go from row number 7. Oliver Miewski, the O-Plate champion, and Tom Reed on row 8. Oliver Meek and Albie Lapper are on row number 9. Nat Johnson and Eva Morris round out your top 10 ahead of Daniel Minto, Charlie King, Rayan Gandour from Canada and Isaac Barker. Finlay Hines and Stanley Clark are on row number 13. Then John Richardson from Azerbaijan and Jaden Sherwood, Samia Paul and Ella Lucia on row number 15. Rook Thompson, who is Australian, and Alex Goodson, who isn't. Thomas Butcher and Kieran Stewart from Scotland round out the field. So Michael Burke, you have got an Australian. Rook Thompson, oh dear, that is not what you want to see.
Yeah,
the
this is
Racing
very
Development
interesting down
team.
here. The kart's not starting. The karts are about to get the race going underway. But yeah, Rook Thomas, his kart's just not firing up. It gets going now as the green flag doesn't go out. They go round again. That's very lucky. He had to blow the fuel through the carb. It just didn't have the fuel in the carb, and now it's fired up. So yeah, very interesting development, but he's got out on track now. Very lucky that it was a false start as well.
Thank you very much, Anthony, being our man on the spot in the pits. And please let us know if you do like the new coverage with having somebody in the pits during the races. Let us know. Let us Motorsport UK know so that we can improve the coverage. You know, we have to try and find a third person to do what Anthony's doing there, because it's a fantastic, innovative way to give you up to the second insight into what is going on. Anthony's going to be watching this race from the Parc Ferme area right on the final corner. We've already seen an incident happen today, but will we see any more? So 34 drivers, led by number 162, Scotland's Cole Denham, the closer. Cole Denham, can he close out a pre-final victory? Charlie Wolfett for the Synergy Factory team starts alongside. Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend on row 2. Argenti Motorsport represented on row 3 with Will Green. So you've got DHR, Synergy, Strawberry and Argenti all up at the front there. And then on the outside of the 4th row with the orange crash helmet, privateer driver Ellis Bell. Lights are out. We are off and racing here in Minimax. It's a good start through turn number 1 for the pole sitter Cole Denham, who manages to hold off Charlie Wolfett, who slips to 3rd behind a fast starting Jacobs Ashcroft up through turn 2, up the hill towards Spoon Curve. The clouds overhead threaten, but the action on track is what keeps our focus into the carousel on lap number 1. Wolfett tries to wrestle second from Ashcroft. Ashcroft signals to say, no, work with me. We've got to work together or else Cole will get away. Ellis Bell, privateer driver, up into 5th position, and he's looking on 4th place. That's Luca Holmes-Ballock, the sort of Anglo-Serbian driver. Albert Friend is next in line. Friend for the Strawberry Racing team in Kart 191 moves past Bell into P6, and already the top 4 are pulling clear. Down the Dragon Straight into turn number 2. And I think next time we pass the final corner, we'll throw to Anthony as the karts come past the final corner, just to try and get his perspective of the drivers and the action right up close and personal. They're coming down the hill now. Denham leads from Ashcroft, Wolfett and Luca Holmes-Ballock with Friend and Bell, but they're coming to you now, Anthony Jordan.
Yeah, Henry, through to the final corner here, I've got to say, it's like an angry swarm of bees as they fly through. It's just uncanny. They're clipping the curb, some of them, and that exit curb actually into the final corner is very, very harsh. So, yeah, a lot of the drivers are actually clipping that. It looks really uncomfortable.
Yes, it is. No suspension on these karts. Thank you very much, Anthony. We've already got a volunteer on live chat. Harry Free. Oh, no, what's that? That's Charlie Wolfett out. Oh, and his right front wheel has got caught in the nose cone. It got caught in the nose cone. Now it's broken free, and Wolfett, for potential winning position, now drops the back of the field. We'll check to see if he continues the race. I think he should continue. I couldn't see any of the lasting damage. There's the O plate of Oliver Majewski going through. Harry Friel has already offered to take Anthony's job down in the pits there. But, well, I'd rather see Darcy Sausage, last year's Paddock Show Pooch of the Year. There's Lee Manchester holding a Coles Racing NASA panel. And I wonder... oh, was that Charlie Kings? We'll find out, not quite sure. There is Ellis Bell in cart number 146, but we'll have Anthony keep an eye on any driver coming into the pits without their chain guard. It'll be one of the Coles Racing drivers, and I'm looking there, well, Jaden Sherwood and Charlie King are representing Coles in this race, so it's going to be one of those two drivers. As we go through the Devil's Elbow into Paddock Bend, we're focusing on the O plate of Oliver Majewski in 10th place. Blair Smith is up into 9th. The Scotsman Finlay Lines for the Argenti team is running 8th. But look at this. We've had a change up at the front. Oh, it's well, not a change of position, but certainly a change of gap. The gap is shrinking. Anthony, you've got news.
Yeah, Henry, update on that chain guard that you saw. That was actually came off Charlie King's, the 174. As you just passed me, I could see chain's completely exposed. I suspect he'll be seeing a potential meatball flag in just a moment's time. And actually a 5-second time board's gone out for the 162 as well. Not the race he will have wanted. So
that's the 162. That's your race leader, Cole Denham. Thank you, Anthony. Well, we'll see if... so Cole Denham has obviously had a penalty now. It might have been for that incident involving Charlie Wolfett, which we didn't see, but you would assume that it's either a jump start or an on-track incident. So Denham has been given a 5-second penalty. Now he needs his teammate Jacob Ashcroft to push him away. He doesn't want to defend. He can't fight. If Ashcroft can push him away, he's got to get 5 seconds between him and as many drivers as possible. At the moment, with 7.5 minutes remaining and 5 laps on the board, 5 seconds covers the top 15. So Denham effectively would start the final from P15. Obviously, as the race progresses, those gaps should grow. But if Jacob Ashcroft, what does Jacob Ashcroft do? Does he be a good teammate and push his teammate away? Or does he think, right, I want my teammate and main championship rival, let's not forget, to start as far back as possible, in which case I'm going to start battling and we'll slow each other down, and then he will start even further back. What does Jacob do? I'm sure, though, that Jacob will push his teammate away because they'll think, right, well, no, we're going to fight out this championship at the end of the season, but let's work together now. Aidan Mitchell, TKM racer in the British Championship, saying that he thought that Cole Denham was out at the tram lines. I wonder if there's officials down the grid. I wonder if Anthony could find out what the official verdict was on what that penalty is for. Someone asking what class is this? This is Minimax 950. It's a Minimax, a Rotax engine. There is the number 154, Will Green for Argenti Motorsport, running in P6. And why are we explaining? Because it's called 950. That is the size of the chassis. That is the chassis dimensions. Last year, the Minimax karts used a full-size, almost senior and junior-size chassis. Now Minimax is using the Micromax, the cadet-sized chassis. But still, the two Dan Holland racing drivers are pulling away. Anthony is down in the pit lane watching the lap times on the live timing. I wonder if he can see who is travelling quickly at the moment. Anthony, what have you got for us in terms of who's looking quick? Well, he's obviously still busy trying to ferret around for some information down in the pit lane. It's still Cole Denham leading on track. Jacob Ashcroft is in the number 122 kart, effectively leading this race. But look at Albert Friend closing in. Luca Holmes-Ballock running in third on the road, fourth on the road at the moment, third in the overall results at the moment. Ellis Bell runs in fifth. Then it's Will Green in sixth. Charles Kitely is now up to seventh for the KR Sport team. 8th for Finley Lines, 9th for Blair Smith. Majewski is 10th. Then Joshua Griffin, Kai Clark, Albie Lapper, Noah Barham, Tom Reed, Oliver Meek, Daniel Minto, Nat Johnson, Eva Morris, and Rory Armstrong, your top 20. Ryan Gandur is 21st. Isaac Barker, John Richardson, Charlie Wolfett, Finley Hines, Samir Paul, Jaden Sherwood, Ella Lucia, Alex Goodson, Kieran Stewart, Thomas Butcher, and Australia's Rook Thompson in 32nd position. Now Ellis Bell, the Tiny Carter, in kart number 146. That's that plain unsponsored red race suit, orange crash helmet, holding off the chasing duo of Will Green and Luca Holmes-Ballock. Here comes the move by Green. Bell sort of runs wide. Oh, Bell onto the grass. 2 wheels onto the grass. Almost disaster for Ellis Bell. And down the hill. But yeah, Anthony, what news on Ellis Bell down in the pit lane? Take it away.
Yeah, this is certainly a very interesting race, Henry. I'm just thinking about the times here, and that, you know, Denham still leads this one, but he's got that 5-second time penalty at the moment. That would drop it all the way back to about P10 on track. I've got to say, top privateer on this one, Ellis Bell, who's just dropped down a couple of positions on this one. He was up to P4. He would have been looking at a third place potential finish in this one. He's still there. He's not dropped off the back, but certainly the privateer having a fantastic race.
Yes, he is, and now he's just got to keep his cool. Thank you very much, Anthony. 3.5 minutes to go, but we have a 3-kart battle for the lead. Even though Cole Denham is effectively out of this lead battle, this could be interesting tactically. You saw briefly on your screens that there is a big digital board. Motorsport Timing have a large digital display screen. Denham will be aware that he has a penalty and he's let Ashcroft go. Smart driving. Now, will Cole Denham now start defending from Albert Friend, effectively sacrificing his own chances of finishing further up the order to allow his teammate to break clear? He looks over his shoulder. He knows that Friend is behind him. Will he push Ashcroft away now? This is very smart drive from Cole Denham. How, as a Minimax driver aged about 11, 12 years old, to be so switched on, the disappointment of having your own race ruined by a penalty, but then still trying to then make sure that your teammate wins and that you finish as high up as possible. At the moment, Denham, after his penalty, would be classified 9th. So, remember, a few laps ago, the top 15 were covered by 5 seconds. Now, because Denham and Ashcroft worked well together, it's only the top 9 covered by 5 seconds. So, Denham at the moment will be starting the final behind his fellow Scotsman, Blair Smith, who would move up to P8. Finley Lines would move to P7. P6 would be Charles Kitely, P5 Ellis Bell, P4 Luca Holmes-Ballock, P3 Will Green, and P2 Albert Friend. You can see Friend sitting there in the number 191 Strawberry Racing kart. Maybe next time Anthony will be able to tell us what different lines they're taking through the final corner as the leader comes through. We'll see if Anthony is down there and he can tell us what lines they take as they come on the final corner, because that is significant. Anthony, they're coming to you now.
Well, Henry, the racing line's coming through the final corner. I've got to say, Will Green has got a little bit of a tighter line actually through it than Luke Holmes-Ballock. Ballock taking a little bit of a wider entry into the corner. I don't know if that gives him a benefit over the start-finish line or if he gains anything going up into the top section of the circuit down the Dragon Straight. Ellis Bell as well, kind of copying the 2 racing lines in front of him. None of them, of those 3, are clipping that inside curb. I've only seen 1 or 2 clipping it, and it doesn't look comfortable at all.
Well, I can tell you, Anthony, that line that Will Green is using is not working because he's gone 0.3 of a second slower through sector number 1 than the 3 leaders in front of him. So I can see that a 12.3 through sector number 1 for Will Green, everyone behind it at 12.2, and everyone in front of him to the 12.0. However, Green does pick up the pace through the middle sector, and he's just gone personal best middle sector as they're supporting their Finley Lines, pointing and telling Charles Kitely to go, let's work together. They are trying to catch privateer driver Scotland's Ellis Bell as they come down towards the carousel on lap number 15. 1 minute to go. Ashcroft leads. Denham is second. Albert Friend runs in third, although second on the road. Then it is this battle you're looking at on your screen. Will Green, Luca Hosbalak, Ellis Bell, Charles Kitely, Finley Lines with the bright luminous green Maximum Motorsport liveried crash helmet, and then Blair Smith for the Strawberry Racing team right on his rear bumper, looking back at the chasing pack as the last lap board goes out. Ashcroft 1,000 metres away from pre-final victory in Minimax. Further back, will Denham challenge? No, I don't. At the moment, Cole Denham, he would be starting 6th on the grid for the final with that 5-second penalty. Albert Friend is not in a position to challenge, but Jacob Ashcroft, number 122, last year's runner-up in the Minimax Rotax Grand Finals, is going to take victory here at Glan Y Gors in the pre-final. Denham finishes second on the road. Third is Albert Friend. He will start alongside Ashcroft on the outside of the front row of the grid. The rest of the field come charging across the line. Will Green finishes 4th. Luca Hosbalak is 5th. Ellis Bell, P6th. Then Charles Kitely in 7th. Finley Lines is 8th. Blair Smith 9th. Joshua Griffin in 10th. Followed by Noah Barham, Oliver Majewski, Kai Clark. There is kartpicks.net's Chris Walker, and I think that we'll run through the results. Anthony will be coming back up to join us in the commentary box, but as the drivers come in, he'll be able to give us a little bit of insight into some of the body language of the drivers. We're not going to do any interviews with them, but he'll be able to describe for you guys what the general feeling at the end of that race is, specifically how Cole Denham is reacting to that penalty. So there are your top 14 finishers on screen. Blair Smith in 9th, followed by Joshua Griffin, Oliver Majewski, Noah Barham, Kai Clark and Tom Reed. And then outside the top 14, finishing in P15, Albie Lapper, Oliver Meek, Daniel Minto, Nat Johnson, Eva Morris, Rory Armstrong, with Charlie Wolfit recovering to 21st. He'll be one to watch the final. Then John Richardson, Rayan Gandua, Isaac Barker, Jaden Sherwood, Samir Paul and Finley Hines, with Ella Lucia, Alex Goodson, Kieran Stewart, Thomas Butcher, Australia's Rook Thompson, Stanley Clark. Sadly, Charlie King has finished, but the drivers are now heading back into Parc Ferme. I wonder what can Anthony see in terms of how Cole Denham is reacting to that penalty. We'll go down there very shortly. Josh Selway Racing asking, is there a stream for Wilton Mill? I have no idea, Josh. I don't know. I'm not there. I'm at Glan Y Gors. But Anthony, what is going on down the pit lane? What are the drivers saying after that race?
Thanks, Henry. Yes, race is done for Minimax 950. Obviously, for their pre-final, that will determine the grid for the final. Now, Ashcroft took the win. You can see your top 5 just behind me here. Getting themselves sorted out. Obviously, Cole Denham, who finished that one in 2nd place. With that 5-second time penalty, I think that sees him drop down all the way, I would say, to about P7 for the final later on today. So despite the fact that he sits there in 2nd at the end of the race, he is not actually here as well. I think he has gone away to chat to his mechanic at the end of that one. But as you can see, a lot of these drivers coming out of this one, and you can imagine a lot of the frustration that we've seen as, as you can see, drivers even tripping over some of the karts there. Again, it's been a tough old race for a lot of them. Let's see if we can chat to one driver, because we've got Hunter Motorsport here, Daniel Minto, who's got his helmet off. I want to see if I can quickly chat to him. Daniel, can we have a quick chat at the end of that one? Now, where did Daniel finish in this? I think it was P16. Daniel, now, P16, Daniel, that's a tough race that you had out there, but this track is tough to overtake on. How was it for your point of view?
Quite hard.
Okay, well, apologies that the camera was, there's a lot of metal and there's a lot of technology down there. I think streamed there, but unfortunately there. But again, great for Anthony to be there. Please let us know in the comments if you like that style. We're having a pit lane reporter during the races and before and after the races, if that enhances the coverage for you. You can see that the next race on your screens is going to be going out very shortly. It is the long-awaited return to the British Championship for Honda Cadet. So here we go then, the starting lineup. Only 11 karts on the grid. But for those of you that have watched Honda racing here at the Wera Tools British Kart Championship before, you will know that you only need 2 Hondas to have a good race. Yesterday, I have to say, the front of the field was very, very competitive indeed. These are now using the GX200 engines. They've got pooled exhaust as well for parity and fairness reasons. There is the green flag waving. It'll be a standing start for this next race. So on the grid, we will have Project One Racing's Ryan White in kart number 47. We've seen him before in the championship as a Bambino driver. He'll be starting pole position. Then for the Zip Factory team, Ed Spain on the outside of row number 1. Fenton Stoneman, Ed's Zip teammate, and Ashley Haas on another Zip Factory kart. We'll start from row number 2. Max Today from Scotland, privateer driver, all privateer third row on the grid alongside Sebastian Burlington. Then the Ambition Motorsport, number 26 of Kian Sullivan and Arthur Way for the Project One team on row number 4. Ralphie Branscombe will start from row number 5 alongside his fellow privateer driver Henry Colburn. Luke Jardine on the Synergy privateer entry kart will start shotgun on the field for row number 5, P11. As we look at those clouds, the rain is holding off. However, the entire tyre field is now completely blanketed by clouds, and we have had a start. We are off and racing into turn number 1, and down the hill from the carousel corner. We've had a standing start and into the carousel. Now up the hill towards turn number 4. This is compression corner. It is Ryan White leading Ed Spain, followed by Fenton Stoneman. Battle of a second, that's the number 66 kart of Max Today. And that sort of turquoise blue liveried machine moving up a position. Lisa Shearer saying Max Today is proud today. Well, I knew that yesterday. I know it today, and I'll know that tomorrow. It's to die. To die for? To die? Today? Dearie me. I thought it was today. But I do apologise. Lisa, Harry Friel, good luck. Ralphie Branscombe. At the moment, Ralphie Branscombe in kart number 96 down in P10. But it's the Project One racing number 47 of Ryan White leading. Oh, his teammate, the number 41, Arthur Way, getting elbowed out of the way as they go through. Anthony Jordan joins me back in the commentary box from your brief sojourn down to the pit lane. That was a bit of an exciting Minimax race. We've got more excitement in Honda Cadet.
We do, yeah. Nice little grid of drivers that we've got here. Slightly faster, I would say, than
last year.
Well, yeah, obviously
the
bigger
extra,
engine.
Yeah, that would be my summation as well, Anthony.
Yeah. Well, with bigger engine comes more weight, though. So power to weight ratio is.
And Max Today is in second place. Today.
Today, yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
You told me that yesterday.
Yeah, I know. I told you it was today.
It was today, but today is Sunday. Today in second position there is the fluoro orange kart of Max Today. That's a Synergy chassis, but it's painted a very lurid colour. But it's a Scottish 1-2 here in North Wales. Us Celts, we stick together where possible. But the 3 Zip Factory drivers, the number 48 of Fenton Stoneman, the 72 of Ed Spain, and the number 17 of Ashley Haas are all right in touch. As the rumble in the jungle, the 4-stroke class head down Dragon Straight.
Yeah, nice little group here. Top 4, Chobinchonian down the inside. Max Today looks for the move and gets it done. And then the rest go through as well. Stoneman goes through. Ed Spain goes through as well. And that will drop Ryan White all the way back to P4. Now, of course, last year we would have seen 35 of these, or 34 of these.
We'll see that again soon.
Well, we will see that again soon. He'd have dropped all the way back to that one probably at the end of that race. So he's got a little bit of a getaway there with only dropping down to P4.
Now, this is the class where more than any you will see lots of slipstreaming and drafting. It is hard to get around, to get past here at Glan Y Gors. I do remember a time, it was back in 2012, Formula Kart Stars. Actually, it was Elliot Harvey for the Zip Factory team on the day. He was much taller than all the other drivers, so weight was an issue. He defended for 15 minutes solidly, as there's the number 47 of Ryan White going back through. It was like watching Gilles Villeneuve at Harama, 1981, keeping everyone behind just by defending. It was, yeah, he was hugging those white lines for all he was worth there, but he was able to do the job and keep everyone else behind. So it can be done. Max today is now in that same position. Can he hold off the 48 of Fenton Stoneman, the 47 of Ryan White, the 72 of Ed Spain?
Yeah, indeed. Ryan White yesterday had a perfect scoring day, won both of his qualifying heats. He has 65 championship points to his name at the start of this one, going into the pre-final and the final later on. Change here again as Stoneman, no, this is a little further back actually. I believe that's Burlington and Haas that we're seeing battling away. So again, they're having a very close little battle. And again, the whole grid really, really competitive on the times here. Everyone in the low 49s.
Yes, indeed. Up the hill, there's Ashley Haas leading Arthur Way, and Kean Sullivan is the third car to the number 41 in this group. Behind them, it's the number 26, Kean Sullivan for the Ambition Motorsport team. Really good to see the Ambition Motorsport colours back in the paddock. Of course, they are Honda specialists going back in the history of the championship. Of course, you know, Ewan Charman, Joshua Graham, all winning plenty of races in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship in Honda for the Ambition Motorsport team. Hope that Paul James and Nathan Freak and Nathan are doing well.
Arthur Way just going for a move there. I think that was for P6 on Sebastian Burlington, who has, I believe, just dropped back one spot. 6.5 minutes to go in this pre-final. Remember, this will determine the grid for the final later on today. So keep a very close eye on this as we maintain our visual on the top four. You can see here that Stoneman is starting to just eke out a fraction of a gap there across the line. And when I say a fraction of the gap, I mean it's 0.2 of a second. But now the slipstream effect kicks in as they go up the hill. That is, well, that's Honda Cadet in a nutshell, isn't it? You can gain a gap. You will lose that gap, though, the first time a slipstream comes into effect.
I have to say, that Ryan White was losing a place there, so it's Fenton Stoneman ahead of Max today. Then it's Ed Spain and White. They have got a 2.5 second gap, but that gap will shrink because if they continue to battle, and I've missed the 4 strokes, Anthony, I've got to say, down the hill we go into compression corner, out of compression corner rather. It is Devil's Elbow now, and you can see the second group of Way, Burlington, Haas, Sullivan and Branscombe. They've all sort of closed together. We've got Henry Colborne and Luke Jardine, two of the least experienced drivers of the field. They run in 10th and 11th.
I think you've just been called Harvey on the
and Harry.
And
well,
Harry.
That's fine. Well, that's okay. So Lisa, who's Max today's auntie, if every time I get Max's surname wrong, you can call me a different name on the live chat, but not 4-letter names. It's a kids show, but that's fair enough.
There we go. 4.5 minutes to go, plus 1 lap.
Over to you, Andrew.
Yeah, thank you, Steve. Ryan White, though, fastest lap of the race, as another change for the lead there. Today, moving up into the race lead, and a nice little overtake through the Devil's Elbow. He'll maintain that lead round the final corner across the start-finish line. As you can see, the next grid watching on.
That's brilliant. I love that. The Micromax drivers. That's superb. I love that camera shot.
It's like meerkats, isn't
it?
Yeah. The heads turn.
Change the lead. It's Fenton Stoneman at the leader. No, it's now Max today's turn to be freight trained to the back of the grid.
Yeah, indeed. Again, that's just Honda Cadet in a nutshell, isn't it? You just see, you could be at the front in one corner, you could be at the back of the grid in the next corner. As soon as you get kicked out of the train, that's it, you just drop down. And this is why we loved the Honda Cadet racing all the way throughout last year, or the several years. You know, this year, hopefully, the numbers do increase, as again, Max instantly back on the attack and moves back up into third place at the expense there of Ed Spain, who drops back. There's the next group behind. Again, another fabulous group. 5th place all the way down to 9th. Burlington, Haas, Way, Sullivan, Branscombe, and Colburn, all in that group as well.
Last time around, though, race leader Fenton Stoneman did a 49.14. Ashley Haas a 49.39. So, you know, this group that we're watching here, they need to do a little bit, and that's not going to help with Haas running a little bit wide. Now, down the hill, Sebastian Burlington, will he push or will he try and pass? And he does neither, really, so that has cost this group time. But up at the front with 3 minutes to go, you just know that Fenton Stoneman's going to have to defend from Ryan White, Max Today, and Ed Spain.
So, lots will happen in these last 3 minutes, plus that one lap. Stay tuned for it. Again, 11 drivers in this one. All of them have had a relatively decent weekend. Nearly all of them have had a top 10 finish throughout the entire weekend.
Well, I would hope they would. I would hope they would. And now there's a change for 4th place, and we got to change the lead. There goes Ryan White up at Spoon Curve. Now watch for Max Today in kart number 66. Will he move up from 3rd place? The answer is no, he hasn't quite got the thing. Oh, and a problem. Sebastian Burlington goes around. So that chasing group was 5, it's now 4, and they've all lost a lot of ground. You can see visually coming up the hills. They crest the rise at the top of the hill. And today, side by side for 2nd with Stoneman, and Stoneman hangs on.
He does, but he's there in 2nd place at the moment as they all visualise themselves out of their driver's helmet. Like I say, there's a lot of space in that helmet then.
Well, that was great product placement for both Wera Tools and Zip, as the Zip driver in the Wera Tools Championship goes for the race lead, but Fenton Stoneman is denied. Down the hill we go, and Ryan White for the Project One team holding firm at the front. 90 seconds to go, Anthony.
Not long left at all in this one, and just keeping a very close eye on this. Stoneman now goes to the move again, looking to the inside, clips the inside curb, and today tries to follow it through, and he can't either, so he slots back into that, and that's what we talk about with that final section. It is very technical, the curbs are very harsh, and drivers have to be so careful when they negotiate it. You can lose so much time with just the curbs, just rattling the car, and you could go completely sideways.
I do wonder if there's any relation, and I haven't, it's the first time we've seen Fenton Stoneman in the Wera Tools paddock, running for the Zip team, and again, Luke Hines, Roger Pitchford and the Zip team, and Earl doing a fantastic job. I wonder if Fenton is any relation to Dean Stoneman. I do wonder, because if he has, that's a very good bit of racing pedigree there to look up to. But Fenton Stoneman now comes out of compression corner. Oh, he gets to the inside, and here comes Max Today, bouncing over the curb, down through compression corner. 30 seconds to go. Now what's the gap? If they've got a 4.5 second lead, these four, over the chasing group, as they come on to what will be the penultimate lap. It's Ryan White, Fenton Stoneman, Max Today, and Ed Spain. Those are your top 4, but for how long and in what order are they going to come round?
Here we go then, side by side once again for the race leaders. Stoneman tries to get the outside line here. Watch for the switch over as they go through the top corner. And again, just can't quite get the momentum. Side by side as they go fully defensive in towards the carousel. As they go down the hill, and Max Today dives it down the inside of Stoneman. And he drops back into 4th. No, holds on to 3rd place. And he'll have his teammate right behind him. So Today now back up into 2nd place. Ryan White is holding on to it and has changed for the lead as White still sideways side. Wow, holding on to that outside line was Ryan White, and that is magnificent driving. The time has struck 0. They're going to go into the last lap side by side across the start-finish line, and Today does hold on to the race lead then as they go across the start-finish line. They make their way back up the Dragon Straight, and again, look how close this is between the 4 of them. Today in the race lead, has got a lot of work to hold on to that lead.
Up towards Spoon Curve. Now Max today has got to make that that privateer, blue privateer cart very, very wide indeed. Down the hill, he's got Ed Spain, who has sat in 4th place. He's waited, he's bided his time, and now is his chance to strike. Up the hill. Now down through compression corner we go. There you can see the checkered flag. Max today, can he hold on? This is where Max has been very aggressive. Can Ed Spain out aggressive Max today into the final corner? The answer is not quite, by half a kart length. Max today takes the victory. Ed Spain second, Fenton Stoneman in third, Ryan White is in 4th place, and 0.6 of a second cover the top 4. That's why we love Honda Cadet racing, Anthony. Arthur Way is 5th, followed by Ashley Haas, Ralphie Branscombe, Cian Sullivan, Sebastian Burlington, and Henry Colborne round out the top 10. However, our spies on the circuit have told us that it is beginning to rain.
Yeah, that's ahead of schedule is the rain, so not what we wanted to see. But Max today will take the race win in the Honda Cadet GX200 pre-final. He'll start on pole position for the final later on today. Stay tuned for that one from Ed Spain, Fenton Stoneman, Ryan White and Arthur Way rounding out the top 5. Arthur Way, after gaining 3 positions, finishes in P5. Ralphie Branscombe also gaining 3 positions, finishes in P6 from Ashley Haas. Cian Sullivan and Sebastian Burlington, Henry Colburn and Luke Jardine round out the entire grid. 11 drivers separated by 26 seconds. Like you were saying, the top 4 separated by 0.6 of a second.
Indeed it is, and we just saw on your screen there Samuel Hawthorne is the driver at the outside there, just watching, hobbling at the moment.
Hobbling Hawthorne. That works. You reading the chat?
I'm reading the chat. Apparently, I'm still getting the name wrong, so I apologise. Yes, you're still saying it wrong. Say the second half of his name the way you would say Harvey. Max to Harvey. I don't think that's his name. Max to Harvey. Max to Harvey. D. To D. To D. Max to D.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. But while we figure it out, why don't we hear from the driver that won Driver of the Day last time out? That was Cole Denham, and you spoke to him, Anthony.
I did.
To D. Harvey.
Well, our Wera Tools driver of the day for the Kim Bolton Rotax round of round 2 of the championship, Cole Denham. Well, congratulations. What a result for you. You come away with a beautiful trophy and a big chunk of tools. How do you feel?
Yeah, it feels great it's my first time winning driver of the day, and it's just an amazing achievement going on to my years and my experience in karting.
Well, let's talk a little bit about how you came to be our driver of the day. The Kim Bolton round was a very interesting one. Qualifying was good, the races were excellent, but it was during the races where the panel thought that you were the driver to come away with the very close racing and coming away on top in all of them.
Yeah, I qualified second, and then the heat one I was second, and then I won the rest of them, and then, yeah.
But you certainly had to fight to win those races, didn't you?
Yeah, it was tough against my teammate Jacob.
Yeah. Very challenging weekend, but like you say, you come away with some fantastic tools, a lovely trophy, and is there anyone that you'd like to thank for this one?
Yeah, I'd love to thank Dan Holland Racing, my mum, my dad, Time Racing Engines, Tillet Racing Seats, and everyone supporting me.
Well, Cole Denham, congratulations. Our Wera Tools driver of the day for the British Kart Championships. Well done.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Good to hear from Cole Denham. Don't forget, the panel nominates one driver from each class at the end of each round, provided that driver has not received any sort of penalty by the end of the weekend. And then it goes to a public vote. You can vote on the Wera Tools British Championship website to vote for your driver of the day. But it's Micromax, and it's the pre-final, and it's up next.
Micromax indeed about to make their way out onto the circuit. Race 19, it is the pre-final, and your championship leader, Emerson McAndrew-Urin, starts this one on pole position. Oliver Spencer starts alongside from Edward Haynes and Cian Bernard on row 2. Jensen Chalk and Harry Taylor ran out the top 6 on row 3.
Riley Murrow and Maximilian Abrahart are next, followed by Corby Patterson and Joshua Cook. Oliver Warner and Max Gilman on row number 6.
Row 7 sees Jack Freeman and Zach Starbuck take for that row. Theo Bradshaw and Austin O'Man round out row 8. Josh Cormack and Samuel Lowdy, they round out the top 9 rows.
Luke Millwood, Grayson Wortley, Sebastian Lusch, Arthur Farrow and Dian Pahal are your remaining starters. This will be a 12-minute plus 1 lap race. Will the rain hold off? It was spotting with rain earlier on. The karts are all on slick tyres. The track remains dry at the moment, but the heavens could open at any minute.
Good indeed. We had reports that there was a sprinkling of rain out in the air, but like you say, it should hold off till about 3 or 4 o'clock. Let's find out, though. Into the tram lines. Are we going? Green flag. Yes, we are. Great start from Spencer. He sweeps round the outside and takes the race lead.
Yeah, well, hopefully that wasn't too much of a good start. He certainly got the jump very, very well. Up the hill we go. Are they going to be running wide under these slippery conditions? No, everybody holds on. Oh, side by side, 3 wide contact. Who's going to emerge in front? That's one of the RCE drivers, the Richardson Chassis Engineering drivers on the grass. That was Edward Haynes being forced a little bit wide, but it's Emerson McAndrew who was the, now it is the Zip Factory driver. That is Cian Bernard up into top spot.
Yeah, nice run there for Bernard. He is holding on to that race lead now, and you can see him there in the white helmet, just coming through your shot, down through the Devil's Elbow into the final corner. And this is a nice little run here as back down the inside, another little chop and change there a little further down in the order. You can see there the 16 just making moves. That's Austin O'Man for the Sam Pollock Racing Team. He's up into P14.
Yes, indeed. And Emerson McAndrew-Urin, again, granddad Jeff Urin was British Touring Car champion a long while ago. And up the inside goes the number 21 car, having a little look. That was Josh Cormack for the Toby George Motorsport team, tried to make a move. Harry Friel, Harry's mum is supporting Emerson McAndrew, and I wonder if Darcy the sausage dog is barking at their Paddock Show Poops of the Year last year. And I hope that Darcy's getting well. Darcy had an operation on her back.
Ah.
Yeah. She didn't have an operation on her teeth.
Do you know more about the Paddock dogs than the drivers?
My spies tell me everywhere. Yeah, I know all the dogs, I can't get the drivers' names right. That's perfect. Well done, Henry. Synergy Factory team leading this one with the O-plate. Oliver Spencer now ahead of Cian Bernard. But like a freight train, Emerson McAndrew-Urin and Dan Holland Racing now move to the top of the pile. Bernard up to second. The O-plate back to third. Harry Taylor, Jensen Chalk, Zach Starbuck, Riley Murrow, Max Abrahart, Oliver Warner, and another change up at the front.
Yep, Cian Bernard back down the inside through the carousel. Spencer follows as well. So McAndrew back down into third place now, and look how close it is out there. Look at that battle. I mean, even the timing can't distinguish the battle between first and 22nd out there still.
That is incredible. Oh, there's a couple of the Richardson Chassis Engineering drivers. There's Kartvik's Chris Walker. He's got that bucket hat's doing the round. It's a great Welsh bucket hat. I don't know where that came from. Anyway, back to the action. There's number 61 kart. Max Abrahart having a little nibble up the inside of Colby Patterson going through turn number 1.
Sebastian Lusch, though, fastest lap of the race. And I've got to say, through that shot there, I think the rain's coming down still a little bit more out there. I'm just going to try squint to see if I can see a little bit more. It may have been some flies I saw.
The bug life up here is very, very impressive.
Oh,
almost as impressive as the scenery. And the rain has stopped. So Oliver Bocock cheering on for Zach Starbuck. Starbuck is 6th at the moment, but you can't take your eyes off the battle for this late race lead. Cian Bernard, followed by the O-Plate, Oliver Spencer. Great crash helmet design for Oliver Spencer. Very distinctive indeed. There's one of the Hunter Motorsport karts going through our screens there. Or was it a Sam Pollock racing kart? That might have been Austin Oman. Sebastian Lusch with the fastest lap of the race. Now it's been taken away by Edward Haynes. Sebastian Lusch, a 5-second penalty. So he's already gained 5 places, and now all that hard work has been undone. But we have got absolute freight train at the front, and Oliver Spencer having a look at the race lead. Emerson McAndrew-Uren sitting behind Cian Bernard and Spencer in 3rd, with Jensen Chalk next in line for the MLC Motorsport team, the Force Motorsports powered driver in P4.
Edward Haynes is on a charge here for RCE in 7th place. He is down positions at the moment, but he's got the fastest lap of the race. He set up fastest purple Sector 1 as well. Sector 2 actually went to Oliver Warner for the Argenti Motorsport team. So again, it just shows again that the pace is so tight and close out there. This is brilliant racing. Great stuff from Micromax.
Yeah, and what you do want to see is you want to see lots of different teams up at the front as well. So you've got the Zip Factory team, you've got Synergy Racing, you've got Dan Holland Racing, MLC Motorsport, you've got Richardson Chassis Engineering, you've got Sam Pollock Racing, Argenti Motorsport and Toby George Motorsport, all in the top 10, with Cato Motorsport just outside. So we've got 9 teams in the top 11. That says 2 very simple things to me. It says, number 1, engine parity is very strong, and number 3, we've got the difference of equipments. They're working at the top of their game. Now we've had a change.
Yeah, Emerson McAndrew back up into P2, has got past the O-Plate, and actually no, the O-Plate is still there. Actually, no, Oliver Spencer leads. Where has
Emerson McAndrew-Uren's transponder is having a couple of little issues,
see.
I've noticed. So yeah, there's Spencer. He's on a Birrell ART chassis, formerly the Synergy chassis. The Birrell ART have now taken over the homologation of that. There goes Edward Haynes. Haynes on that Richardson Chassis Engineering built, British built chassis in kart number 46. Jensen Chalk on the outside, losing a position. He is on an OTK product. I'm not sure which OTK product. If you're wondering what are OTK products, well, they're the karts that come out of the OTK factory in Italy. Your Tony karts, your Lando Norris chassis, your Red Speeds, your Express, your Cosmics, and so on.
Yes, basically, they're all Tony karts, just different colours.
Well, they're all OTKs.
Well, they're all OTKs, but different colours. Yeah, there you go.
You could say that a Tony kart is a thing more than a green Cosmic.
True.
Yeah.
True.
Or yes, but there we go. There's a great look at the whole field almost going down the field. Now, Josh Cormack has had a spin in the number 21 Toby George Motorsport kart. He's down to 23rd place. Dian Pahal is 22nd. Arthur Farrow is 21st, Grayson Wortley 20th, then Freeman, Millward, Cook, Abrahart. Max Abrahart started 8th, now running in 16th position, but he's 4 seconds behind the race leader. Absolutely fantastic.
Emerson McAndrew are in there, just pushed down into, I think, now P4.
Yes.
Bit of contact there.
His teammate getting a piggyback, Harry Taylor. And now Harry Taylor and Emerson McAndrew are side by side. McAndrew runs a bit wide, and he's going to lose 2 places to Taylor and to Haynes, and if he's not careful, he's going to lose the 3rd to Oliver Warner.
Yeah, got to be very careful here, because like you say, if you get pipped out of the train here, you are going to go down several positions, as Haynes looks to the inside here, and I think does get the move done. So, yeah, we'll slot up another position there. And, well, Haynes very vocal there to Harry Taylor. Just
vociferous in his gesticulations.
Yes, big words there. I'm not sure these drivers will know what they mean, but...
I'm not sure I know what they mean.
But there you go.
Sound good.
Yeah, very good. Makes you sound clever.
A lot more than big words. Tell you what, now it's the top 2 briefly breaking away. Cian Bernard and Oliver Spencer have used that. Oh, and there's the number 88 of Zach Starbuck clipping a curb, coming out the Devil's Elbow, trying to get at the inside of, I think, well, I'm trying to think that was Samuel Lowdy, but Cian Bernard, Oliver Spencer, Edward Haynes. Haynes now looking over his shoulder, so now he needs help from Harry Taylor. He needs Taylor to get on his rear bumper and push his way up to the top 2, because Bernard and Spencer are not battling yet. Oliver Spencer working very cleverly with Cian Bernard as they head up the hill through turns 5 and 6. 6 and 7, and now down through compression and Devil's Elbow.
again, very similar tactics to what we see in the other of the two-stroke cadet classes in the British Kart Championships. You'll see drivers like this work together, push away a gap to try and maintain that one, because like you say, you can work together.
Well, you're
and
about
pull
to
a gap.
see the results of what you're saying, Anthony, because
Yeah.
look at Haynes has closed right up there. He's in the slipstream, and as they get the spoon curve,
He's right on
Edward
it.
Haynes has now brought all his friends to play.
Starbuck seeing a 5-second time penalty. What a disaster. He currently sits in P10.
Oh, what a
And look
move!
at that.
What a move!
Look at that. What a drive there from Edward Haynes straight to the front of the grid. Look at the timing table. It can't even keep up with how many changes there's been.
And look at Kian Bernard. Bernard has gone from the race lead to count it 3, 6, 8th position in the space of 2 corners. As they cross the line with 3 minutes to go, the Motorsport Dash timing screen tells us that 2 seconds covers the top 11.
Wow, this is fantastic stuff here. And Edward Haynes for the RCE team. Look at him go. He is right there. He's trying to hug that inside line now as they go through. There is Spencer.
Running very wide.
Yeah.
He still thought, I think he was maybe thinking, I'm not under any pressure from behind. I'm going to try a radically different line. You could see highlighted on your screen there, the 3 white names, Haynes, Taylor and Uren. That's the battle that we're watching. So again, another great innovation from the guys at Alpha Live here to just show you the karts that we're looking at on screen. That's what we're looking at on our timing monitor as well. It's Haynes, the 46, Taylor, the 53, and now they need to put Everett in white because we're looking at the whole field, because it's not just the top 11 separated by 2 seconds, it's the top 18 separated by 4.5 seconds.
Yeah, very close action here. As you can see now, the train's starting to form. Watch the slipstream and watch for any moves down the inside, because Taylor could go for it here. No, he thinks against it, stays behind there in P2. And again, just keep an eye on Makandra Urin just behind. Spencer just behind as well. Look at them. They are just waiting for an overtake to happen where they can pounce on them.
Yes, indeed. But it shows us how quickly things can spread out again. When these drivers work together, Haynes, Taylor, Makandra and Spencer have now broken clear from Jensen Chalk in 5th, Oliver Warner in 6th, Bernhard back in 7th. There's Kian Bernhard, the number 29, just in front of his teammate, the number 88, Zach Starbuck. Riley Murrow, of course, Starbuck has got that penalty. Lowdy is up into 9th place from 18th on the grid. Patterson is there in the top 12. So's Abrahart. Oh, that gets about, doesn't it? Josh Selway Racing asked me if I've got my bucket hat on. Well, no, I don't. So certainly plenty in the paddock. Now, battle for 3rd. Spencer into P3, the O plate. Up the hill, 50 seconds to go. Now, Harry Taylor, as I wouldn't say he's got, well, he has got Edward Haynes right where he wants him.
Well, yeah, I would say he does.
But it's now track position. It's now track. These Micromax drivers are proving that overtaking is possible pretty much anywhere. Jensen Chalk is leading the 2nd train of karts. As 30 seconds to go, next time around, it'll be the last lap board.
So keep a close eye on this one. No real full defensive moves here. You saw Taylor just having a sneak look there. And again, just look how quickly they can close those gaps. It is so good to see racing like this, isn't it? And again, here we go. Haynes is now starting to go a little bit sideways there as Spencer squeezes that cut down the inside of Taylor. And Taylor can just only hold on to 3rd place. Makandra Urin not able to capitalise on that overtake as well, but now looks to the inside.
Makandra Urin there on his teammate, and the 2 Dan Holland karts are battling side by side at the worst possible place on the circuit, Anthony, because they lose so much time. And you can see there's a 10 kart length gap going through there. Timo Jungling, well, his crash helmet is watching. Timo will be watching as well. He'll be out in the next race. And look at the 2 DHR karts side by side, wheel to wheel, as Haynes and Spencer escape on the final lap.
It's not what you want to do here, because look how quickly that group behind is closing in, because they've just allowed these 2 to just break away. That's the beauty of this category. If you do work together, you close the gap. If you don't and go side by side like that, no one gets the slipstream, no one gets the bump draft, and you lose so much time. Side by side here, Spencer sweeping to the inside, but Haynes beautifully defends it, hugs that car on the inside line, not giving Spencer any room for movement here as they go into the final corner. It could go Haynes' way if it will be a run to the line, but it's a short run. It's close.
My word, that is 200ths of a second worth of close as Haynes hold on. Well, I did look at how short that run from the last corner. I didn't think it was possible to get a slingshot out of that last corner, but Oliver Spencer proving that it almost is.
I reckon just a little bit sooner on that one, he might have had the run there. So keep a close eye on that. What a race, though. Micromax in 2023, a new class coming into 2023, and, well, it's certainly showing that it is going to be an exciting one. Edward Haynes, by 200ths of a second, or 2,000ths of a second, across the line, takes the win from Spencer. Emerson McAndrew Urin, after having a brilliant day yesterday, doesn't come away with a top spot, does hold on to a top 3 spot, though.
Now, Zach Starbuck finishing in 4th place has a 5-second penalty.
Yes.
That will drop him, because it's so close, 5 seconds, that will drop him all the way back to 15th position. Now, Kian Bernard and Jensen Chalk, you're not seeing their names on that timing screen. That's because there was obviously a last lap incident between the two, and they dropped back to 14th and 15th position as we're looking at some of the drivers at the back of the also a 5-second penalty for the number 36 Kart, Sebastian Lucia. Mentioned that earlier. He finishes 16th on the road, but that he will start back in 20th position. So it's incredible how different races pan out. The Minimax class, Cole Denham gets a penalty, finishes 2nd on the road, and he'll still start in the top 6 or 7. Zach Starbuck finishing 4th on the road, he'll start well outside the top 12.
It certainly shows how competitive the Micromax class is, and shows how much time you can lose. So that certainly is going to be an interesting final. Catch that one later on today. But now we turn our attention back to Junior Rotax, the pre-final, and of course, who got through.
Right, well, we'll tell you very quickly now, but we have got a few minutes before the start of this race. We've got about 4 minutes. So on the live chat now, I'm going to give you the 10 names, or the top 12 names. Well, pick a winner out of this. Put down in the chat who you think is going to win this next race. Ethan Jeff Hall, Macaulay Bishop, Ewan Charman, Thomas Min Spearing, Timo Jungling, Gustav Usakovs, Thomas Behrman, Leon Hasty, Ollie Stevens, Aidan Hassan, Tyler Harris, William Murphy, Harrison Whitcomb, Kenzo Craigie, Josh Smith, or Joshua Graham. They are the top 8 rows of the grid, and yesterday all 16 of those drivers were in contention for at least one heat win. This is one of the closest classes we've got. It's one of the most competitive classes in the history of this class. 65 drivers entered it. So on the chat now, which one of those 16 drivers, Jeff Hall, Bishop, Charman, Spearing, Jungling, Usakovs, Behrman, Hasty, Stevens, Hassan, Murphy, Harris, Whittingham, Smith, Craigie or Graham will end up in victory lane at the end of just the pre-final? It's going to be a classic.
This is going to be one heck of a race. And to put it into context, yesterday, Ethan Jeff Hall took 2 race wins. Macaulay Bishop, he took a race win and a second. Ewan Charman also a race win and a second. So there's 3 people already in this race who have had a race win yesterday. So again, all of them very, very quick. It's so competitive, and already we have got predictions coming in.
We've got 2 votes for Timo Jungling. We've got a vote each for Macaulay Bishop and for Ewan Charman. There is some last words of encouragement for Josh Turnbull in the number 83 Dan Holland Racing Kart. That's Herb on the spanners for Josh. So again, 2 votes for Jungling. Jungling is going to start 5th on the grid. Deal Lewis, Ethan Jeff Hall. So there's management. 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 You can't choose more than 1. Come on now. And Michael Burke, if you're still up, Armand Hamilton is going to be starting 27th in this one. The Austro-Hungarian driver. Again, Hungarian parents, born in Australia, grew up in Australia, now living back in Hungary. So more votes coming in. So Timo Jungling, 2 votes. Aaron Lassing, Luke Bates. Luke Bates starting shotgun on the field. Well, Aaron, I've got to say, stranger things have happened.
Oh, yeah, I know.
In this class, you just don't know. The Charmander getting several more votes. Lewis Werrell voting for Macaulay Bishop. Good to see Lewis watching. Hope he's doing well out in Europe. I think he's flying the flag for the UK out in Europe and around the world. Lewis Werrell, formerly of this parish. 34 drivers, Anthony. All the big teams are here. All the big names are here. This is just a pre-final. This is going to be an absolute classic. It's Junior Rotax. It's the pre-final. It's up next.
Well. Here we go. The next race is coming up. Junior Rotax Race 20 pre-final. Ethan Jeff Hall and Macaulay Bishop go from row 1. Ewan Charman and Thomas McSpearing on row number 2. Timo Jungling and Gustav Uzakovs round out the top 6.
Thomas Behrman, his best ever day in the British Championship yesterday, starts 7th alongside the S-plate holder of Leon Hasty. Ollie Stevens and Aidan Hassan leading privateer goes from row 5. Tyler Harris and William Murphy are next.
Harrison Whitcomb and Kenzo Craigie round out row 7, and Argenti row lockout from Joshua Smith and Joshua Graham. Joshua row lockout on row 8. Joshua Turnbull and Joe Rippin round out the top 9.
If your name's not Joshua, you're not coming in. Jack Hobson, Lewis Goff are next, followed by Oliver Smith and Tommy Harfield, Brennan Truman and Alexander Savinkov.
Row 13 sees Matthew Sayer and Luca Magni. Armin Hamilton and Deacon Russell go from row 14. Top 30 then, and the drivers who came through from the repechage: Archie Clark, Harrison Crowther, Thomas Ingram Hill, Sky Parker, Oliver Sander and Luke Bate, who round out the field. This is going to be a humdinger.
Yes, indeed. England, Germany, Latvia, Scotland, Wales, Australia, Ukraine, Italy, Hungary, all represented in this race alone. Lights are out. We're off and racing. No, we're not off and racing.
No, false start.
Where is... there's Ethan Jeff Hall on our screens. It shows that he wasn't out there. So it's Strawberry Racing and Dan Holland racing on row number 1. Argenti Motorsport lock out row number 2 with DHR and Strawberry on row 3. KR Sport and Thule Motorsport on row 4. Then Dan Holland Racing, Aidan Hassan, the only privateer starting in the top 20 on row number 5. He's got Mark Baines running him this weekend. MLC Motorsport and the Synergy Factory team are on row number 6. Then an all Argenti row 7. Project 1 Racing are on row 8 with Argenti. Then DHR, MLC, Sam Pollitt Racing, Ultimate R, plus more privateers down towards the back. Jax Motorsport, Coles Racing, and Project 1. Again, all the big names in this. It's a world-class field. Lots of support coming in from around the world. It's a national level race, but it's an international field, and it's a world-class standard of driver. It's Ethan Jeff Hall versus Macaulay Bishop at the front. Lights are out. Now we're off and racing.
Great start then from the top 2, and already off the trap there. Bishop nearly getting caught out. Keeps his foot absolutely planted and holds on to it. His teammate his enemy there, Charman, just getting sideways, and one cart off onto the grass. Who's that? It's an Argenti
Kart. It's the number 88
It's
Argenti
Joshua
Kart.
Graham.
Oh, Graham, who did so well yesterday, and it's not gone well at the start for Joshua. Up the hill, Ethan Jeff Hall, Macaulay Bishop and Ewan Charman lead the way.
Yes, indeed. Nice little change, and another one, and a huge coming together just in the background there. Several karts going off, 4, 5 of them.
Harrison Whitcomb was one of the drivers. You can see that deep red crash helmet. Oh, no.
That's Tyler
Harris. He had done so well qualifying on the 6th row of the grid. Who else? Aidan Hassan was involved. Gustav Usakovs. Now, there is a problem with Ethan Jeff Hall's transponder and Gustav Usakov's transponder. Oh, I wonder if this Strawberry Racing there, both their drivers have not got transponders that are charged. That is not good. It's saying that, Usakov is there in 5th. That's going to make life a little bit difficult on the timing screen because they'll jump up and down as the laps progresses. But Jeff Hall does lead the race from Bishop. Everyone else piling in behind. Bishop for the lead.
Yeah, Bishop through the lead, through the final corner. There you can see everyone watching on this race. The mechanics, you can see they're lining the barrier of the clubhouse just to watch it. And again, you can see there Bishop just trying to hold on to that race lead as Ethan Jeff Hall was trying to get the move done.
Usakov's up to third. Yesterday afternoon, Anthony, in one of the heaters, I watched an absolutely fantastic battle between Macaulay Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall. And on that occasion, Ethan Jeff Hall came out on top.
Yeah.
Bishop has done most of the winning so far this year. He had a perfect weekend, a great weekend at Kimbolton. Leads the championship. He's been absolutely on fire both in this class and the X30 division. But Ethan Jeff Hall, the reigning, last year's European Junior Rotax champion. And you can see the O-Plate, British Open champion at Bishop. Ethan Jeff Hall, 5th in last year's championship. Gustav Usakov's 4th in last year's championships. So many of the big names from last year are back again this year. And of course, last year's British champion, the last 2 British Junior Rotax champions. Brandon Carr now having a phenomenally successful karting career out in the United States, and Dan Ginchard racing in Formula 4. So this class breeds champions, not just champions in karting, but drivers that accelerate up through the motorsport spectrum very quickly thereafter.
Now Michael Burt comes in saying, here, if your transponder is not working, you're black flagged and you have to retire. Now, I've got to say, it's
Rules are
somewhat
slightly
similar
different.
in Europe itself.
If your transponder is on the car but it's not charged, then that's fair enough. If you forgot to put your transponder on, that is a whole different kettle of fish.
Yes, that would fall under a technical infringement, wouldn't it?
Yes, but they're not worried about that at the moment. So the 2 Strawberry Racing teammates, the Green and White Army, heading down the hill, the 5 of Ethan Jeff Hall, the 4 of Gustav Usakov's. Bishop, very aggressive, making that move at the final corner last time around. Now we're down to 30 drivers because we have lost Oliver Sander, Tyler Harris, Harrison Whitacombe, and the driver in 34th place that we saw go off earlier
Kenzo
Craigie. So 2 Argenti drivers out of the race already. Let's have a look. Eden Hassan down to 25th. Let's see how he progresses back up through the order. Who are the main movers and shakers? Well, up 15 places, Ukraine's Alexander Savinkov for Argenti Motorsport. Watch out for the driver of kart number 16. He started 24th and he's already up to 9th.
Yep, nice big moves there. Armin Hamilton also 13 positions gained. He's up to P14 as well. Tommy Harfield, 10 positions gained. He's up to P12 as well. You've got Harrison Crowther, brilliant start to the day. He's up to P18, 12 positions gained.
Armand Hamilton, let's see, Australian, brought up in Australia, so he's had his Vegemite this morning, but his parents are hungry, so they've been spooning his goulash. And it's certainly, whatever he had for breakfast, it is working for him.
Indeed. So there, still Bishop, who leads the way from the 2 drivers just behind, Ethan Jeff Hall and Gustav Usakovs. I think they've changed. Has Usakov got in front? No, he hasn't. He's still there in P3. So timing's still sorting themselves out there because, of course, those transponders being a bit of a pain.
Well, there is a transponder on the car because it's shown that Usakovs has moved into the fastest lap of the race.
Yes.
42.51 seconds.
Bishop responds. The car stopping.
That's another MLC
it's
Motorsport
the number 5.
No, it's the...
no, it's not.
Is it the S plate?
I think it could be.
No, it's the 54. Joe Rippin. Oh, Joseph Rippin out of the race. It's not gone well for the MLC Motorsport. We've got 2 of their drivers out of the race. In fact, both the only 2 drivers in the race from the MLC team are now out. So they are going to have a lot of work to do before the final. 6.5 minutes to go. It's not Brandon Truman leading. Brandon Truman is all the way back. Well, he's 15th in the Strawberry Racing team, behind his teammate Armand Hamilton. There's the S-Plate kart, the Scottish Super Series champion, Leon Hasty. And Hasty is, he started 8th. He's moved up 1 place to 7th. Solid, consistent run. Aidan Hassan is still 24th. And you know what? Brandon Truman is having issues with his transponder as well. So it's a Strawberry Racing transponder issue. I'm wondering just if they put them on charge last night and
Yeah.
then someone forgot to the plug on.
Yeah, maybe. So I suspect Ian Rogers from Motorsport-Charming is having a wonderful time in this race,
yes.
having to deal with this.
Yes, you know, Ian and Shay Watson proving why they're the best in the business now. The race has calmed down a bit, and this is what you know happens quite a lot here at Glan Y Gors. When drivers don't make mistakes, we saw a lot of passing in the smaller classes, but in the bigger classes, it does become quite professional occasionally because it is so competitive and because none of these very experienced drivers are making any errors. However, our camera crew, the Alpha Live camera crew, are reporting back in saying that the rain has returned. We'll check the lap times now. So, last time around, Macaulay Bishop did a personal best lap, a 42.69 second lap for Bishop last time around. Let's see, through Sector 1, if those sector times now start going up because it's getting more slippery. Bishop is still very quick through Sector 1, an 11.2 through Sector 1. He now comes down the hill towards the carousel with Ethan Jeff Hall hot on his heels. Through sector number 2, what's the best middle sector time? It should be about a 16.2. It's a 16.0 for Bishop. So, and other drivers behind are putting in personal best. Thomas Behrman, for example. So, track conditions not changing just yet.
Yeah, indeed. So, keep a close eye on that one. I mean, even that view there, the mechanics still in their shorts, not worried about any rain in that picture. So, it could just be at the top of the circuit. That could be an issue. But, like we were saying, this track, very coarse tarmac, and yeah, it might not have an issue with the rain. That gap, though, certainly seems to be closing down. Ethan Jeff Hall is reeling in Bishop. Keep an eye on that gap because that will certainly get interesting. There is still 4 minutes or 3.5 minutes remaining, plus that one lap. And again, Ethan Jeff Hall, and off the track, the 68.
That is Luca Mogni, the Italian driver for the Dan Holland Racing team, out of the race. Now, last time around, Bishop dropped 0.2 of a second. Would that be a tiny bit of moisture beginning to develop? We'll be watching the battle for fifth. Well, Alexander Savinkov, there is the yellow flag waving for Luca Mogni. And yes, Ethan Jeff Hall, he's dropping Gustav Usakovs and closing right in on... Oh dear, there's an Argenti kart off the track. And that was the number 42, that was the Charmander, Ewan Charman.
And he is not happy.
He was in 5th, just behind Timo Jungling, and he had Thomas Min-Spearing and Alexander Savinkov right behind him. So Charman, yes, not a happy chappy.
No, not at all. So hopefully he can compose himself and try and gain as many positions as he can. There you can see the hand gestures from the mechanics at the sidelines, just saying what is the best strategy to go forward. Because again, the drivers are focusing on what's going on in front of them. Not many are looking behind them. So they need to know whether or not if they need to attack or they need to just try and push forward and try and open a gap or anything like that, or knowing how close the driver is behind them. They can give those sort of hand signals to the drivers. So they do have tactical communication, despite the fact there is no radio systems in these cars.
And this is fantastic racing. You say, well, there's not a lot overtaking. Bishop's not defending. He's pushing the envelope, and Ethan Jeff Hall is just following in his wheel tracks, inches away. And there's the move! Ethan Jeff Hall! Well, I've got to say, he gives Macaulay Bishop a taste of his own medicine. Bishop did exactly the same move earlier in this race on Ethan Jeff Hall. And now watch for Gustav Usakovs to come into play. That was a very, very bold and decisive move from the European Junior Rotax champion Ethan Jeff Hall, who also finished on the podium in the Rotax Grand Finals. He was second in the world for Junior Rotax last year.
There you go. Certainly an elbows out move, showing that he means business this weekend at GYG. Remember, only the pre-final. This would mean he would start on pole position for the final later on.
This is great for Strawberry Racing, because at the moment, Ethan Jeff Hall would have his teammate, Gustav Usakovs, right behind him on the inside row that would help push him into the lead. But there's another Dan Holland Racing car. Bishop would also have a rear gunner because Timo Jungling would start directly behind Bishop on the outside row. That would be interesting. Very interesting. Here comes Bishop up the inside, into the carousel. Make it Macaulay Bishop back into the race lead.
That was well calculated there from Bishop, and I've got to say, Ethan Jeff Hall, I think, was caught sleeping just that little bit there, left the gap completely exposed.
Yep.
And Bishop certainly did go for it, didn't waste any time here. Utakov has now got a decision here. Does he attack his teammates because we're near the end of the race, or does he stay behind and just wait to see what unfolds? Again, through the first corner they go. Slipstream will kick in. Keep an eye on the group behind, though, as that is all starting to get itself sorted out as well. Youngling still there from Spearing. Savinkov, Behrman, Hasty, Charman, Stevens, Turnbull, the top 11. Armin Hamilton is up 14 positions, the same as Archie Clark and Harrison Crowther as well. So there's been big moves all the way throughout this field.
Yeah, but the biggest mover of all is the driver you're looking at now on your screen, number 16, Ukraine's Alexander Savinkov. He started back in 24th place, and he currently runs P6. He's right behind his teammate, Thomas Min Spearing. Thomas Min, again, half English, half Vietnamese, but he raised the English flag. I think his mum is Vietnamese, but Thomas Min is there. He was on the podium at the opening round at Kim Bolton, and looking very strong here as well. Oh, Macaulay Bishop has... well, it's a punnet of strawberries, isn't it, when there's lots of them together? Well, he's got two strawberry racing drivers right behind him. And we're on the final lap, half a lap from home. Can Bishop hang on? He's going to have to defend into the final corner. Anthony Jordan.
Yes, he will have to defend it, but it's going to happen before they even get to the final corner. Ethan Jeff Paul tried the move, but it didn't work out, and Bishop will hold on to that race lead. And, well, you've got to say Ethan Jeff Hall tried that move. He tried it earlier on because he was going to think that Bishop's going to defend into that final corner. He knows I'm going to go for the move there, so I'm going to do a corner before. Bishop wasn't ready for it, but was able to hold on to it.
All credit to Ethan Jeff Hall for trying the move, and all credit to Ethan Jeff Hall for trying the move and then giving Bishop enough racing room, and all credit to Macaulay Bishop for holding him off to take the win. 0.4 of a second separate your top three. We said it'd be a good one. Those of you that voted for Macaulay Bishop to win the pre-final, well done. But Ethan Jeff Hall supporters, don't worry, because Ethan is absolutely bang on the money in this class this weekend and will be fighting for victory come the final later this afternoon. England, Latvia, Germany, the top four. Followed by Thomas Min Spearing, then Alexander Savinkov. That is the best race that I've ever seen Alexander produce in the British Championship. Thomas Behrman, who is again having a career best weekend for the KR Sport team, and his dad David is here, and Thomas, they've been working hard with Thomas, and the results are now beginning to bear fruit. The S plate, Toonie Motorsports Leon Hasty starts from 8th. Good. Then Ewan Charman in 9th, and again would have been a lot higher. Outside the top 9, Ollie Stevens finishing in 10th position. Stevens doing really well, one of the most experienced drivers in this field. Then Josh Turnbull, Jack Hobson. I haven't seen Uncle Tyrone on the live chat, but his favourite driver, Jack Hobson, is P12 for the Ultimate R team. Ultimate R celebrating their local track and the brand new race transporter, which we investigated and which you will see in the Paddock show, ladies and gentlemen, which will take place during the lunch break. Well, it took place last night, but it'll be shown again during the lunch break if you haven't seen it already, and it's very, very good.
It is.
Here's a look at some of the lower order finishes. Archie Clark, Harrison Crowther, both up from the repechage. Then we have Oliver Smith, Joshua Smith, Aidan Hassan recovered to 19th position, followed by Joshua Graham, Matthew Sayer, Lewis Goff, Thomas Ingram Hill, William Murphy, Brandon Truman, Deacon Russell, and North Wales' own Sky Parker. Luke Bate, 28th, Oliver Sander didn't finish, neither did Luca Monyi, neither did Joe Rippin, and also on the opening lap we lost Tyler Harris, Harrison Whitcomb, and Kenzo Craigie. Let's do some people spotting there. There's a Paddock Show pooch in the centre ground, but right there's sitting down in the blue t-shirt. That's Blair Gilbert. That's Lewis Gilbert's younger brother, who's a keen basketball fan. There's Mrs. Gilbert and Nanny and Grandad Gilbert in the pink and sitting down. And Grandad Gilbert was on the barbecue duty last night at the Craft Motorsport team. They were celebrating Lewis's 19th birthday. And, well, who else we got? We've got a lesser spotted Matty Hunter. There's Matty Hunter, Aris Mieskis' family. They're sitting down with the well, I don't know why Mrs. Mieskis is not sitting in the blue chair right next to her. But Aris Mieskis sadly walking away there in his Argenti coat. He's opened. Oh, Teddy Pritchard Williams' parents have been spotted. Damon Pritchard Williams having a restful evening. And again, there's the Hunter family. We'll be seeing you all at Warden Law. Matty Hunter, and they've got the Hunter Motorsport team, Reese running the team, but then they got Kai Hunter to support for Dan Holland Racing. But they've gone with the Hunter Motorsport merchandise. Who else you got? Oh, there's some fighting going on. There we are. Hopefully those... Oh, I feel sorry for the mum that's got to wash that Argenti Motorsport race suit. Is that Harrison Whittaker?
I think it is. I think he retired from the Duke
well, he's
race
obviously not too upset about going out on the first lap. She's rolling around, beating up another driver. Donna, when you get back, and there's Oliver Hughes, who's in the Paddock show. Let's fight over the chair. Who's going to win the chair? Come on then. My money's on Hughes on the right.
Oh dear. Well, doesn't know how a chair works.
Yeah, how does a chair work? Now someone's been spotted there on the live stream.
Yeah.
Oliver Hughes there in the Ultimate R thing. Oh, all good fun and games.
There we go. There we go. One more race to go then before the lunch break. Senior Rotax Race 21. It's the pre-final. Engines fire up. Here they go.
Pole position will be number 3, Guy Cunnington, owner-driver. Then Lewis Gilbert, the birthday boy from yesterday, outside of row number 1 for Craft Motorsport. USA's Austin Lee goes from row 2 alongside 4-time Rotax Grand Final champion, 3-time, Mark Kimber. Then it's Kai Hunter and Zombor Kovacs from Hungary on row 3. Sean Butcher and Matthew Higgins on row 4. Jack Lilly, Oakley Pryor, Teddy Pritchard Williams and Jamie Perilli round out the top 6 rows. Will Ellsworth, James Lowther, Archie Walker, David O'Leshner, Scott Lapsley and George Holbrook with Lorenzo Cordal and Tristan Reddy rounding out the top 20. Pearson Bullock Carter, Morgan Porter, Canada's Lucas Pernod and Neo Clark, your top 2 dozen. George Hunter, Alex Duncan, Harry Linden, Alex Moody, Sam Hawthorne and Jack Bate, your top 30 with Alfie Davis, Austria's Christoph Saller, Jude Fernihau and Jay Lawrence rounding out a 34 kart starting grid. Jude Fernihau won the repechage, got a penalty but still squeezed in 5th position. Lights are not out.
No, false start that time around. They do go round again. So
Go on. Lewis Gilbert, 19 years old yesterday. Happy birthday. Mark Kimber, a 4-time, three-time Rotax Grand Final champion. Zombor Kovacs from Hungary, his first time here. He says this is the best track he's ever driven. Matthew Higgins back from racing out Formula 4 in the United States. Jack Lilly, he is coming back from a broken wrist. He had to miss virtually his entire junior Rotax career with a broken arm. Super Ted said Teddy Pritchard Williams there in P11. Further back, Will Ellsworth is off to Magaluf with the boys at the end of this weekend and wants to celebrate with that. That sounds terrible. David Auleshner, the Polish driver, is there on row 16. Scott Lapsley has moved back to Ultimate R Racing from Strawberry. Lorenzo Cordal doing a really solid job as always for Cato Motorsport. Morgan Porter had to start from the back of the grid for all his heat races. And then you've got Canada's Lucas Pernod, Alex Duncan. I'll apologise now to Alex's mum for ever calling him Stephen. But here we go. Now it's lights are out. Now we're off and racing.
Yeah, good start. And it was a bad start from Sean Butcher in the number 5. He just bogged down off the start-finish line. And I think he's lost several positions and he's tumbled down the order. So hopefully he's got that all sorted out. But relatively good start then for the rest of the field. Everyone going through the top section nice and clean as they head back down the hill in towards the carousel. It was a good start at the front for Guy Cunnington, who holds on to that race lead. And at the moment, it's all looking nice and good. Gilbert there's dropped down into P4, so he's not had the best getaway, but he's still in a good spot.
And the Craft Motorsport karts look absolutely fantastic. I have to say, they stand out a mile. I tell you what else stands out a mile is the Guy Cunnington Racing merchandise range. The Guy Cunnington Racing go-kart range also doing quite well as their team leader and team owner has the head start. Alex Moody gets a warning in the number 88 car, but again, Alex has done really, really well, qualifying for the final. He was the last driver to qualify for the pre-final and the final on points. And I have to say that that's a step up in performance for Alex Moody. He's had a rough year and a half in the British Championship, but now things coming together. Harry Linden started right at the back of the field. He's coming off a 6-month sort of retirement. He did say to me this morning, he said, look, I'm going to have to just try and send it in the first couple of laps, and he's already gained 6 positions up to P21 for the St Richard Gwyn High School driver.
Thomas Fleming joins us on the track. Good to see Flemdog watching on, and he says, how has Gilbert got even taller? Well, I have to say he does...
he drinks lots of iron brew. He's a good Scottish lad, Mr. Fleming.
There you go. He is there in P4 doing a pretty decent job. Now, again, keeping an eye on the sort of big movers out there. Has there been any big movers? Harry Linden has gained quite a few. So P21, 6 places gained. There is someone going slow.
Teddy Pritchard-Williams, a problem. MLC Motorsport had a fantastic day yesterday, and Sunday has just gone wrong. Teddy Pritchard-Williams, who was up at the front all day, starting P11, he's in the top 10 in the championship, and this will not help his cause whatsoever. Oh, I know his mum and dad were there watching. I know his sister Molly is watching back home as well. And they will have to, she'll be throwing her iPad at the window. But Lee Murray and the rest of the MLC crew are going to have a busy lunch break, it has to be said. Now, watch Mark Kimber. Kimber was saying yesterday, tyre wear is key here. There is a look at the various mechanics. Yellow flags waving. There's one kart stationary at the outside of turn number 1. I think that might be Scott Lapsley's kart, running as a privateer. He's in the Ultimate R awning with Ben Hingley. Thomas Fleming, one of the best post-race interviews ever was at PFI, where he just went, I looked at the two in front of me and I thought, I'm going to get a naughty cutback.
Oh,
and he did. Oh, no! That was naughty. That's Kai Hunter and Lewis Gilbert going off. That is drama. That's the most successful driver of the British Championship, Kai Hunter, out of the race, and he does not look happy. Gilbert has continued.
It looked like quite a bit of discomfort there, actually, for Kai Hunter. He was out of the kart quickly, and I think something was hurting there on him. So hopefully he's all right.
Now, look at Zombor Kovacs moving into the picture. So, oh, yeah, that's gloves off for Kai Hunter. Not a happy chappy.
No, not sure how that came to be. So, and again, it was in the tight section as well, wasn't it, where they all concertina up. I think Gilbert's kept going, hasn't he? Yeah, helmet off there for Kai, so he's walking away. It's all good.
Zombor! Zombor makes the move there, passes the number 62 of Austin Lee.
Nice little just dive down the inside there into the corkscrew, or I say corkscrew, devil's elbow. I call it the corkscrew sometimes because it is just like it.
It's like the corkscrew at Laguna Seca. The actual drop-off is there. So there is 6-time Hungarian champion Zombor Kovacs being passed now by Sean Butcher. Sean tends to come alive on Sunday, and I've got to say I've been waiting for the message, the insufferable message from Sean is dad Glenn, Australian, and there has been a cricket match that went Australia's way, and I haven't had a gloating message. So I've been waiting for my phone to ping to mention the Ashes, but Glenn is going to be eyes glued on Sean. As we look back at there's Pearson Bullock Carter's dad telling Pearson to get a shuffle on.
Will Ellswood has just dropped down the field. He's crossed the line now in P29. He just lost 16 positions. Another driver who dropped down several positions actually was Neo Clark, and they were next to each other when that happened. So I suspect the two may have had a coming together.
Well, there might have been a slight territorial dispute. Land in this part of the country is very, very valuable indeed. So you want to be, on the best bit. Now, Mark Kimber, tyre wear. Kimber, his driving style is absolutely metronomic. He uses less rubber. He said himself he's not great at qualifying because on a new tyre, he's not the best. However, he said, I save my tyres better than nearly anybody else. and come the final, that is going to be the key element. Kimber is sitting behind his old sparring partner, the Strawberry Racing, Guy Cunnington, and he's not sitting behind him, he's sitting alongside him. Cunnington's now having to defend. This is going to bring Sean Butcher, winner last time out of Kim Bolton, into play. Oh, Mark Kimber giving Guy Cunnington a little bit of a knock, I'm coming through.
Yeah, nice little move there down the inside, and Sean Butcher has latched onto this one now. Like you say, Butcher started this one P7. He dropped down the order a little bit at the start with a bad getaway. Now it's all sorted out, and there he is in P3 with the fastest lap of the race as well as they cross the line. So watch out for Butcher here, as he might go for a move here on Cunnington up into the top section of the track, not able to get it done. Takes the wider line, may get the switch back here as they go down in towards the carousel. Watch for a move down the inside. No, Kimber though plants it in the middle of the circuit.
Kimber is beginning to back everybody up, because into play now comes the number 4 of Trevor Gloyce's Matthew Higgins, of Oregon's Austin Lee, Jamie Perilli, Jack Lilly up into 7th, the Sam Pollock Racing. Oakley Pryor is there for Coles Racing in 8th. Kovacs has slipped back to 9th for the Craft Motorsport team. And there is Luke Hughes, Lewis Gilbert's mechanic, telling his man to calm down. Gilbert is all the way back in, well, let's have a look there.
Change. And down the inside goes Sean Butcher, moves up into 2nd place. Cunnington, absolutely nothing he could do there, and Sean just parks it down the inside. And now look who's closed up. That's Matthew Higgins. Now, Matthew Higgins started this year's championship in Strawberry Racing. He has switched back to DHR for round 2.
The team that guided him to the junior Rotax title back in 2020.
Yes, indeed. He was always with the DHR team. He's back with them now as he's fighting fiercely with the drivers just behind him. That's Austin Lee, the American, also getting involved.
Austin Lee has got Ed Brand driver coaching. Ed Brand actually does a bit of driver coaching in the Haas Formula 1 team.
Yes.
And there's a move back by Guy Cunnington. Well, this is the time to get your popcorn out, ladies and gentlemen. Kimber, Cunnington, Butcher, Higgins. What more do you want? Let them run till the fuel runs out. That's what I say.
Sean Butcher there gesticulating to Guy Cunnington, saying, why are you going for moves here? There is still 4 minutes left of this race. And look, Kimber's getting away. We need to work together here, close this gap, not try and go for moves. But again, Cunnington's probably thinking, I'm a little faster than you. Yes, okay, you may have overtook me earlier on, but I feel like I'm faster than you. Looking at the lap time, Sean Butcher and the two of them, well, I'd say they were more identical than anything. Sean Butcher was actually faster on that last lap alone as well.
Into now, let's have a little look back. Oakley Pryor in 9th. Archie Walker up 5 places to 10th. James Lowther had a lot of chassis problems at Kim Bolton, but he's now got that rectified. He's back on the red speed kart. He is in P11. George Holbrook is up 6th place to 12th. Morgan Porter up into P13. As we're still looking at the lead battle. Well, this is the second battle. Austin Lee sort of backing the pack up behind him. I'm looking down there. Tristan Rennie has gained 4 places. And there's a move. That is Jack Lilly into 5th position for Jack Lilly. This is effectively Jack's pre-season testing. He's done very little driving this year, and the Sam Pollock team have got that car wound up like a top.
They have indeed. Round the outside there, you're seeing Archie Walker also trying to make moves as well. He's side by side with Oakley Pryor.
Pryor.
Yeah. Very, very close. You've got to be careful. But very technical section here, but they all amazingly get away with it here. As Pryor, I think, drops back down into P11 now, as that battle has sorted itself out. 2 minutes to go, and Mark Kimber has broken a 1 second gap now to Sean Butcher. Guy Cunnington is still right there behind in 3rd place, but Austin Lee, all on his own, is in a bit of a no man's land here and is just closing up. This, though, battle is 5th place all the way down to 18th
place. David O'Lesner at the back of this group in the number 20 Strawberry Racing car. Lorenzo Cordal doing another great job for the Cater Motorsport team. I know his dad will be watching from a quiet spot just by the timing building. That's where Lorenzo's dad always sends teams to go, just on his own, out of the way, as Lorenzo does his thing inside the top 20 for Cater Motorsport. Rennie up into 16th. Bullock Carter is 15th. Holbrook. Gilbert now back up into 13th position, just behind Morgan Porter. Harry Linden is 19th, and Canner's Lucas Pernod 20th, but now Gilbert gets shuffled back a little bit. He gets shuffled back by Cordal and Olejna.
Yeah, so he is struggling a little bit now in this race after that incident with Kai Hunter earlier on. I've got to say, Morgan Porter's actually done a good job there. 10 positions gained. He's up to P12. That's a good running for him. Of course, he was here 2 weeks ago in the KZ class. It didn't go all his way on that one. He had a brilliant set of heats.
Pre-finals, won the lot.
Yeah, and then final, it all went wrong. And, you know,
tyre wear
was the main thing.
So he will be, in many ways, Morgan Porter, there he is, making a move in that number 46 Hunter Motorsport car. He knows better than anybody how to make the tyres last.
Yeah.
You know, he knows about this track more than anyone, as Jack Lilly attacking Matthew Higgins, and Higgins having to defend for all he's worth. Look at the gap now that's developed between the top four in this battle you're watching in 5th position. 12 seconds to go on the clock. Kimber, Butcher, Cunnington and Lee are clear ahead of this battle, which is Higgins, Lee, Lilly, Perilli, Kovacs, Walker, Pryor, Porter, Lowther, Holbrook, Reddy and Bullock Carter.
Gilbert now with the warning flag, the number 29. Keep an eye on him. I suspect he's quite flustered out there. So keeping an eye on this battle here, though, because Higgins is under immense pressure here from Jack Lilly, who is just trying to find a way through. Kovacs is there just behind as well. And again, it's all kicking off. You can just see Archie Walker and Oakley Pryor still again battling side by side. They're battling for a position that's not at the front of this group. They just need to kind of sit there and wait for this to kick off.
Yeah, as we're on the final lap, half a lap to go. Here is Mark Kimber, Mark the Magnificent, out of Devil's Elbow through Paddock Bend. It's a pre-final win for Strawberry Racing's Mark Kimber, with Sean Butcher and Guy Cunnington completing the top three, and Team USA's Austin Lee rounding out. That's his best result in the British Championship, P4. Matthew Higgins, the way that Matthew was driving that kart tells me that the setup had gone away significantly at the end, so he was having to defend. He holds off Jack Lilly for P6. Zombor Kovacs is 7th. Jamie Perilli is 8th. Oakley Pryor and Archie Walker round out the top 10. Well, Morgan Porter, when you qualify outside the top 50 here in the British Championships, then your chances are pretty much toast. But Morgan Porter is putting a lie to that theory by finishing 11th from 22nd on the grid. He will go from row 6 in the final later on. There is a look at the race winner, Mark Kimber, and the rest of the top 14. Good result from Tristan Rennie. I don't want to say anything why, but I know Tristan's dad wore the bucket hat last night. The bucket hat of luck.
Yes.
And it is going Tristan's way. Here's a look at the rest of the top 27. Christoph Saller from Austria on his debut. And of course, he lives near Vienna, where Rotax, of course, is based. So maybe he picked his engine straight off the assembly line. Who knows?
Who knows?
Canada's Lucas Pernaut, again, enjoying, said it's a fantastic circuit. The overseas drivers that are visiting Glan Y Gors for the first time are just blown away with how difficult this track is. A lot of them are saying it's their favourite track they've ever driven. And I've got to say, a lot of them are just commenting on the setting.
Yeah.
Which, again, we all know that I'm very, very, very biased towards anything to do with Wales. However, this track is pretty much apart from Zwartkops in, the Idube Raceway in South Africa. My friends in South Africa, the Idube Raceway set on the side of a mountain in the KwaZulu-Natal Nature Reserve. That and this, best settings ever. Less cows in South Africa.
Yeah.
More elephants, giraffes and lions.
Cows better.
Yeah, get a better steak off a cow.
Yeah.
Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that has been the morning session here at Glan Y Gors. We'll be back in about 38 minutes' time.
Also,
with the finals. But please don't go away. The Paddock Show from last night is here for your viewing pleasure. Okay. Thank you very much. There we go.
Oh, God.
Right, come on, DJ.
Oh, no. I'm missing.
1988, under 8s, Barry Island.
Terrible.
Swift
Terrible.
walk. Oh, nearly got it in the chops. Right, I think it's safe to say, Anthony, that our careers as softball players are
moments
are over.
over. Cool.
Hello, game, set, and
Match.
match. Welcome to Wales. Croeso I Cymru. This is event 4
Four.
of the 2023 Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Once again, we are back in glorious North Wales, Glan Y Gors. We're going to do this first bit of the Paddock Show, dual language. So you've got Ollie and I've got Harrison. They are two native Welsh speakers. I
Yes.
speak a little bit. But first of all, what a glorious view.
It's lovely, isn't
What a
it?
glorious view. Harrison, come in. So, what we're going to say is we're going to welcome everybody to the Paddock Show here at Glan Y Gors.
Croeso i'r Paddock Show yn Glan Y Gors.
Excellent.
Excellent, good.
Croeso i'r Paddock Show, i Glan Y
I'll
Gors.
take his word for what that's what he said.
Yep.
Right, Ollie, you're going to say we're going to go for a walk around the paddock. Now come and join us on the Paddock Show in Welsh.
Ni'n mynd I mynd cerdded around Paddock yn Glan Y Gors.
There we go. I'll trust what he said was correct.
He said. Well, first of all, before
Thank
we
you,
get
Ollie.
going, this is the back. We talk about backstage. This is where the drivers are. This is Harrison with us home. You know, we've got some football. Harrison. First of all, we can speak in English now. How has your day been so far? 2 heats and qualifying.
Well, qualifying wasn't amazing. I decided to be an idiot and roll out for 3 laps in quali. And then I ended up P11 in my group. Started then heat 1 for 11th and went up to 6th. That was a good race. And then the second race went from 11th to 10th. But I just couldn't get through, getting blocked. So good race overall.
Okay, so in Welsh, we're going to say I'm going to be absolutely hooning it up from the back of the grid tomorrow in the finals.
Dwi'n mynd I bod hwlo fe o'r back of grids and a finale.
Thank you very much. Good luck, Harrison. And thank you for the swivel ball. Thank you, Team Whittaker.
Ollie, just before we quickly dash away, we were speaking to Harrison there about how his day was. For you, how was your day?
It was all right, to be fair. I qualified 21st, got down to 17th in my first heat, but then had a nose cone. And then in the second heat, I just stayed 21st, but then I had another nose cone, so it's just not ideal. So I'm starting like 5th row for B final tomorrow. So
Tomorrow's another day, and like you say, more races to go for you. And obviously, we're live tomorrow, so make sure that it's a good job that you do tomorrow. Yeah.
yeah.
Excellent. Excellent. Good.
So what in Welsh we need to say?
Yes.
Absolute. We're going to come to the repechage and we're going to launch it at the pre-final grid, top 10 the final.
Ni'n mynd I cael top 10 in a final.
There we go.
There we go. Right. Shall
Excellent.
we?
Thank you, Ollie.
Cameraman James.
Let's
we
do
got
it.
A full crew of people here. We got 2 cameramen. We got Jack Socials as well.
We got everything, haven't we?
There we go. There's
We've got the full shebang.
you know, the race is it. We've got obviously Minimax, Micromax, Junior Max, Senior Max, and the long-awaited return of Honda.
Yes.
Honda Cadet with the GX200 engines. Now we're going to speak to some of them. We've got 11 Honda drivers. You know, what's the phrase? Out of small acorns do big oak trees grow. But you know, this is a great chance. You know, we're going to spend some with Henry. There's Henry Cameron. Henry Cameron, great name. Anthony, ask the man what a great name he's got. Ask the man.
What a great name you've got.
I know, right? It's great, amazing.
It is good, isn't it?
Goated name.
Goated name.
Goated name. We've got some mums drinking. A mechanic looking very sweaty. Herb. How we doing? Oh, very good, very good.
Good. Moving on. Should we get into the paddock? It's the paddock show, not the back paddock show.
We're gonna get into it, but it's a good idea. We want to show the viewers, you know, a lot of these drivers, this is how you live on a race weekend. You know, motorhome. Again, and car is a family sport. At the end of the day, you've got drivers, you know, having barbecues, you know, everyone enjoying the social aspect of karting. It tends to get a little bit lost sometimes in the ultra-competitive world, but we just try and remember that it is, you know. Now, cameraman James has got to walk backwards down a very
a hill. It's stony.
Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to trip, fall? Yes, no?
No.
No, I have faith. I have faith.
He'll scuff his kneecaps. We don't want that.
But again, look at the paddock. There is the last couple of heat races of the day going on. We're going to take you through the results. You know, what a glorious setting. Huge field. 65 juniors, 50 plus seniors. We've got a full grid of minis, micros. We've got about 23, 24. Again, a great paddock. Now we're going to do multiple paddock show pooches. First things first. Oh, she was like that. She was trying to escape. First of all, paddock show pooch number 1. Hello. Who are we?
Andrea Lowther.
Andrew. This. Oh, so this is James Lowther, number 8 in Senior Motor, and this is Bella Lowther. Well, hello, Bella Lowther. Would you like to say anything? Yes. Would you feed me? No. There we go. Oh. Bella Lowther is going to go into the end of year Paddock Show Pooch of the Year award show. Thank you very much, Bella Lowther. The
Wrong side.
wrong side. There we go.
Excellent.
But again, some drivers, the paddock here at Glan Y Gors isn't quite big enough to fit everybody, because we've got, you know, a couple of our privateers running out of the back of their awnings. Now, this is old school. This is when I used to race, you know, this is the viewpoint of, you know, a lot of the drivers, the privateers. Number 35, Junior. Let's have a quick check.
Jakoborek.
Ah, hello, sir.
Oh, you're right.
Not too bad. Very quickly, this is the life, isn't it?
This is the life, yeah. We enjoy all this racing, and then people mainly. The atmosphere is very good, so we all enjoy this adrenaline.
And again, there's your living quarters. Here's the workshop quarters. How's the results gone today?
Oh, it could be better as always, but we're getting there slowly but surely.
We're getting there. We're getting there. Number 35. Here's the man himself. Do you want to? His dad says slowly but surely. Ask the man.
Jacob. Right. So today it's what are we? Intermediate classification. I'm looking at you here. We're P62, 2 points.
Yeah.
Tell us what will happen today.
Today, I guess analyze some data and maybe watch some videos to get better.
Yeah. So tomorrow then, repecharge, is it?
Yeah.
Okay, so that means you've got to get a top 6 finish in that one to get through to the back of the grid for the B final, am I right in saying, or the A final?
Yeah, I think the B final.
B final, right, okay. So there's a bit of work to do tomorrow. So I'm guessing this will be final preps, get everything ready, make sure it's all ready to go for that.
Yeah.
Well, excellent. Hopefully tomorrow's a bit of a better day for you because, yeah, like you say, how are you finding the track? It's a tough track though, isn't it, Glan Y Gors?
Yeah, I'm finding it. I slide a lot quite on the corners, so yeah, I'm finding it a bit difficult, but hopefully we'll get there.
Yeah, hopefully so. Best of luck anyway. What chassis are you running on this one? Is it a Croc?
Yeah, croc, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Well, the Crocs are quick, so hopefully all is well tomorrow, and we'll see you up in the top 6 in that repechage. There we go. So,
indeed.
Like
Thank you very much, guys.
Thank you. Tough day, isn't it? It's a tough track, isn't it, Glan Y Gors?
It's a tough track. So, choose tyres. That's not a bad road home. That's where we're staying. Is that right?
I think so.
I think that's where. I think that's our Airbnb. That's what Alpha have organised for us.
I think so. Yeah.
And the helicopter's coming over later. Yeah. So what do we know about? What do we know about Glan Y Gors? We know, number one, it's tough to pass.
Yep.
There are obviously coming into the final corner. There's an overtaking opportunity. The Dragon Straight, you can get a slipstream, but the downhill section, it's single file pretty much. And what did we learn from the last event here 2 weeks ago with Miami and KZ?
It rains a lot here.
It rains a lot here. It's Wales. It lightly drizzles every once in a while.
No, that's a lie.
It's choose tyres.
Yes, it does.
It absolutely. It's like a cheese grater, and the tyres already. Drivers saying, you know, we're going to be in real trouble come the end of the day. Now, here we go. Look. I mean, just look at the paddock, Mr. J. You know, you see the one side of karting, privateer drivers running out of an awning, running out of an easy up awning at the end of it. We're going to quickly stop Will Ellswood, who's trying to run away because he got biffed off in the last senior Rotax heat. Was that you, sir, going wide, coming down the hill on lap number 1 of that last heat with another driver?
That was not me, actually. That was my teammate Tristan Rennie.
Mr. Rennie. Okay, well, Mr. Rennie's. Right.
I think you got the wrong driver.
No, right team, wrong driver. But that's because I was given a Team Wales bucket hat earlier on today, which looks amazing. Mr. Rennie was criticising it, and then his driver, first lap, don't diss the Welsh bucket hats.
That's what happens when you dish the Welsh bucket hats.
Exactly. How's your day?
No, we've had a really good day. I mean, quali, we didn't do very well. I think we were 24th overall. Had to start 12th in our heats. First heat started 12th, finished 8th, and then the second heat finished 6th. So yeah, it's a decent weekend for us really so far.
Excellent, good luck. And Craft Motorsport, it's a party at Craft Motorsport tonight because it's.
we're on the wrong side.
I was going to say, there's a bucket hat over there. There's the Guy Cunnington Racer Collective over there, but then there's another driver I'm going to speak to over here. Go and see Team Guy Cunnington. Right.
We'll go and see Team Guy Cunnington. Well, bucket hats have been certainly the game. Well, let's talk to Guy firstly. Guy, interesting day, interesting evening apparently, but we'll brush past that one. Let's talk about the racing. How's it been?
Good.
Yeah?
Yeah. Good racing, yeah.
Yeah. Any more bucket hats on order?
If you want one, yeah.
I'd love one. I think Henry would like one too.
Yeah, Glan Y Gors, it's a tough track, and we obviously were here 2 weeks ago with the IAMA Class 3, now you're here with the Rotax, and, you know, the Rotax category around here, certainly, do you feel like it's they've got a benefit around here?
As a one-lap track, it's good to race here, but the racing's not the greatest. It's pretty single file. I led both my heats, and I didn't even feel like I needed to push a massive amount to keep Kai behind, just because you just get so hot behind. And the power's just not there to make the overtake when the engine's hot. So the lead is good because I feel like my tyres are definitely the best now, leading both races from pretty much start to finish. So clean air all the way for me.
That'll be what we need. The weather's been pretty interesting this weekend, hasn't it? It's been hot, it's been muggy. It's also rained today as well, several times. So has that really kind of shaken up the field a little bit, or has it just been okay?
The track doesn't seem to get massively wet with the showers. So and when it does rain, as we've seen at the X30 a few weeks ago, like 1 or 2 races and it's bone dry again. So yeah, the rain I think tomorrow might be a bit harder midday by the looks of it. So I like a bit of that. So we'll look forward to that.
Well, let's see what happens. I think your brother was filming you a little bit there, so he might have your good side. Henry, where's your microphone gone? What happened?
Ladies and gentlemen, the team here at Alpha Live, somebody forgot to put new batteries in my microphone.
They're in my pocket.
They're in his pocket, so I will now lead this bit. Great bucket hat game, Guy Cunnington Racing. And speaking of bucket hats, you can't see mine, but there is a social media post. Team, look at that, there he is. There's a Team Guy Cunnington versus Team Henry Wales. A big thank you to Terry Pritchard Williams, who is hiding behind his awning there. He was responsible. Come this way, Super Ted, eating a Calippo. On holiday, but Terry Pritchard Williams, 3rd in your last senior heat. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done. It must be the gift of giving the bucket hat that has Right, okay. So, right, just between you and me, Motorsport UK, Dan Parker said they would prefer me not to wear the bucket hat because if then any of the drivers I interview go on to make it to Formula 1, they can't use the footage because I look like a fool.
But what about if we start a petition to let Henry Burdett wear the bucket hat? Could that work?
I think that might work.
I think
Will I?
I think I did it. But anyway, congratulations. Thank you very much for the bucket hat. We will see it tomorrow at some point. And well done today.
Excellent.
Let's have a look. Now, you're forgetting batteries and you're getting on the wrong side. Now,
It's
come
been
on,
a
Anthony.
long day. It's been a long day.
But we're here at the party awning, so
Yes,
we're going to have a bit of a sing-song. Craft Motorsport. In the last senior Rotax heat, Craft Motorsport, lovely.
Perfect timing.
1-2 finish. Finishing number 1 is the birthday boy, Lewis Gilbert, who is hiding. Right, he comes in, but also we've got a birthday for, where's our junior driver? Where's Max? Max is gone. So Max's birthday. Right, okay, Craft Motorsport, we've got the hospitality. What are we going to say to Lewis Gilbert? Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Oh, Penrith Happy CT. Penrith, yeah, you get the picture. Happy birthday, mate. Well done. And congratulations on 1-2 finish in heat for the team in their first year.
Yeah, it's been great so far. The first round we didn't have the greatest around, but we knew we had to come back strong, and today we've come back with a good races today, so we can't really say any more than that.
Exactly. And Tristan Rennie, Tristan had a buzz that this is the man who took pity upon my Welsh Dragon hat, and look on to Tristan the first lap.
I said I would wear it for you.
Okay. Well, we'll wear it tomorrow. Proud Scots are wearing the Welsh Dragon, but there we go. He's looking at his phone.
I'm looking at results.
Now, the longest place name in Wales. Let's speak to... Do you know the longest place name in Wales, Anthony?
I know of it. I do not know how to say it, and we will not attempt to say it.
Well, I think our guest from Hungary should try and say the longest place name in Wales. Zombor Kovacs. Right. Zombor, this is your first trip to Wales, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
Now, so there is a town in North Wales called, and we're going to try and pronounce this, okay? It's called Llanfair Pwthgyngyth Gogerydd Wondroboth Llanfosirioch Gogogoch. Okay? Ready? 3, 2, 1, go.
No.
Okay, that's very good.
No chance.
First things first, you've driven around the world, have you ever driven at a more beautiful setting than this?
Never ever. So it's a really nice place. The track is really hard, maybe one of the hardest what I was driving on, but actually the pace was quite alright today, so we can be happy for the day.
Good, go on then. Clanfire.
Clanfire.
Puthgingith.
Puthgingis.
Go get it.
Go get it.
Wondroboth.
Wondrobos.
Llantrosirioch.
Again.
Llantrosirioch.
Llantrosirioch.
Go go go.
Go go go.
Great, there we go. Our first Welsh nations on board Kovacs, Hungary, but again, part of the first 1-2 for the Craft Motorsport team. Anthony Jordan, please. Now, I have dominated this paddock show.
It's fine.
But no,
Do you want to swap mics again? Yes.
Thank you. Right, ladies and gentlemen, let's go. Oh, come
Right,
on, out,
let's go.
out.
Let's go. Right, we've done a lot of this one.
Thank you.
Jack Dex Racing just there. We've got SPL, we've got Zip, Honda Cadets. Right,
Yes,
actually,
we need to
Zip-
find some Honda Cadets,
We
yes.
do need to find some Honda Cadets. Let's have a look, because obviously this is their first round this year. Obviously now running the GX200.
Yes.
Okay, I'll let you do another plate
No,
pooch.
no,
it's fine.
Yeah, but it's good because there's nobody in the
There's
zip
actually no one in the zip, so yes.
Right,
Paddock pooch.
excuse us, right, hang on a second, excuse me, no, please come in, star of the show. This is, so who, this is, so, first of all, who are we?
I'm Phil and this is Debs and we've got Bella down here.
And who are you here supporting, following?
We're with Theo. Theo's my grandson, Theo Bradshaw.
Theo Bradshaw, and this is Bella Bradshaw.
No, this is Bella Fisher.
Bella Fisher, right. This Bella Fisher is the biggest paddock show boot you've had. Would you like to say anything? We're the biggest paddock show pooch. Well, Bella Fisher into the hat for the paddock show pooch. Yeah, thank you. I hope you're enjoying. Is this the first time you've been to the British Championship?
It is, yes. Yeah, Theo's first round and our first round supporting him as well. So we're having a great day. He's driving well, learning a lot. All good for tomorrow.
Good. Well done. Welcome aboard. Hey, sorry.
Excellent. No, you're welcome. We're on the wrong side again. It's been a long day.
We're going to
right,
find.
Are we
going to
continue up here?
Well, I think we should probably turn. There's lots of. We'll keep going this way. We've got Sam Pollitt racing outside. We'll try and. Speaking of Sam Pollitt. Sam Pollitt, very quickly, sir. How have you sum up your day?
Mixed. No, it's not been too bad. We've been fast, but just a bit of bad luck in some races. I think we've had a couple of fourths and seniors, really fast in micros, just a bit of bad luck in the racing.
Is it a case of, because it's so close and so competitive, if you miss it by a tenth, then you're...
This year's really close, really close. Like, there's a couple of tenths between everybody, so you've got to be on it. You need a bit of luck, no, you need a lot of luck.
Okay, so for the fans watching lunch break tomorrow before the finals, give us a couple of Sam Pollitt drivers that we're going to see challenging for the podium.
Jack Lilly in seniors, Lewis Goff's quite fast in juniors. We've got Riley Miro, and all the minis are micros are quite fast. We've got Riley, Seb, and Austin.
Good, great. Thank you very much. Have a good night.
There we go. The rest of the team have been watching just behind. Actually, they've been heckling Sam Pollitt. Oh, as they all disappear, they're running away now into the awning. We need to cut left.
Right. Morgan Porter's escaped. Ellis Bell, come this way. Right. This is about where. Well, it's about where I hand over to the professional, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Jordan and Ellis Bell.
Oh, Ellis, you're going to join me again. All right, we did this at Wilton Mill, didn't we?
Yeah,
excellent.
I've got some experience.
Right, yeah, let's go for a walk, shall we? Henry's gone off on a rail on this one. Firstly, you've had an interesting day. In fact, let's cut through Jack's, shall we?
Yes.
Let's just cut through here.
Take a little detour.
Big fans, and we can chat to Jack's. Is there anyone in Jack's Motorsport you want to interview?
Nobody I know. You can interview anybody though.
Okay, excellent. Well, this is Jack's, who have got no drivers in here at the moment whatsoever. But let's talk to Mr. Pearson, Bill at Carter's. Right, okay, so firstly, we've got Ellis Bell joining us on this one. It's the Paddock Show. Firstly, how's his day been?
Okay, yeah, we've not had a bad day. First day we had two little coming together and got drove over, got back to 15th, I think. The last one there got to 8th, so plenty of pace. So yeah, looking forward to tomorrow, I think.
Like I say, tough old track on this one, and it's going to be a long day tomorrow as well. There's lots to do, and how is he finding the circuit itself?
Struggled yesterday a little bit. Today we seem to have found the setup, found the pace. Pearson seemed to have found the pace, so leave it to him tomorrow and see where we get to, eh?
Excellent. It's always good when you find the right setup, isn't it? Because you can certainly get some good positions on it. Thank you very much. We'll leave you to it. Speaking of it, Pearson, we were just speaking here. It's been a tough day. Oh, you've got dinner. What did you get?
I got barbecue panini.
Excellent.
The best.
Choice of race of champions, food of champions on that one. We were just saying it was a tough day yesterday, but today looking a little bit better. You found the setup and you're comfortable with it?
Yeah, it's been good on the race day. Bit struggling a bit yesterday, but found it, and now we quit really quick.
Yeah, spot on. All right, we'll let you enjoy dinner because I know paninis can get cold quite quickly, so we'll let you enjoy that one. Ellis, we've got Chaos Sport there. Do you want to get into it? Is there anyone in Chaos Sport that you know? Or
yes, there is.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's go. Let's interview someone in Chaos Sport because it sounds like there's a bit of a brouhaha going on in here. A brouhaha. Ellis, who are you interviewing?
I think I know someone I want to interview.
Go for it. It's all you.
Hello, Charles.
Hello.
That was a very interesting heat you had there.
Yeah, it's very good. Yeah.
Decent. Where'd you end up finishing?
7th.
Nice.
Where did you end up?
I ended up 6th. Nice. How you had?
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
Well then.
All done?
Decent.
Excellent. Good. Driver chat.
Right.
Ellis.
No. Okay, we can't find any Honda drivers. Why? Because they're on the track. However, if you look over there, there is a game going. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to try the Chaos Sport. So, Ellis, you take that from Anthony. And what we're going to do, we're going to Lucas Pernod's doing it. Right, come on, Lucas Pernod, Team Canada is doing this.
Oh no.
Come on, Ellis, let's have a look there. How long? Right, we got all the team. We're not going to. We'll stay back. Official rules. We got a distance. Mr. Behrman, while Lucas is showing up his hairy armpits, you had a really good day.
Yeah, it was good. I mean, the first tee was.
Oh, he's done it. 1 minute gone.
What?
Yeah, the first tee was good.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's only fair that Anthony Jordan gives it a go.
Yeah, come on.
How about that? DJ. No, you haven't got a microphone. You haven't got a microphone. You haven't got a microphone at all.
Who's got the body strength?
Well, we're about to find out.
And I'm in heavy trousers.
Archie Walker's down. How's Archie, Stevie?
1 minute
It's been
30.
okay, a bit up and down. Pretty much where we are.
Can't do anything in that
Right.
one.
Come on. Anthony Jordan. 1 minute, 90 seconds.
No, you don't have to. Just bend your legs. That's it.
Okay.
Much easier, right?
That's it, right. While Anthony squeals in pain, Lucas Pernod from Canada will have a quick chat.
Good. 10 seconds.
What is that, only 10 seconds?
Across here.
Only 10 seconds.
Oh my
Lucas,
God.
Welcome to Wales, Lucas.
Thank you.
What do you think of his form?
My hands are slipping.
Don't lie, he's rubbish.
He's cheating.
He's cheating. Oh, look at that. He's cheating. Oh, he's the Diego Maradona of the
Come on, man.
Oh, dear. David Behrman adjudicating here.
Oh, come on.
Looks... Okay, David Behrman, our official adjudicator.
No, there's no way.
Obviously,
No, there's no
pull-up
way.
World Cup is extremely important.
Go on.
Exactly. That's why we're here. Oh, and we got an official time on that from Mr. Jordan. 48 seconds.
Decent.
Thomas having a really good day. We normally talk to you about Ollie Behrman. This is David Behrman, by the way, Ollie Behrman's dad. We normally talk about Ollie Behrman, who's done a fantastic job, but Thomas has been the starring brother today.
We've put a lot of time and effort into this young man, and it's starting to bear fruit, so we're enjoying it. Fast, competitive. We like what he's doing.
Good, and you've always got time to have a laugh at the end of the day, you know, the ups and downs, still have a laugh at the end of the day. Thank you very much, guys. Well then, Anthony, you can have your microphone back now. Right, we'll bid. We've got to go down to Ultimate R.
You okay to hold that now, mate?
Yeah, I'm all right to hold that.
Ultimate R.
Thank you. Yeah.
Anthony is well done. See a lot of that. You can say.
I didn't want to show them up.
Well, if he was holding himself by your wrists, then you'd be world record holder.
Yeah. Well, I didn't want to show them up. I didn't want to show them up.
No. Let's go down here. The Synergy team. Charlie Wolfit in Micromax is a Synergy driver, Mr. Meek. He's not meek and mild. He's about to say loads of good things. Speak, man.
It's been really good this weekend at the moment. Finished 9th in that one, and we finished the 13th, but we'll see for the pre-final.
There we go.
Excellent. How are your teammates getting on?
Charlie Wolfitz just got a third and a second, I think, and Luca's got a fifth and a sixth, and Griffin's got an 18th and a fourth.
Excellent. So it's been an all right day then for Synergy.
Yeah, really good.
Excellent. Cool. Well, hopefully tomorrow is just as good as well. There we go.
Okay.
Interesting day.
Thank
you
you
very
very
much. We'll leave it to it. Enjoy your evening.
I mean, this is a great shot. Look at this. Colourful awning after colourful awning. You know, huge teams. Here's the Argenti team. Josh Graham. Josh Graham, Jensen Graham. One or t'other has been up here. Now, Danny Sweeney's been hiding from us all day. But he shall hide from us no law. Look at this, we've been trying to do a feature with this man. This is the hospitality area. Very quickly, great hospitality at Argenti. Danny, you've escaped me all day. You won't escape me now we're live. Just a quick thing, how's your day been?
Junior's been good, Mini's been good, Micro getting there. So yeah, that's all good.
You got a win for Jensen? Josh?
Ewan's won a heat. Kenzo, Josh, Tom Spear, we've all been in the top 5, so yeah, 4 in the top 5 has been good.
Excellent. I knew I'd get you on camera at some point. I knew it. But again, you know, fantastic. You know, this team has grown so much in just 4 years. You know, wow, look at the many wagons and the jig. Yeah, great stuff.
Yeah, it is good. Obviously, Argenti, one of the big teams, really pushing the Kart Republic chassis in the UK, and you know they have done a fabulous job with it. And it is a tricky chassis to work with, but certainly it's growing in popularity here and over in Europe as well. So
yes. Now, I think we've got about 10 minutes to go, so we're going to make a pit stop at Coles.
Okay.
But then we're going to go to Ultimate R, because Ultimate R are based in Abergele, which is about half an hour away. We might have even had a third Paddock show pooch. 3 in 1? No,
it's walking away.
Walking off. Let's go and have a look into Coles racing and, yeah, have a little wander on. After you, sir.
Excellent, thank you. Just get that in. Right, so Coles Racing, we've got a couple of drivers sitting down here. We're not too busy. We're busy. I mean, Charlie King. Charlie, obviously, talk us about your day. Glan Y Gors, it's a tough track, mate, isn't it? But how have you been feeling?
Yeah, not very good heats. Well, good qualifying, but I've been taken out in both of my heats, which is really, really annoying. Because, yeah.
Well, I mean, we have tough days in racing. You know, everyone has tough days, but the good thing about race weekends is that there's always 2 days, and tomorrow is another day, and, you know, I'm sure you can do good things from where you'll be starting from. Do you know where you're starting tomorrow?
No, but probably towards the back end.
The good thing about that is that you can see everything that happens in front of you and you can avoid it and get used to it and gain some positions. I always prefer starting at the back of a grid because then you feel like you get more done in a race.
Yeah.
Tomorrow's another day, Charlie. Enjoy it, all right? Enjoy some racing. Henry?
Well, I found Finley Hines. Finley Hines, formerly of Bambino fame, now of Micro. Mini, how's your day?
Not the best.
Not the best, but okay. The karting's irrelevant. Look at that visor kit. Wow. Tell us about that.
I got it a while ago. I can't remember who made it, but...
Someone with a very, very good skill. But tomorrow, you're going to get better.
Hopefully, yeah.
You're going to get better. Not everyone in the paddock has a trolley. -1 trolley there for, that looks like Harrison Crowder's cart on the floor. Let's look down. We've got the wags are in, wives and girlfriends. Hello. The Coles Racing team, let's have a look, on that. Right then, this is Mr. Mechanic. Who are we mechanicking for and how has his day been?
He's been alright. He's been pretty well because he's only just started.
Got his name as well, didn't you?
It's his first year, so he's doing alright. He's just been in the B final, but he's doing the best he can.
Doing the best you can. This is Ethan Carney. Ethan Carney. So good luck, Ethan Carney. There's our third paddock show pooch walking around here. But walk down there, there's again, it's not been all... Mrs. Crowder from On Point Media will... there's Mrs... Hello. I just noticed, I wondered why Harrison's car was on the ground there, but it's actually by there. That's a spare car.
No, that's not a spare car. That is now his number 1. So, yeah.
So Harrison's number 1 kart is now his number 2 kart, and his number 2 kart is now his number 1 kart, which tells me that today is not going according to plan.
No, we've had an engine failure, we've had a bent axle, we've had straightening of carts, and that one's very soft now, so we're now on that one. But we're starting a front row of the B final tomorrow, so who knows, it's motorsport, anything can happen.
A front row is a front row, regardless of the race. Right, let's keep going. Thank you very much, Cole. Mr. Crowther, there is the somewhat soft chassis. And, oh, there's a man, look at this. Oh, I mean, not...
One for him.
Lachlan Johnson's dad, you give him the sugar one. Lachlan Johnson, what an absolutely fantastic driver. We're going to go to see Ultimate R.
Well, we're going to lose the microphones in a second, so we're not... Oh, blimey. I'm not built for running.
You're not built for running.
No.
I'm not built for anything. Dearie me, this should come with a health warning. Right.
A visual warning as well. That's probably not the nicest thing anyone's seen.
No. Lots of jiggle for your wiggle. Oh, there's the... Look at that.
Excellent.
Thank you.
You've got them now. Excellent. Well done.
May we wish Thule Motorsport and Lachlan Johnson all the luck in the world tomorrow.
Yes,
Right.
exactly.
Should we go and see Ultimate R?
Let's.
As I was saying, from Abergele in North Wales, they are the local team. Ben Hingley and Matty Hingley. Matty Hingley now mechanicking.
Yeah. Are you out of breath, Henry?
Ah, jeez. I'm going to say.
It was only... Oh, well, good.
Yeah.
You're out of breath. Excuse me.
Medic,
He's out of breath.
There's a
He
very
needs help.
unfit commentator.
Yeah.
Good luck today. Thank you for all you do for us to keep us safe. Just the medic seems. There's,
that couldn't have been more perfectly timed for you.
Oh, dear me. There's Luca Holmes-Ballock playing with... do you know what, ladies and gentlemen? Why spend tens of thousands of pounds on a go-kart? Well, all you've got to do is give a driver a bit of black gaffer tape and let him throw it on the awning and then wait for it to come down.
Wait for it, you got to catch it.
Luca Holmes-Ballock. As we've got to walk and talk. We've got to get to Ultimate R.
Don't forget your ball, though.
But don't forget your ball. Sean Butcher going through. Sean, a 10th he's got to find pace-wise, top 5 all day for Sean.
Leading the
top
championship
5.
as well.
But he says 2:10. Right, Luca Holmes-Ballock, how was your day been?
Good, thanks.
Good. I'm going to...
Yeah, you ask the questions, I'll give the mic.
Okay. You were talking, we were having a little chat earlier about, which is your favourite class, the most competitive class. You moved out of Honda, which you were winning, very regularly into Mini, into Inter. Why?
More competitive drivers and, yeah, just better.
Just better. There we go.
Just better. And results-wise today?
5th and a 6th.
That's not
5th
bad.
and a 6th. So look for Luca Holmes-Ballock. So we were just getting Luke's bit. So Luca's dad is Serbian.
Yeah.
And your mum is English and Irish, but there's a bit of Maltese thrown in there as well, just for good luck.
Yeah.
Excellent. But you race with the Serbian flag.
Yeah.
Does that make you extra proud because you're the only driver here representing Serbia?
My dad's Serbian. He takes me to go karting, so he just puts it to Serbia because I'm Serbian too.
Yeah, because he's paying for it.
Yeah.
Excellent. There we go. Right, let's go.
Thank you, Luca.
Thank you, Luca Holmes-Ballock. Right.
Right. Ultimate R to the
There's
this
a
way.
reason. So, okay, so Ben Hingley is the older brother, Matty Hingley the younger brother. Bonner and Julie, mum and dad. The granddad Hingley is here as well. They've been a part of the British Championship for a long time, based half an hour away from the circuit in Abergele, and they are. There's a new toilet block by there. Look at that. The team here at Glan Y Gors investing in the facilities.
Toilets.
There's Mr. Briley. There's so new truck out the back here. Here is Ultimate R. So this is the local team, and they've all gone. Right, we need to kill the music. Can we just kill the music? Where are the fans? Tell you what, we're here hiding away. Speaking of local. Glan Y Gors, owned by the Davis family. Ash Davis. Hello.
Here I was hiding from people.
Can we just say on behalf of everyone at the British Championship, thank you for the effort you put in the last 12 months to upgrade the facilities here. We've even got our own media centre now. and the new toilet block, the new shower block as well. You know, congratulations on continuing to push the envelope of karting in this region.
Yeah, thank you very much. You know, we're doing what we can to obviously improve the venue, improve the site for these guys to come in and race. So it's a lot of work, it's a lot of financial output, but you know, to see these guys here this weekend racing and enjoying themselves, it's worth every penny.
Well, seeing how much your mum and dad charged for a sandwich during the cafe, I'm not surprised. Right, here we go. Thank you again for all the hard work you do. Now, where are our team principals? Where's Bonner? Where's in the truck? Henry Cameron, go and bring them to us.
Excellent.
Excellent. Last night...
We're on the wrong side.
Last night, Bonner and Julie Hinsey went to a gig. They went to the Pet Shop Boys.
Oh.
In Liverpool. So we're going to have a little sing-along. We'll say goodbye in Welsh. It's been a mixed day for Ultimate R. Finley Buck has been very, very fast. Not the luckiest. Fast, but the luck has not been with you, sir.
Yeah, no, 2 penalties he got today. One were a bit, and then a nose that were a bit unlucky. But yeah, we would have been 20th in the A final, but we've got 6th or 7th in the B final. But yeah,
okay, well,
no luck, but pretty fast. Got to be happy with that.
Pretty fast. They're not coming, are they?
No.
Come on, let's have a little quick look at the. We'll go
up in the truck. There we go. If they won't come to us, we'll go to them.
I mean, talk about investment. So this team, they've come on leaps and bounds. We're going to show them the brand new truck. Here's the man himself. Oh, Ben Hinsey, I caught you. Well, mate, firstly, well done. To get to this stage as a team owner, how many years have you been doing this now?
2020 was probably our first proper year. 2019 we were, you know, yeah, we started up, but it was just bits and pieces.
So in 4 years, you've gone from starting from scratch to slowly building. Started off with just a couple of drivers. Now we're, you know, you've got a full team and the new truck. You know, must make you and your parents very proud.
Well, yeah. I mean, you know, the rate we've improved has been great. We've had, you know, we've had a lot of good success along the way as well, which has been nice. So, yeah, just not resting on our laurels and, you know, carrying on really.
Well, I think we're running out of time.
We are.
Your parents went. I was gonna get Bonner to sing, but he's fled. So
you need him on the guitar.
Oh.
Yeah, there's one for you. Have you not seen him on the guitar?
No.
Tell you what, you're missing out. Next time he comes to.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is part 2 of Event 4 here for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. It is the Rotax and Honda round at Glan Y Gors, and final time is upon us. We have had 2 repecharges and 5 pre-finals so far over the course of the day. 5 races remain, and between the last race we saw, the senior Rotax pre-final, and now rain has fallen, and well, the track is greasy. It's not wet, but I suspect there may be a mixture of tyres.
I think so, because the rain was well, it wasn't a deluge, but it was
But it was heavy.
It was heavy.
It was
but,
heavy.
But also, the wind is out, and this track does dry very, very quickly indeed. Hello once again to everybody watching on the Alpha Live YouTube channel, on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, and all social medias. Please keep your comments coming in. We've got the Alpha Live chat here, and we've got the, so please tell us who you think is going to win. We haven't got eyes down in the pit lane, so we can't tell you straight away who is going to be on wet tyres. What we can tell you, though, is that we have got 5 15-minute plus 1 lap races to go, and you look at that camera shot, and I would say that a wet tyre would get chewed to pieces on this very, very abrasive tarmac. It's very, very porous as well, and, if it's damp now, it'll be dry in just a few minutes because, again, one of the benefits of being racing on the side of a mountain is that there is a lot of general wind and air to dry the track even quicker.
Yes,
Minimax up first. Now, a quick history lesson. Minimax, Cole Denham, Jacob Ashcroft and Finlay Lines. A Dan Holland Racing 1, 2, 3. And Dan Holland Racing, these, I think, 46 wins now in the British Championship. The most successful teams in terms of wins. We've got Albie Lapper getting support, Nana Lapper, Barbara Lapper supporting Albie. Lucas Blanford, unfortunately, Lucas, the hat wasn't very lucky for Lucas yesterday or this morning, but we've got a fantastic race in store here. Coles Racing, still the most successful Minimax team in the modern era at the British Championship. 9 final victories. Dan Holland Racing have 7. 4 wins for Strawberry Racing and 3 wins apiece for Vision Motorsport and the Synergy Racing team. And Strawberry and Coles, Strawberry, DHR all got a really solid chance of adding to that victory tally in this next race, as do the Synergy Racing team. But one driver that we'll be looking to watch, Anthony, is Cole Denham, winner at Kimbolton in round 1, 5-second penalty in the pre-final this morning, but he is still going to be starting on the 3rd row of the grid. On the outside of the 3rd row. There he is, stepping into his Dan Holland Racing kart now. So there's one driver to be following. The other driver that we're following all the drivers, Anthony, but obviously the 3rd kart on the inside row of the grid, the orange crash helmet, just looking over his shoulder there, that is Ellis Bell, the leading privateer. Looking at the grid, Anthony, there are, in total, there are 34 entries in this class, and a total of 3 of them are privateer drivers. Rook Thompson, Australian driver. Rook he has officially won. We spoke to Chris Walker. Chris Walker has awarded Australia's Rook Thompson the Kartpix.net best looking kart of the event. That's an official award. Rook is a privateer starting 34th and last. Thomas Butcher, the other privateer in kart number 145, starts 28th. So that gives you an idea of just how well Ellis Bell and his dad Graham are doing at getting this. And it's made even harder. I thought that Graham fell out the motorhome yesterday.
He fell out the
Fell down, rushing around. He's only got 1 set of of dry rims.
Right.
So at the end of timed qualifying simulation, then you have to put your race tyres on. He had to get back, take the tyres off the rims, come back, put the tyres on the rims and the wet tyres. In his rush, he fell out his motorhome.
Oh, well, that's certainly not what you want to hear. But nevertheless, Ellis Bell starts this one on the 3rd row. Here we go then. The first final of the weekend is about to get underway. It's Minimax. It's 9:50. It's coming up next.
So here we go. The engines on the W grid have been fired up. Jacob Ashcroft and Albert Friend will lead a capacity field onto this 1100-metre circuit. Starting on row number 2 will be Will Green and Luca Holmes-Ballock, Ellis Bell and Cole the closer Denham on row 3.
Row number 4 will see Finlay Lines and Blair Smith take from that row. Joshua Griffin and Noah Barham go from row 5. Oliver Majewski and Kai Clark, they round out row number 6.
Albie Lapper and Oliver Meek start on row number 7, ahead of Charlie Wolfett, Watch for Charlie, and Eva Morris. Then Rory Armstrong and John Richardson.
Tom Reed and Ryan Gandor start from the top 20 on row 10. Daniel Minto and Nat Johnston, they round out row 11.
Jaden Sherwood and Isaac Barker are next, followed by Samir Paul, Finley Hines, Kieran Stewart, Thomas Butcher, Stanley Clark, and Ella Lucia. Alex Goodson, Charlie King, Charles Kitely, and Rook Thompson. Smart-looking kart. Hopefully Rook will be able to get it going a little bit quicker. He's had a few engine issues. I think it's safe to say. I think Billy Albone's working really closely with him, but the waft has not been plentiful. But it'll be sorted for the next round. Here we go. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start for the pole sitter. And Jacob Ashcroft leads a capacity field through turn number 1 and down Dragon Straight with Albie Friend. Now looking to the outside, they go uphill. The crossover move into Spoon is on. Albie Friend can't quite get the move done.
Yeah, it was a nice start though, just couldn't squeeze it down the inside. Like you say, you hit kind of maximum velocity in these karts as you climb up the hill, and then you dive back down here through the carousel. And again, it just shows the different racing lines the driver's taken. Watch for the switchback again here.
Great
my friend.
move.
And he's done it. He's got it down the inside, but he's going to hold it around the outside.
Absolutely superb stuff there.
Well, Jacob Ashcroft there, well, he just hanged it round the outside. He was able to keep control of it. Those tyres still working very well. I thought Albert Friend had that move signed, sealed and done down the inside, but Ashcroft certainly said no to that.
That is two ultra-talented drivers showing each other superb respect. Racing respect. Eat your heart out on that one, I have to say. That was great. You could not fit a cigarette paper between them, and now Friend. And, well, there's a lot of respect, but Jacob Ashcroft, I might respect you, but on this track, you ain't my friend. Off track, we may be mates, but on track, no. And Albert Friend now trying it again. And this time, he doesn't give Jacob the chance to stay on the outside. Friend leads, and already Cole Denham from 6th on the grid up into P3, and we've got another strawberry kart. I think that was, that possibly a Kieran Stewart on the grass, the number 114 kart.
I think
it
so.
was, yes, sadly.
Yeah, we also lost a lot of other drivers in that one as well. Even Morris dropped down 13 positions. John Richardson dropped down. Jaden Sherwood also dropping down as well. It's Kieran Stewart. There is Kieran Stewart, and
He's got a mohawk. He's had his hair cut in the shape of a mohawk. And last night, as Anthony and I were enjoying, some of the atmosphere in the paddock, Kieran decided to assault both of us with a water pistol.
Yes, he did.
Not saying that him retiring with the final and attacking us with the water pistol are connected at all, but it's a great shame for that very chirpy, happy, cheeky young Scotsman.
Yes, indeed. Here we go, then cross the line we go. Friend leads then from Ashcroft, Denham, Green, Bell, and Griffin, the top 6 from Byram, Clark, Lines, and Wolf at the top 10. Big movers so far in this one. Charles Kitely for KR Sports currently sits in 19th place, 14 positions gained. Charlie King, who I interviewed before the pre-final,
Yes.
his chain guard fell off in
Yes.
said pre-final. He's up 12 positions now in the top 20.
Now, don't forget, Charles Kitely, number 164, he got his front wheel locked inside his nose cone coming down the hill. It just got hit by another driver, and it just locked. So he had to come off the track and jiggle the steering wheel about to sort of unlock that front wheel. That's why he has started so far down. But before then, he was battling for the race lead. So with 12 minutes to go, Kitely is not out of this one yet. As they head down Dragon Straight side by side for about 7th place. That was Ellis Bell defending against the number 113 of Joshua Griffin. So two Scotsmen there battling, but they're losing touch with the top 4. And Noah Barham in 7th place in the 3rd of the Dan Holland Racing Karts. Kai Clark right behind Noah in a 4th Dan Holland Racing Kart will be closing in, but they both, Wolfett has now passed Clark, so Wolfett up into P8.
Will Green sees a 5-second in-race time penalty being added onto him.
Ooh,
so
from 4th place.
Yeah, exactly. So the Argenti driver is not going to be in a good place there. There you can see the rest of the field just going through their shop, but that will mean then that Joshua Griffin, Ellis Bell, Noah Barham Wolf behind as well. A lot of people actually will have plenty of time to not worry about it as Majewski looks down the inside there on Kai Clark.
Oh,
and
Kai Clark oh my word! Kai Clark spins backwards across the track, coming over a blind crest, and that has taken. Oh, what? There's a couple of strawberry
Finley
lines had to. Oh, he's stuck in the grass, and of course that rain that we've had has made. You can see the steam coming off the tyres, that sheen on the slick tyres. Oh. And Finley was a complete innocent victim there.
Yeah.
You know, ironically, it was his teammate spinning backwards across the circuit. I see it was Albie Lapper, the Strawberry Racing driver, and Finley Lines both had to take evasive action, and Lapper just about gets back on, but Lines beached just to the left of the camera there. Has he got himself back up and running?
No, I think he was out the car. I think he is out of this race. I think he was quite far off the track that he'd gone. But yeah, bit of a shame.
Now it's early days, Anthony.
This
is round 2 of the championship. However, the wizards that are motorsport-timing.co.uk and Alpha Live are able to bring us the live championship point standings as we stand. So, despite that penalty earlier on, Cole Denham still leads the championship by 4 points over Jacob Ashcroft. If Jacob Ashcroft could get past Albert Frendo, you will see the difference decrease by 3, because it's 65 points for a win in the final, 62 for second. So a 3-point differential for first and second. It's why in karting, ladies and gentlemen, every single position counts.
Yeah, indeed. And I mean, Cole's done a brilliant drive here. He's back up into P3 now as well. So he's latched onto the back of Ashcroft and Friend. Ashcroft with the fastest lap of the race is wanting to get back past Friend here for the race lead, but is not able to do so just yet. Will Green is latched onto the back of Denham as well. This could be good for Will Green.
Yes.
Of course, he's running that 5-second time penalty.
Indeed.
So if he can latch onto the back of Denham, Ashcroft and Friend and break away from the rest of the field, he might be okay, because currently a 5-second time penalty would put him about P11 as the race finished now.
So a top 10 is still very much on the cards for our Gently Motorsports number 154 driver Will Green, if he's smart. Now, obviously, there are things that he can't control, like if Ashcroft and Friend start battling now and slows everybody down. There's it's gone from bad to worse for Kai Clark. That's a second off-track excursion, and there was a bit of a damage at the front end of that kart. Now, there is our first glance briefly, that very smart sort of Albone Racing development liveried kart for Rook Thompson on our screens. That's Chris Walker's favourite. Now, at the top of Spoon Curve, that is where Kai Clark has gone off. And John Richardson has also, Azerbaijani driver, well, his mother's Azerbaijan, and he's worked for the Zip Factory team, but John has also slipped to the back of the pack as well. So maybe an incident between those two as they were recovering, and Kai Clark now out of the race.
Yeah, so a bit of a disaster for that. Dan Holland Racing has not had a good run in this one so far, but luckily they've got about 90% of the grid out there, so they've still got a few carts left to get a good result. But yeah, at the moment it's not going their way. Friend still leads the way then from Ashcroft and Denham, who are still slowly reeling in with Will Green in tow. Ellis Bell here leading a group of 4, and that's chopping and chaining as Wolfit sends it down the inside of Barham.
Yeah, Barham ran a little bit wide there, which opened the door. Rory Armstrong getting a penalty as well. Now, it's a case. So, privateer driver Ellis Bell, the teams are going to have to work with him.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm looking at Ellis Bell now, and I see Macaulay Bishop back in 2019 and 2020 when he was a privateer at the start, but then he was with Paul Munn's team, but it was still very much like a one-man band almost, and he was taking it to the big boys in Miami Cadet. I'm seeing very, very similar. The big teams here, the Synergies, the Argentis, the Dan Hollands, the Strawberries, they've got to work with this plucky little privateer from Scotland who's holding on to a place in the top 5 at the moment. Wow, 4th for Bell on corrected time with that penalty for Will Green.
Well, let's see what happens as the race goes on. 6 minutes plus 1 lap to go as we keep an eye on these top groups. Still the rest of the field looking well again. Charles Cutley still now up to P14, 90 to Charlie King's up 15 into P17. Finley Hines is up into P15 after gaining 11 positions out on circuit as well.
Not Finley Lines.
Not Finley Lines.
Sorry, who was sadly retired. He did get going again, but he has pulled the cart into the pit to stop.
Yeah, so Finley Hines just goes through. Yeah, championship standings again. It's, you know, very, very close here as again side by side here. And Ellis again defending it there from Wolfit.
But Wolfit could have just put. Wolfit was really trying to pass Bell. Now what Charlie Wolfit needs to do? He needs to work with Ellis Bell.
Yeah.
Ellis is he's going to go to the inside. Ellis doesn't defend too much because going into the carousel, that's where you lose a lot of time.
Yeah.
You can run that inside line down the Dragon Straight without losing lap times. But now. The second of the Synergy carts, they've all got the same graphics kit, but the second of the Synergy carts, number 113, Joshua Griffin, he will have to work with Ellis Bell or else lose touch with Charles Kitely. So if Griffin can put his nose cone in the back bumper of Bell's cart and stay in the slipstream of Wolfit, and Griffin is doing that, no he's not, he looks to the inside. This is the problem that a privateer driver does have at the front. It's being magnified here. You know, it's not the drivers that are in the team's fault, but again, privateer driver, no, you're not going to be as quick as us because you're a privateer, and that's the theory in karting. It's not correct, but a lot of the drivers think that way. So get you out of the way. I need to work with my teammate. You're not a teammate of mine, and you're not even a big rival team. You'll see the drivers from big rival teams working together because they think, well, I know that he's fast because he's with Strawberry or KR Sports or Argenti or so on and so forth. But you can see now, because Griffin tried to pass Ellis Bell is falling away from Charlie Wolfit. Now Griffin maybe gets the message, he thinks, okay, I will push you, and he is pushing Ellis Bell this time. And you can't, and now Griffin gets past. No teamwork there. That's the Dan Holland Racing number 127 and Noah Barham going through. But it magnifies just how hard it is for these privateers to stay at the front because they've got no friends. No one will work with them. Ellis Bell has to earn the respect of these drivers. They think, okay, I will try and work with you now.
Yeah, and again, in cadet racing, you see it the most in cadet racing where there are so many teams in this that have got multiple drivers in the category, and you will see them work together. We saw it with Fusion. We see it with
Ollie
Motorsport.
Fusion.
See it with them as well. You know, they will work together as a team to try and close those gaps. And like you say, as a privateer, you are all on your own. So yeah, it is a very tough place to be. But Bell, I think, really does do a fantastic job, and we'll have to see what he can do in this one. Albert Friend, however, has opened up that gap. He is the only Strawberry in the top 5. He's got a couple of Strawberry teammates.
Yeah,
His closest Strawberry
Armstrong,
team, Armstrong and Tom Reed, who are 9th and 10th at the moment. So
but Armstrong's got a penalty coming his way. Albert Friend has only had 2 second-place finishes. There's Barry Ashcroft at foreground there, looking at Jacob, and I think the shrug of the shoulders there. Ashcroft is losing touch. Albert Friend, he hasn't won a round of the British Championship yet. He's got Lee Taylor looking after him. Lee Taylor guided Callum Bradshaw to last year's British title. He guided Callum Bradshaw to last year's Rotax Grand Final senior title. But now, with 2 minutes to go, Ashcroft, who is also searching for his first British Championship victory. He's had several podiums. We had a podium at Kimbolton, and now he is got to throw everything in the kitchen sink. Cole Denham, championship leader, he still leads the championship by 4 points, is third, but Albert Friend, and we spoke, we did a feature on Strawberry Racing, and the lads at Strawberry were, they were quite honest. They said, look, we just missed it a bit at Kimbolton. We weren't quite on the money at Kimbolton, so they've worked very hard to make sure they were on the money here, and Albert Friend is proving that their work is paying off by leading and keeping his nearest rivals, the 2 drivers that came first and second at the opening round, at bay. Now, there has been a change. Joshua Griffin and Noah Barham have both got past Ellis Bell. Bell now behind the 113 of Griffin, but still in 8th position. And Will Green, Will Green would be in 8th place once his penalty is applied. So Bell would move up to 7th, Griffin to 6th, Barham to 5th, Wolfit to 4th. But it's Strawberry Racing's Albert Friend leading the way at the moment. Through turn number 1, down Dragon Straight they go. 113 of Josh Griffin checks over his shoulder. His friend into the carousel, up the hill, and then they flick right and right again into compression corner. Yellow flags waving off at the side of the circuit, and that is the number 125 Kart of Ella Lucia out of the race there. She trudges back to pit lane. 29 karts remain. The order: 29th is Alex Goodson, then 28th Brooke Thompson, Samia Paul is 27th, John Richardson 26th, 25th for Eva Morris, 24th Jaden Sherwood, 23rd Stanley Clark, 22nd Rayan Gandur, 21st Albie Lapper, and 20th Isaac Barker. Nat Johnson runs 19th, Finley Hines 18th, Charlie King up 15 places to 17th, Daniel Minto in 16th, Oliver Meek is 15th, then Oliver Majewski in 14th, the O-Plate champion, Luca Holmes-Ballack 13th, Blair Smith is 12th, Charles Kitely is 11th, Tom Reed is 10th, Rory Armstrong 9th, Bell 8th, Griffin 7th, Barham 6th, Wolfit 5th, Green 4th, Denham 3rd, Ashcroft 2nd, and Albert Friend your leader. That is how they run on track. I know some of those drivers, at least two, Rory Armstrong and Will Green, have got 5-second penalties to be applied. Albert Friend is making sure that he stays very much in touch with Denham and Ashcroft in the championship. As things stand, and we can maybe have a look at the championship positions in a moment, but as things stand, there they go. There are 13 points separate Denham, Ashcroft and Friend in the point standings. Will Green, now that fourth place as the checkered flag comes out. It is a first British Championship win for Strawberry Racing's Albert Friend, and Jacob Ashcroft matches his career best result with second. The closer Cole Denham couldn't quite close out a victory here at Glan Y Gors, but he maintains his championship lead with another podium position in third. Fourth on corrected scores will be Charlie Wolfit for the Synergy team, and that's a great 10-place gain for Charlie, followed by Noah Barham, Joshua Griffin, and then in 7th place will be Ellis Bell. 8th will be Will Green after his penalty is applied. 9th will be Tom Reed, and then 10th will be Charles Kitely. Rory Armstrong, who finished 9th on the road, he will eventually be classified after his penalty is applied 16th. But a very happy Albie Friend. Anthony Jordan will be down in the pit lane. Henry Cameron comes on to the online chat to say hello, and unfortunately we didn't see Henry today. He was one of the 3 drivers in Junior Rotax who just missed out on a place in the repechage earlier today. So Henry, I know he's stayed and is watching the rest of his Ultimate R teammates and supporting them. And better luck next time, Henry. There is a look. Rook Thompson from Australia finishing 29th. That is not indicative of his pace. Like I said, he has had a few engine issues, and I know that his engine builder and his team are working very, very hard to get those resolved for the next round. But Anthony Jordan has made his way down to the pit lane. When the drivers come into the pits, Anthony will be there to speak to our provisional winner, and a new name at the top of the Wera Tools British Kart Championship, Albert Friend. It's a first win of it's the first final win of the day. It's a first win for Albert Friend. It's a first win of the day for Strawberry Racing, and he's with Anthony Jordan right now. Take it away, DJ.
Well, the Minimax final is done, and I'm here with our race winner from that one, Albert Friend. Albert, well, what a race that was. It was a bit tricky at the start, but as soon as you got your legs underway, you were running away with it, weren't you?
Yeah, it was. I just thought, I looked behind and I had like a 3/10 gap, and I knew Jacob was out the toe, so I had to put the lap time in, and I just did it, and then I got away, and I was just, yeah.
You closed the championship up just that little bit now. It's certainly looking a little bit closer. You move yourself up to third in the championship, so still good running in the early stages. Are you looking forward to the next round?
Yeah, hopefully we can do the same again, but win maybe even the heats or something, or the pre-final as well.
Anyone you'd like to thank?
Strawberry Racing, my mechanic Lee Taylor, my dad and Nathan, Warwick and Straubs.
Well, well done, mate. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. Very well done to Albert Friend. Let's bring over... You're good, Albert. You can head off. Let's bring over Jacob Ashcroft, who is still all the way over there. Jacob, come on over. Come on over. Have a quick chat with us. And, well, Jacob, that was a tough old race. What can you tell us about it? Come on over just here a little bit more. What can you tell us about that race?
Well, I tried to obviously catch Albie, but I couldn't. I had a good start and I was in the lead for a few laps and Albie got past me. I tried to get back in, but the yellow flag sort of stopped that. And, yeah, he just pulled away ever so slightly every lap and I was trying my best to catch him, but I just couldn't.
What do you think the cause of that was? Do you reckon it was tyres? I know this track is very harsh on the tyres. Were they just dropping off a little bit?
Yeah, this track really likes to kill your tyres. At the end of the race, the tyres were just hanging on for dear life. As I went over double right, I was just sliding everywhere. So
You match your career best finish still, another P2. It's still good championship points that you get, so, you know, it's still looking good in the championship. Do you feel you can come back a bit stronger for the next round?
yeah, I feel like I could come back stronger. I mean, I need to, well, get a good position for the final next time, and hopefully I can win that time.
It's still a P2, so congratulations, well done. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later.
Yeah, see you later. Thank you.
Excellent stuff there for Jacob Ashcroft. Let's bring in our still current championship leader, Cole Denham. Cole, come on over. Cole, it was a tricky pre-final for you, coming away with that 5-second penalty, so you started quite further down in the grid for that one. Tell us, how did you manage to get up into P3?
Yeah, well, obviously I got a penalty in the pre-final, so it put me back to 6th. The first corner I got quite a good start. I got up to 4th. I got up to 3rd by the top of the hill, and then they were a bit too quick to catch up to, and it was just ended up with a 3rd.
Yeah. Well, again, pace was very quick out there, wasn't it? But you maintain your championship lead, which is a good thing. Going into the next round, are you still feeling like the team's done everything they can to make sure you have the best out of the car?
Yeah, well, the kart wasn't the best, but it's still quite good that I'm winning the championship because it's still giving me a boost going into the next round as well, so I'm quite happy with it.
Well, there we go. You're leading by just 4 points. It's very, very close, so it's going to be a tough championship all the way throughout. Anyone you'd like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank Dan Holland Racing, Time Racing Engines, Tillet Racing Seats, Time Racing Engines and all of that.
Well, congratulations, P3. We'll see you on the podium in a moment.
Thank you.
Excellent stuff. That's Cole Denham, who, like we say, maintains his championship lead by only a few points. Honda Cadet GX200 is coming up next. Henry, back to you.
Thank you, Anthony. And yes, so we're at round 2 for all the other classes here at Glan Y Gors, but it's round 1 for Honda Cadet. This year, the class looks slightly different, and Anthony caught up with Motorsport UK karting manager Dan Parker to explain the changes.
Every year or so, we see regulation changes, and going into 2023, we have seen one of the biggest changes in quite a while, and it comes with Honda Cadet. Gone are the GX160s, now with the GX200s, and to talk a little bit more about it, Dan Parker from Motorsport UK. Dan, well, firstly, why the change? Why has Motorsport UK brought this change into the British Kart Championships?
I think really the main reason was Honda Cadet's been a really, really successful class. It's brought some of the most successful drivers that we've had in recent years. Somebody like Oliver Behrman, now competing in F2, he started in Honda Cadet. But what became apparent in recent years is some of the costs were becoming prohibitive for people to be able to compete with a GX160 engine, which is something that we've seen in endurance racing a number of years ago. So the changes that we've made are to make a class that's a great starting point for people, very, very simple to operate and use, and you know, designed at grassroots level.
Apart from the obvious change of the fact that it's not a GX160 and now it's a 200, what have been the biggest changes that we've seen from last year going into this year?
So the main differences are that, as you said, it looks the same. It's a GX200 as opposed to a 160, but it's a completely sealed unit. So you can't get into the engine. Everything is very tightly controlled. It's manufactured and designed around a fiche. So there's a technical document that enables everybody to measure everything if they needed to at a meeting. But the main thing is that it's completely sealed. So there isn't any difficulties for scrutineers to check things. It's really, really simple. Everybody will get a log card with the engine, so there'll be certain service centres or areas of the trade that can prepare the engines, but because it's fully sealed, if there's any difficulties or any problems with when they check the seal inside the engine, then obviously there's accountability there for the preparer for the engine.
And with all those changes, I think comes a lot of benefits from that going into this season. Again, you've named quite a few on that one, and I think the biggest benefit that we saw, I think, practice here at Glan Y Gors, we saw drivers within thousands of each other across the entire field, weren't they?
Yeah, no, it's really exciting, and these engines will, I think, make it a much more level playing field for people. And the key thing will be, certainly at the British Championship, that the drivers that finish in the top 3 positions at the next event, they will be supplied a Motorsport UK engine to the correct specifications, obviously, and it will just take away that, hopefully, that kind of mentality of trying to buy your way to the front. So it's a really exciting concept. I can't wait to get started.
Exactly. Well, it will all kickstart in 2023, and of course at the event 2, or event 4, I should say, round 1 of the Honda Cadet Championship at Glan Y Gors. So make sure you don't miss out on it.
Well, that was all the information we need to know. Honda Cadet 200, Ambition Motorsport and Synergy Racing are tied with 8 final wins apiece in this class. Privateers have got 2 wins. The Project One Racing team and the Heinz Racing team have got 3 wins apiece. SFR Motorsport, sadly no more. That's morphed into the Micromax setup in Strawberry Racing. Cutting Edge Racing, I saw Steve Cutting's team back in the paddock, different paddock, a little while back. Privateer drivers and, of course, the Zip Factory team have had victories in this. We've got, not every single driver in this class is new to the British Championship, but the ones that have been in action before are sort of experiencing life at the front of the grid for the very first time. This is going to be between Project One Racing, Zip, Ambition Motorsport, and a host of privateers. 11 drivers, Anthony, a standing start. This is the standing start in the dummy grid. They will go out and start from the circuit, but the starting lineup is going to be as follows.
Well, that race will be coming up in just a moment's time, so it will be coming out as the rain is in the air. Green flag comes out. Here it is. It's Honda Cadet coming up next. Well, the grids are about to get underway, 11 of them, and, well, Max today will be starting on the front spot with Ed Spain alongside. Benton Stoneman and Ryan White will go from row 2 with Arthur Way and Ralphie Branscombe on that 3rd row.
Ashley Haas, Kian Sullivan, Sebastian Burlington and Henry Colborne round at the top 10. Luke Jardine, another of the privateers, at the back of the grid. Now, obviously, Max today, I think if it sounds, the second bit sounds like Harvey, then it's got to be Teddy. I'm sure that we will get corrected if it's wrong, but it's Max Attack from the front row of the grid. Fenton Stoneman, the half brother of former Dean Stoneman, who raced all the way up and even got a test with the Williams Formula One team at some point. Again, original pupil of the Rob Dodds School of Karting. Dean Stoneman, fantastic KZ2 gearbox driver, racing all the way up through. There's the Orange Army in force. A big thank you once again to all the officials here at Glan Y Gors. But it's going to be a standing start. It's Honda Cadet. They get their 2023 championship underway now.
Here we go then, great start then from that front row, and it will be a really big long run up all the way to that top corner now as they all dive to the inside line. It is a single file train all the way to the apex, but down the inside lurks Ed Spain. No, thinks against it, slots back into 2nd place, and everyone gets a relatively clean start first time of asking.
Yes, indeed. And Max Tad Day comes into the carousel, leading the way on the Oh, and the two Zip drivers. I was about to say the two Zip drivers running cleanly in second and third, and then they weren't. And it's allowed Ryan White into third position. So Fenton Stoneman and Ed Spain, well, Ed nearly took off and was halfway to Spain with that one, but they all managed to sort themselves out. What it has done, it's allowed Max Tadej into a big advantage.
Well, here we go then. Up the hill once more. And it's just, you can see there how slippery it is at that top section. Lots of drivers just running that little bit wide there. I think that was Fenton Stoneman just running a little bit wide, gets it back into form. And I've got to say, on my walk back from doing the post-race interviews in the last race to the commentary box, it was very windy. It was a very cold wind as well.
I mean, we have been here for 2 of the last 3 weekends, and it has been roastingly hot all the time. As there's a move further back in the pack. That is the Ambition Motorsport number 26 gaining a place. But the temperature has cooled down. Literally, it's gone down by about 8 or 9 degrees, I would say, just in the last half an hour. And now Ed Spain is closing in on our race leader, Max Tadej.
There we go. So there's still 13 minutes left of this race. It is very early doors. It's again very sideways there, just in the back of shot. And I think that was Burlington who was going sideways. And again, it just shows how slippery it is at that top section. Again, I don't think it's the rain that's falling at the moment. There is no rain falling at the moment. But the temperature
the track
has come down quite significantly.
Yeah, and of course, all these mechanics, they will set tyre pressures, for track conditions. And a sudden drop in track temperature, that can help the engines. The engines can breathe a little bit easier in the cooler temperature. But tyres, in terms of they need that heat. And if the tarmac is not generating the same level of heat as it was, that can send the setups awry. But it's a head-to-head fight between Max Tadej and Ed Spain. Ryan White runs in third.
There we go. Back down the hill they go, in towards the carousel. Big look over the shoulder there for Ed Spain, just to see what's going on behind. You can see that his teammate Fenton Stoneman's got back up into third place. Ryan White into fourth now. So that change happened just off camera. So once again, they're going to try another attempt at this. Hopefully we don't clip those curbs, because again, it just shows, even for the cadet class, those curbs are massive.
Yeah, and I think what happened on the opening lap with the two Zip drivers, I think the one went at the inside going up the hill and just got on that curb, and it literally bounced the kart across into his teammate. That was Spain and Stoneman, who are now back together in second and third. There is a bit of clean air between them. Ralphie Branscombe runs in fifth. Ashley Haas is up to sixth. Arthur Way has dropped 2 places back to seventh. Then it's Burlington and Sullivan. I have to say Henry Colborne and Luke Jardine, the 2 privateers who have run at the back of the field pretty much all weekend, they are moving forward in terms of pace. They're much closer to the pace of the race leaders in this race than they were in the heats yesterday. So, again, the experience of racing at this level, you ups your game exponentially. You know, as a driver, your driver's learning more, they're trying harder, they're finding more, they're focusing more, because the level of competition, even on a small grid, is so high.
Fenton Stoneman now with the fastest lap of the race with that clean air is now closing in on those top 2. So
fast lap race in clean air, which is a negative.
Yes,
without the aid of a draft or a slipstream.
So does that mean that the 2 up front are not going as fast as they think they're going?
Well, I mean, a 49.19 for Tadej and a 49.13 for Spain and a 48.95 for Fenton Stoneman. Well, if he's half-brother of Dean Stoneman, the apple has not fallen far from the tree, as Fenton Stoneman now closed in, and he has really caught up there. And Ed Spain was making a little bit of a move behind the race leader, trying to force the number 66 of Scotland's Max Tadej into a mistake.
Well, there we go, up the hill once again, and Tadej just looking like he was, well, not going full defensive there, but it certainly looked like Ed Spain was certainly going to go for a move. He thinks against it, Maybe he's going to go from it. He checks over the shoulder. Now he knows that his teammate is there. So is that a call for going for the move, or is that a, right, let's see what we can do working together here against Max? I mean, that's going to be a question, really, between these two.
Well, they worked very well together in the pre-final. They obviously came together at the start of this race. I think they will probably want to just say, prove to each other, look, you know, no harm, no foul. We can still work together.
Well, let's see if he can work together with his teammates. So they are staying there, and now here's a move. Ed Spain looks to the inside and just absolutely sideswipes, and that's the slipstream that we're talking about. That is two karts working together there against one. You squeeze one out of the train, and then there you can just, you've got like another couple mile an hour.
And that is the easiest pass that Fenton Stoneman will make, because Ed Spain did all the hard work. Oh, and there's Max today, right over the curve. That curve again, it bounces Max across the circuit. It almost forces Stoneman. Oh, and now he's overcooked it, going into Devil's Elbow, and just outbraked himself ever so slightly, and he snatched the brake there to avoid running into the back of race leader Ed Spain. It's cost Max today second place. It's cost him an awful lot of time as well. And Ryan White, the Project 1 Racing number 47 driver, he will start coming back into play.
Yeah, he has now closed that gap up quite considerably as well. He is now a group of 4. Further back, though, in the field, of course, we can't forget Arthur Way, Ralphie Branscombe, Ashley Haas, Sebastian Burlington, Kean Sullivan, as well as Henry Colburn and Luke Jardine, are all battling away further down the order. This is the battle for 5th place to 9th place on your screens. And again, it just shows that, yes, okay, they might not be right at the front, but they are in a long train. And there's the leading group.
Yes.
They're not that far behind.
No, they're only 2.1 seconds behind the top 4. This Arthur Way, Ashley Haas, Sebastian Burlington, Ralphie Branscombe, Kean Sullivan battle, and they are working together. That is great formation driving. There we go, and now they put out wide. That's the Zip driver, Ashley Haas, trying to go around the outside. It breaks loose now. That's not going to work. And the number 25 privateer entry of Sebastian Burlington moves into P6, and here comes Ralphie Branscombe, and Ralphie moves up into what is 7th place, and we've got a new leader, because Fenton Stoneman and Ed Spain, well, no, Ed Spain still leads. Fenton Stoneman was briefly in front. Spain fighting back.
Yeah, so this is good stuff here as they make their way back across the start-finish line. Spain still leads the way from Stoneman, and they are starting to open that gap, like you say, up the hill once more, as the times are starting to come down just a little bit. They have matched their pace from earlier on. Everyone is kind of on the same pace, everyone in the low 49. So, you know, it just shows how close and competitive these karts are. As again, side by side here.
We've still got 6 minutes to go.
6 minutes to go.
Here's a great move. That's Burlington up into P5 and Branscombe up into P6. And well, now they are about 2.5 seconds behind the lead 4. So this is not helping them. Last time around, Way, Burlington 49.5, 49.3. The leaders 2/10 quicker.
Ed Spain would lead the virtual championship as it stands in these positions with 189 championship points. There you can see it on the bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
Yes, now I can't quite remember how many rounds there are in Honda Cadet. I think there might be just 4, because they missed the opening round. So points will be even more valuable here. And again, yeah, it's very early stage. The top 4 separated by 7 points in the championship. And the top 4 are obviously the top 4 in this race, as Fenton Stoneman now leads. So there's been a change, and now there's another change. Max today into top spot once again, where he has been for the majority of this race. Not the whole way through, as we start lap number 13 with 5 to go. 5 minutes, that is, not 5 laps. They all hug the inside line down the Dragon Straight and up the hill into Spoon Curve. Spain has a look. Ryan White now watching and waiting.
Now these top 4, they're scrapping away once again. We always see this. that's going to allow that group behind, the group of 5 karts, to really start to close in now. Like you say, the gap was up to about 2.5 seconds. At the moment, I think it's got up to about 4 seconds, but now they've started to scrap. Watch that gap now start to come down. As long as they are working together behind and they're not still chopping and changing, they might catch this group. There's still 4 minutes left. Plenty of time as Today getting squeezed out wide there. And
this will slow them down because nobody's going to be getting the slipstream. They're going to be side by side. Oh, and Ryan White, thank you. Max Today says, right, good. He pushed him on. It's a Zip Factory Kart 1-2 at the moment. Let's have a look. 48.90 for Fenton Stoneman last time around. Ralphie Branscombe in P5 did a 49.2. So despite that battling, they are still on the lead, quicker than the chasing pack. However, through the first sector Branscombe is quicker now, but the gap is still 4 seconds, just under 4 seconds between the lead quartet. And it was a chasing quintet, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th. It's now, I think, just Branscombe in the 96 kart and Burlington in the 25. So Branscombe and Burlington have dropped Haas, Way and Sullivan.
Well, once again, up the hill, wait for it. There they are, the next two who are just coming through shot now. And like you say, they have closed that up. And crucially, they're less than 5 seconds. So I think you were touching up on that one there. If anyone does get a nose cone in that top 4, they do drop them back past these two.
You can see on the screens the white overlay on the timing and scoring, showing that we're following the 96 to the 25. This is the 5th and 6th battle.
Yeah, and like you say, watching them so far through this lap, they are working together here. They are not battling. They're not going side by side. They're not sending it down the inside here. They're just pushing each other along, doing exactly what they need to do to try and close that gap. Still 2.5 minutes to go. There you can see the gap, and I'd say it was fractionally coming down, but the top 4 now seem to have gotten themselves into a rhythm once again, haven't they?
Yeah, no, but Max Today has sort of split the two Zip Factory drivers. So he has got 0.3 of a second to make up on the race leader, but I have to say these two, Burlington, and here we go. And he's 0.3 of a second, no 10ths of a second. He is right back on the rear bumper of race leader Fenton Stoneman. We'll check the split times. Last middle split, Branscombe and race leader Stoneman did identical times. So now, how attacking does Max Today want to be? Looks, he's been pretty aggressive all race. Is he going to look to the inside again? Not quite. He's still going to have a little look. No, Jason Dredge and the boys at Ambition, and Paul Janes and the boys at Ambition Motorsport. Now, he's down as a privateer as Max Today, but he's got an Ambition graphics kit and an Ambition race suit. Have to double check that because I can't get it wrong for the statistics.
No, you have to keep it right. Here we go then. On to the final minute plus that one lap, and I suspect it might start kicking off soon. And of course, those two behind will know that as well.
And Burlington has got ahead of Branscombe, and Burlington now runs in 5th, and they haven't lost any time. The gap's still 4 seconds between the top 4 and the 5th and 6th place battle, but Stoneman, he's now going to have to defend for all he's worth.
Yes, he will, up the hill once again into the braking zone. We have reports that there is a sprinkling of rain out there in some sections of the track, so that may put a spanner in the works in these last final moments. Like I was saying, it's looking very interesting out there, but the track is still dry.
But even though the track is dry, look how much closer Ryan White has got. And why is Ryan White close back in? Because Fenton Stoneman, he's going to be the most cautious now because he's the first kart that arrives at every corner where the grip level might be changing and the surface might be damp. Ryan White, he can judge his pace based on what these 3 drivers are doing, and they've got 2 more laps to do it. So lap times are 49.1 for Stoneman, and he's actually gained a lot of time there on the rest of the field of the 3 leaders. Ryan White's not very strong through turn number 1. The clock strikes 0, and Max Today and Ed Spain, a little bit of door handling there going through Spoon Curve. Now they're down towards Carousel. It is Fenton Stoneman on his British Championship debut. Could he become the next new winner in the Wera Tools British Championship for perhaps the most famous team of all, the Zip Factory team? They come through Devil's Elbow now. The last lap board will go out next time around. Scotland's Max Today sits in second position. Ed Spain third. Ryan White hanging on in fourth. Now, has Fenton Stoneman learned? He grew up watching his older half-brother Dean Stoneman almost make it to the very top of the world of motorsport. This is where Dean started. This is where Fenton starts. Now, have the Stoneman family got another British Championship race winner in their midst? We're going to find out very soon. Here comes Max Today. He gets to the inside. They touch outside. Oh! They just give each other racing room. Stoneman still has it across the top. Now Max Today is going to fend off Ed Spain. He's going to attack Fenton Stoneman. Into Devil's Elbow they go. One more time over the drop. And now the descent towards Paddock Bend. And the Zip Factory team have another winner. His name is Fenton Stoneman. Max Today finishes second. Third for Ed Spain. Ryan White 0.4 of a second down in fourth position. Sebastian Burlington comes home in fifth, of Ralphie Branscombe, Cian Sullivan, Ashley Haas, Arthur Way, Henry Colborne and Luke Jardine. All I will say is that with 11 drivers, that was a great race. You add another 20 drivers with the new implementations, the sealed engines that the Motorsport UK pooling of the exhaust brought in for this year to make this class as fair and as cost effective as possible. This class will only get better and better and better. Congratulations to Earl and Luke and Roger and everyone at the Zip team. Fenton Stoneman, your new race winner in Honda Cadet GX 200, and it's another win for the Zip team. Ralphie Branscombe, we're getting word, may have a nose cone penalty. That will drop him sadly from 6th down to 10th position, if that is correct, the 9th place rather, if that is correct. Anthony Jordan is heading down, and I'm looking out of the commentary box window, and the windows on the cars in the car park are getting wetter and wetter, and for the first time all weekend I've just seen someone walking down the paddock wearing a hood. That tells me that the rain outside, and it's coming down harder and harder. We have still got 3 finals to go, ladies and gentlemen. 3 50-minute finals. This is going to make for a bunch of very nervous mechanics, nervous drivers. They're going to be drivers at the front of the grid for the next 3 races that are going to be shaking their heads, and there are drivers at the back of the grid for the next 3 races. They're going to be rubbing their hands together with glee. But one driver rubbing his hands together with glee will be Fenton Stoneman. Anthony will be speaking to Fenton very shortly. I'm not sure if we can speak to Fenton's mechanic. This is the driver's time to shine. So sorry, Dirt Monkey on the live chat. We may not speak to the mechanic. We're going to speak to the main man himself. That'll be Fenton Stoneman. So Anthony, take it away.
Well, thanks, Henry. Yes, the first Honda Cadet final of 2023 is done, and Fenton Stoneman, well, you come away with the race win on that one. Fenton, that was a challenging race. There was always something to do out there. Talk us through how your race was.
It was good, but at the end of the race, it was getting slippery because it started raining. But Max Taddy done really well.
Yeah, it was a tough old race all the way throughout, wasn't it? Like we say, talking about that rain, it's still raining a little bit now. Were you nervous going into some of those corners, thinking that you're the first person to go into it? It might go all wrong here.
Yeah, I was going in, but then when I broke a bit, the back end slid, and then I was just worried, so I slowed it down and calmed down a bit, and then across the finish line.
Well, it worked out very well for you, and you come away with a race win. Is there anyone you'd like to thank?
My dad and my mechanic. Jet.
Well, spot on, mate. Well done. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. Well done too, Fenton. Let's chat to Max. Let's get Max over. Come on over. And, well, Max, talk us through this race because, again, that certainly looked a little closer. Certainly looked like a challenge for you. How did you find that?
Yeah, it was really hard because Fenton, Ed and Ryan really experienced drivers, and like through the end I thought there was going to be like a crash or something because it started to rain a bit, and then Fenton managed to hold on to it.
Well, it was okay, wasn't it, with the weather? It held off just that little bit so you could finish your race at least. But solid result, P2. Are you happy with it?
Yeah, we're happy with P2 because first year and my second year in Hondas, and yeah.
Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on.
Yep.
Well done. Congratulations to Max today there. Let's chat to, well, now Ed Spain finished in third, but a 5-second time penalty was added. So I believe Ryan White actually finishes in third. And I want to see if we can chat to Ryan. Is Ryan around anywhere? I can't see him. Ryan. Where's Ryan? Is he around? Ryan, come on over. Yes. Sorry, Ryan, as soon as you take your helmet off, I've got no idea who you are. There we go. Right, Ryan, take a stand. Well, that was a challenging race, but you come away at the end of that one with P3 due to a 5-second time penalty. Talk us through that race, because you certainly closed in on the top three at the end of that.
At the start of the race, it was pretty good. I was top three, and then, once those guys got in front of me, my engine, I'm pretty sure there's definitely something wrong with my engine. On the straight, they'd always pull away from me, and I'm surprised I got third, to be honest. But yeah.
Well, I say you did all right. How good's the slipstream here at Glan Y Gors? It certainly looks like you can close up a gap with a good slipstream here.
Yeah, the slipstream's everything. If you could be fifth, and you in fourth could catch up to third easily. You just push, and the slipstream is just everything here.
So would you say working together, even with someone who isn't a teammate, is vital in Honda Cadet?
Yeah, it's really critical.
Well, excellent stuff. Well, you come away with a P3. Congratulations. We'll see you on the podium in a few moments.
Thank you.
Excellent. Well done there to Ryan White. Gets away with that one. Well, only a couple more finals left to go. Micromax is coming up next.
Thank you, Anthony. Indeed, it is. But before we get to Micromax, let's have a few words from some of the people that make this championship happen, the sponsors. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before the next race, Anthony Jordan is still down in the paddock area. Now, with the rain in the air and forecast of thunder, there's going to be some very busy mechanics, and Anthony Jordan is there to tell us all about it.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, so one race done. The drivers were talking about it was a little bit slippery out there on the slick tyres at the end of the race, and there were big drops of rain. It is still raining. It's very light. It's very spitty. Now, there was a bit of a hype at the moment. Mechanics were getting the wet tyres at the ready, but it now looks like they've got rid of the wet tyres and they're sticking to slicks. And I'm standing here and I'm getting wet. The rain's still coming down. There's one kart actually on wet tyres here in front of me. The 21 Cormac has got a fresh set of wet, well, they're not fresh, but they're slightly used set of wet tyres on. Everyone else at the moment is on slicks, and the drops of rain are getting heavier and heavier down here, Henry, and I think slicks may not be the right call here, and well, 99.9% of this grid is on them. One driver is on the wets. Of course, if Motorsport UK will make a call, sorry, you're going to get run over there, Mr. Cameraman. Race Control could make a call here in a moment and say that that's not the right call, and they might actually put a delay on this race so drivers can change over to the wets. But they had the opportunity. They chucked them all back in the tyre bay. They've not gone for them. We might have a delay here, Henry. We might have a delay.
Okay, thank you, Anthony. Well, of course, you're thinking at home, well, Josh Cormac, who, you can see it for yourselves. Now, the tarmac does drive very quickly. These are the Micromax drivers. They are some of the youngest drivers here. Anthony is talking about a delay. The Motorsport UK officials will only delay event if they believe the safety of the drivers is at risk. If they believe that the circuit is dry enough for them to drive on slicks safely, they might be slow, but they're not going to be endangering their safety, then they will let them go. And if they let them go, Josh Cormac, who is starting last on the grid, is the only driver who has gambled on wet tyres. Now, this is the ironic thing. At the moment, Josh Cormac is now saying, okay, please stop raining, because the track's nice and wet. I've got an advantage, but it's not dangerous. So if it carries on raining, as you can see it's raining very, very hard, this could be very interesting indeed. So I know that there'll be parents, there'll be people in teams and think, well, we made the right call. We got to go out and race. The Motorsport officials will have, there is a signal from the Motorsport UK, or from the grid marshal there, to say, and they're going to go. Anthony Jordan joined us back up in the commentary box now. There are 23 drivers on this grid. 22 of them are on slick tyres. One starting stone last on wet tyres in the pouring rain. Let's have a look. It's hot. It's Micromax, and it's up next. Here we go then, your starting lineup as follows. Edward Haynes and Oliver Spencer start from row number 1. Emerson McAndrew-Uren, the round 1 winner, and Harry Taylor start on row 2. Oliver Warner and Riley Murrow go on row number 3.
Row number 4, it will be Maximilian Abrahart and Colby Patterson. Theo Bradshaw and Samuel Lowdy go from row 5 with Luke Millward and Austin Oman rounding out row number 6.
Zach Starbuck and Jack Freeman are on row 7. Joshua Cook and Jensen Chalk, row 8. Grayson Wortley and Max Gilman are on row number 9.
Sebastian Lusch and Dean Pahal go from row 10. Arthur Farrow and Kian Bernard round out row 11. And Josh Cormac at the back of the grid on wet tyres.
Now,
well, as far as I'm concerned, Josh Cormac's won this race.
If they don't stop it, and if there are carts slipping and sliding now, and that's Emerson McAndrew-Uren on the grass. The number 53 has gone as well. The driver's starting 3rd and 4th. Now this is where the officials will be looking very, very closely at the circuit. Now, they'll be looking at the circuit. Emerson McAndrew-Uren trying to get his kart back on in the pouring rain. It's slick tyres. It's going to get beached, Emmy. No, he's back up and running, and the yellow flag's waving. Now, we could have a few more rolling laps while the drivers get themselves back into position. Oh, Harry Taylor, and he's begging the official. He's begging the official, and they're well done. The result to get the kart. He's looking around. Can he get the kart? Can he help? I'm not sure if he can. Now, they're into the tram lines. The lights are green. We are racing, and they got a tiptoe through turn number 1, and we're minus the 2 second row drivers. Emerson McAndrew, Uren right at the back. Harry Taylor not going to take the start at all. And now, watch the back. Yes, yellow flags waving. Josh Cormack is going to have to be very careful here. He is going to have such an advantage, but he's got to tiptoe his way through, and he can't get involved in anything like that. That's Cian Bernard at the back. Where is Cormac? Cormac was 21st. Oh, he's so much quicker. Off goes the number 16 Hunter Motor Sam Pollitt racing cart.
Oh,
they're running wide. This is very, very sketchy indeed. And look at Josh Cormack. He's already passed most of the field.
He's in the race lead from the back of the grid straight into the race lead. He's the only one on wet tyres. Everyone, it's just an ice rink out there.
It is absolutely indeed. But now it's okay. Let's have a look. Safety. This track does dry very quickly. It's still pouring with rain, however. There is a view. You can see, look how hard the drivers are working, the steering and trying to generate any sort of grip from those slick front racing tyres. So it's actually Luke Millward.
Yeah,
it's a 1-2 for the Toby George Motorsport team. Kirsty Hockley from their media department will be absolutely trying to get as many photos as she can as her team run 1-2. Well, Toby George's team run 1-2 at the moment. Where is Josh Cormack?
He's actually only in 16th place, so yeah, we were getting confused there. It was a Toby George Motorsport car that was leading. It was actually 1-2, like you were saying. But yeah, Josh Cormack, who's the only driver on wet tyres, is actually still only P16.
But because there's karts spinning, there's another kart spinning. This is an absolute lottery at the moment. So, what Josh Cormack has got to not do is there are karts spinning in front of him. There's Jensen Chalk almost running off circuit. Down the hill we go. And again, you know, there's been lots of spins, but because they're travelling slower, there's no standing water. So what we're saying is there's no aquaplaning. No. Aquaplaning is what really is the safety concern. And there's an Argenti kart running wide, and a couple of the drivers now.
There's Cormac.
Josh Cormac moves into what is 3rd place. Well, it's a Toby George Motorsport 1, 2, 3. The third of those drivers now on wet tyres. And Josh Cormack slides at the inside. Josh Cormack never on a British Championship podium. That could change, provided they don't stop the race and run it as a two-parter with everyone else on wet. Oh, and it's too easy for Josh Cormack. But, Anthony, that's the gamble you have to take. Sometimes you make a gamble and it's proven wrong. We've seen that plenty of times with drivers gambling on wets and the track dries out and they get lapped before the end of it. Sometimes it just happens when it's right. It does remind me of a race back, and you have to humour me for a minute, showing my age here. Jamie Sharp, current Walter Hayes Trophy champion in Formula Ford at Lark Hall back in 2011, 2010. He was at the back of the grid. He was the only driver to go out on wet tyres, and he won by over a lap.
Yeah.
It has happened before. It happens once in a blue moon. Could this be Josh Cormack's moment to shine?
The only thing that these drivers have is that if it does stop raining, like you say, this track dries so quickly. The temperature is still very humid here as well.
Yes.
So if it stops raining,
11
like
minutes
now,
ago, yep.
If it stops raining now, which at the look of that picture there, I don't think it's going to, it might dry and the slicks may come in.
On Friday, it spat with rain quite a lot.
Yes.
And the drivers not once went on wet tyres.
No.
Because it was just there. So, let's, that instant marshal there is going to be running out of the way. There is a kart. Well, I have to say this. Every driver, Harry Taylor didn't start the race. He beached it on the opening lap. 22 drivers started this race. 22 drivers are still running. Emerson McAndrew Uren is still 22nd. He's 30 seconds behind him. But look at that. Well, okay, Josh Cormack is doing 56.9s. Everybody else doing 103s. The back markers doing 106, 109, 110. Emerson McAndrew Uren is 7 seconds a lap quicker than the back markers on these tyres. So he's going to be coming into our screen shortly. There's Jensen Chalk in the number 64 kart. This is the battle for, I'm trying to look down to see, this is the battle for 4th place. But it's going to be very tricky to track the order. It's Cormac leading from Luke Millward and Colby Patterson. Toby George Motorsport, in their first year at the British Championship, at the moment have got a podium lockout, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah, this is certainly going the way for Toby George Motorsport, isn't it? They'll be loving this. But Yeah, this is certainly going to be an interesting one for these drivers. They are going to have such a challenge here. They are the youngest of the drivers that we have here this weekend. And, of course, this will be a big learning curve for them.
Motorsport Magpie asks a very good question. Right, Cormac, how many can you lap? My answer is all of them.
Well,
he's going to lap the field, ladies and gentlemen.
He's still got 10 minutes.
If things stay as they are, you're going to see something that we've never seen before in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Josh Cormac can make his own bit of history. We look back at Catherine White, Wilton Mill, 2020, winning from the back of the grid. Oh, there's a spin for number 61, Max Abrahart, going in to the back of the pole sitter, Edward Haynes. There's your race leader. Toby George Motorsport, Josh Cormac, he's got the salt tyre on the top of his crash helmet. He has now just got to focus. We think this is easy because he's on the right tyres. It is not easy. It becomes a mental game now. He knows he's got to control himself. He would have known what you and I knew, Anthony, on that dummy grid, that he had won this race from the start. But of course he hadn't. He still had to get through the whole field.
Yeah.
He still has to keep it on the black stuff, off the green stuff, you know. And Adam Crosswire makes a very good point on the live chat. He said the conditions aren't dangerous, they're just very tricky. The drivers are driving to the conditions, and if anyone will say, oh, it's not fair, it's not fair. No, it's not fair. As I say that, there are 22 drivers still running. One of those drivers is trying to get their car back in there. That is Dian Pahal.
Yeah.
Dian Pahal. The results runners, the track runners are earning their money here. It's Millwood and Patterson second and third. Zach Starbuck runs in fourth. Then it is Jensen Chalk in fifth. Joshua Cook is sixth, followed by Jack Freeman, Edward Haynes, Oliver Warner and Grayson Wortley. That's your top 10. Oliver Spencer is 11th, then Samuel Lowdy, Riley Murrow, Max Gilman, Kian Bernard, Max Abrahart, Austin Oman, Theo Bradshaw, Sebastian Lusch, Arthur Farrow, Emerson McAndrew and Dian Pahal, who is a lap down, and there is Dian out of the race. I wonder which team he supports.
Oh, yeah.
Looks like Ferrari.
But you could be right. Yeah, obviously, this is a once-in-a-blue moon situation, isn't it? It really is.
Absolutely. So we've got to celebrate it, what we're watching, so we may not see it again. There's the battle of the second place. Now, Toby George will be having absolute kittens in the paddock because he's thinking, okay, he's got a 1, 2, 3, Luke Millwood and Colby Patterson. They've got to then not take each other out. They're pushing each other harder. And do you know something, Anthony?
Yeah.
The rain is stopping.
I've got to say, it is dramatically calming down now. That shot there doesn't show it.
No, but outside the window, the rain is stopping. Now, let's look at lap times. The drivers on slick tyres were doing 104s earlier on. They're now doing 102s. Josh Cormac is still 5 seconds a lap quicker, but track conditions are beginning to improve. We've got 6.5 minutes left. And Josh Cormac's lead is 33 seconds.
Well, there we go. That is, well, I mean, if they can get that sorted out, like the track conditions sorted out, and
hang on, Colby, hang on. He hung on.
Again, and that.
Oh, another driver.
Just squeezing that throttle for half a second too much in the same spot, and you'll find that, it just carries on.
Sebastian Lusch. And now the incident marshal there, if the incident marshal touches the cart, it's game over.
Yeah.
And he was giving Sebastian as many opportunities. And I think there were carts coming, and now he's had to move the cart out of the way. And again, it's a safety issue. You can't have a young driver on a slippery track with his back to traffic trying to pull his cart back onto the track.
So
the safety marshal
Especially
had
in these conditions.
start to step in. There is the number 70 cart. So that is Grayson Wortley for the Cato Motorsport team out of 10th place. And Josh Cormac continues to lead. Is he amongst the lap traffic just yet? He's closing in on lap traffic. Emerson McAndrew is now 19th.
There we go. So he's certainly making his moves back up through the field, but I suspect this is certainly not what a lot of these drivers wanted to see in terms of conditions. Looking at the window, Henry,
it's sunny.
It's sunny. It's stopped
the sun
raining.
is shining, and the championship standings. Now, this is the type of race Now, Josh Cormack isn't even in the top 10 in the championship, but at the moment, Edward Haynes still leads the championship. Now Cormack's trying to negotiate traffic. Now he's got to try and negotiate traffic. He goes to the inside of Kian Bernard, and you can see the difference there. Bernard turning the steering wheel, and the Kart just goes straight. And Cormac, so that is Kian Bernard in 12th place, a lap down. So we've lapped everybody up to Samuel Lowdy. No, Samuel Lowdy has now been lapped. So Oliver Warner, the O-plate, Oliver Spencer rather, the O-plate champion, he is next in line. And under sunny skies on wet tyres, Josh Cormack leads by 43 seconds.
Well, this track could still dry out. It dries so quickly. The tarmac is very coarse, so the water just drained away. And there's no standing water. Like we say, it was just a damp track. And with everyone just running around, they'll just keep clearing the heat from the engines as well. It will cause a dry line.
The junior Rotax mechanics who are sitting waiting to go in, they're going to be absolutely beside themselves now. Well,
they might be going on slicks.
They might be going on slicks. Incredible. Now he comes. Our racing comes up to Joshua Cook. So this is now lapping 8th place. Joshua Cook. And he goes up the inside. Here's a battle on track. That's the battle for 5th, 6th and 7th. The battle for 5th, 6th and 7th is about to go a lap down. It's Haynes, Freeman and Chalk. 3.5 minutes to go, Anthony.
Yeah, exactly. This is certainly going to be an interesting end to this race. How are the lap times looking? They are down to exactly 1 minute now. Bang on the money.
For 1 minute for the drivers on slicks.
Yeah.
So the drivers on slicks have picked up 3 seconds on their lap times. Jensen Chalk, 10th in the world in Micromax last year, moves out of the way. So Chalk in 7th place goes a lap down. And now it's, Cormac is still going quicker than ever. So Cormac has got plenty of life left in those wet tyres. Up the hill, he's now lapped the number 93 Dan Holland car of Jack Freeman. And you've got this, you've got the little collection of Micromax drivers all watching from that Marshall post. And, you know, I've got to say, there's Edward Haynes has got a nose cone. That's a nose cone penalty if ever there was one on that car. And Haynes is not getting out of the way, and he shouldn't be getting out of the way. And look at that, there's Dian Pahal, Samuel Lucian, Harry Taylor, all sort of watching from the side. But they are Grayson Wortley is also retired. We've got 19 runners of the 22 starters. And Edward Haynes isn't too keen on letting the race leader by.
Well, he's got blue flags, so
now he should really have a look. And yes, he does now.
Yeah.
Out of choice. So we're now down to 4 drivers on the lead lap. And I've got to say, the battle for 2nd, 3rd and 4th is really hotting up. Luke Millwood leads Colby Patterson by 2 seconds, but Zach Starbuck for the Zip Factory team in kart number 88 has caught, and he's just passed Colby Patterson for 3rd place.
Well, this certainly could make it very interesting for them. And there we go. You can see coming through the shot now, and that looks to me there that Zach Starbuck has done the move on Colby Patterson. So he splits them, and now Starbuck's on the podium here.
Yep, the Toby George podium sweep at the moment is under threat. Zip have already taken 1 win today, and here comes Cormac. Sorry, that was the number 24, Patterson, back into P3. Patterson is not going to get well. At the end of the day, the presentations, we always have the photos, and the teams that have done well, they want all their team members. Toby George will be like, I want our first dibs. He's going to be commanding Chris Walker's services. First dibs for the team photo. And now the problem is, though, Patterson and Starbuck are holding up the race leader as the race leader moves past to lap his teammate. Yes, he does. Now he's going to try and lap Zach Starbuck. And then it'll be just 2 karts left on the lead lap.
I mean, Cormac will be worrying at this point here. He'll be thinking, oh, wait, hold on, am I second? Well, I'm not leading. I'm catching up to the people who are in 2nd and 3rd.
No, so, right, 25 seconds plus a lap to go. 2 laps to go. Lap times. Wow, the drivers on slick tyres are now within a second, pace-wise. That is how quickly it changes. I mean, he may not lap the field. He may just fall short of lapping the entire field. And his teammate, Colby Patterson, tries to go back through. Contact. And Starbuck spins. Oh dear, Colby Patterson, there may be some issues afterwards, but that one will have to wait and see. Obviously, there is slip now. Those drivers are getting a bit too close to the track.
Too close to the track there, aren't they?
I know they want to get a good view and they want to cheer Cormac home. So, the clock has struck 0. Luke Millwood is 54 seconds behind his teammate. There he is. There is first and second on your screen. Second leads first because second is nearly a full lap down. Luke Millwood sets a personal best lap, 56.46. Your race leader, Josh Cormac, 55.10. Now, Anthony Jordan normally interviews the winners, but the mechanic will find out that mechanic's name and shake his hand into Spoon Curve one more time. Down the hill, Josh Cormac, starting stone last, took the gamble, and the gamble pays off. Will he lap his teammate? He should. They should be saying to Luke Millwood, slow down and let Josh go because you don't have to do the extra lap. One lap in these conditions is very treacherous, so Luke Millwood needs to get out of the way and let his teammate go. Oh, he's not going to, is he? But history is made for Josh Cormac. What a win, a first win for Toby George Motorsport. And he's one of only 2 drivers to finish on the lead lap. Luke Millwood, I don't think Luke Millwood took the checkered flag, you know. I think Luke Millwood may have to do another lap because he crossed the line. Yes, he did. He is still racing as Luke Millwood. Someone go and tell Luke Millwood not to pull in, because he won't complete the last lap. He has to drive the number 38 kart, Toby George Motorsport. He has to drive the entire last lap. We'll wait to watch if he comes down. The team need to be telling Luke, don't pit. Don't pit because you won't take second. I know, there's a Jensen Chalk crash on the way to the line. And is that Millwood coming across the line there? Yes, he did. Luke Millwood did complete the last lap. And unofficially, it is a podium clean sweep for Toby George Motorsport. Well done, that team. And well done, Josh Cormac. The Falkirk MOT and Service Centre will be very proud of their driver, because the driver that they spent, well, all I can say is I hope the Falkirk MOT Service Centre are as quick as changing tyres as Josh Cormac's mechanic. And if they were thinking about dropping him as a sponsor, think again, because he is a winner in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And look in the background at the scenes there. One driver, that's the number 88 of Zach Starbuck. He will cross the line under his own power after an incident on the closing laps. I think that Jensen Chalk also had an incident on the last corner. You are going to see some emotion in the paddock. Lots of support on the live chat for Josh Cormac, and well-deserved. Motorsport Magpie, Harry Friel, all commenting in. There are some of the runners, and you can see the track is slick, but it's not wet. And, Sebastian Lusch can drive his kart back to the pits. I think most of these karts will drive back to the pits. There is poor Dian Pahal going back to his kart there. Have to say, well done to the officials here for judging that perfectly. They judged those conditions perfectly. It was tricky, but it was not dangerous. And that is their primary concern. There will be other teams that will be moaning, saying they should have delayed it and let us all ride on wet tyres. Well, no, the proof was in the pudding, and the pudding said that those young drivers did a superb job of driving to the conditions. Yes, we had a few spins. There were no major accidents. Everyone is safe. And Josh Cormac is going to be speaking to Anthony Jordan down the pits now. Anthony, please take it away.
Thank you very much, Henry, down here in Parc Fermé, and I'm here with a Mr. Josh Cormack. Josh, you started this race at the back of the grid, the only driver on wet tyres, and then it rained.
Yeah, I'm really pleased. I thought it wasn't going to work, but then so at the start, as soon as I passed people, I just knew I think I might come first. So I had a feeling, and then I just came through with it, and I'm really happy with it.
Well, myself and Henry were saying in the commentary box before the race even started that Josh Cormack has won this race. So, you know, the rain came tumbling down. But, I mean, still, what a drive from you, because it certainly wasn't easy, was it?
No, because there's loads of fast drivers out there, and I was really tricky. I thought I was going to spin, but I didn't, and I'm really happy for coming first.
Well, just to show it, you lapped everyone but Luke Millward. So that, I think, you know, in itself deserves like a huge round of applause. Well, congratulations. First championship win in the British Kart Championships. Well done.
Thank you.
Excellent. Congratulations, Josh Cormack. We will speak to you a little bit later on the podium. Now, Luke Millward finishes in second place. I would like to chat to Luke, but for some reason he has decided to scarper. I don't know where Luke is, and there is a question mark over third place. I can see. In fact, actually, let's shout to Toby, George. Right, okay, just quickly, Toby. We don't usually speak. Okay, that's a 1-2, potentially 3, because there's a nose cone penalty on Colby's car. But what a result for you and the team.
Unbelievable. We saw the rain, we gambled with the one who was at the back and thought we had to go with the rest with the other two, and to be fair to them, they drove unbelievable.
Whose decision was it to go for the wets?
Me, the dad and the kid, we sort of just like, just nod and we did it, and that was it. Yeah.
Well, it worked out very well, so congratulations with you. I'm sure you'll be enjoying the podium a little bit later on. Luke Millward, who's here right in front of me. Lovely. Luke, take us down there. Well, Luke, second place. That was certainly a very challenging race. You were on slick tyres. What were you thinking at the start of that when the rain was coming down?
Well, what I was thinking, right, as soon as they all went off, I was like, right, I'm actually starting in 5th position, not 11th. So I'm like, well, suddenly you get into basically first after you come down the hill, right? You know Josh is on wet, so you're like, right, you've got to stay ahead of Josh for as long as you can.
Yeah, exactly. So, well, I mean, it was still a solid drive for you, wasn't it? And you come away with a P2. Great to see that you'll have you and Toby George on the podium. You know, a 1-2, a nice result for you and the team.
Yes.
Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. Well done.
Yes.
Excellent. Well done to Luke Millward there. Again, question mark. Well, okay, so I've got Edward Haynes here. Edward, come and have a chat with me now. Do you know the gap now between yourself and Colby?
No.
You still don't know it? Right, neither do I, because it just says 1 lap. So apparently it was about 4 seconds or so. So I think then that would mean with the nose cone penalty that Colby's got, it puts you up into P3 and on the podium. So, yeah, because you finished 4th. Yeah, Edward Haynes, you finished 4th. Colby got a nose cone. It's a 5-second time penalty, and I think you're only 4th. You got a nose cone as well. Right, okay, I've got no idea who finished 3rd. Henry, I need help here. Well, anyway, we'll see. But how was the race for you anyway?
It was Jack Freeman.
You think it was Jack? Right, okay, well, we'll try and ascertain it. But how was the race for you?
All right, but
Yeah.
I crashed on when I was going out up there, and then I didn't make the place back.
Right, okay. Well, we'll find out about who is 3rd place. But for now, I think it's you. But we'll find out in a moment, all right?
Okay.
Well done. Edward Haynes. Right, okay, so here's Colby. Colby, come and have a quick chat. Now, you did finish 3rd on track. You've come away with a nose cone as well. But how challenging were those conditions?
Very. When it got to the point where Starbuck came past me, I was like, oh, geez, this is going to get hard. Yeah. And I went up the inside, he turned in, he span, and then it got to the point where I had a gap, and I was like, I can't give up now. I've got to go. Yeah. And now.
Well, it certainly looked like a challenge for you, but you got away with it kind of all the way through the race. Again, unfortunate about the nose cone, but still.
I might still have it.
You might still have it, like you say, yeah, because if Freeman's got one as well, we don't know who's 3rd, so you might be all right here. But yeah, still a solid result for you. Are you happy with that in the team?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, awesome stuff. We'll see if you're on the podium a little bit later on, but well done, mate, well done. Well...
Oh, thank you, Anthony. Great stuff there. You could never get better than being put on the spot with a bunch of kids they don't know for his third. Look at that view, ladies and gentlemen. The track is drying out. One driver gambled on wets and it paid off. Will anyone gamble on wets in this next race? I have a feeling the track is going to go back to slicks, but it's going to be very, very tricky indeed. Now, earlier on in the weekend, we caught up with a bunch of drivers. One of the drivers we caught up with is a very unique sponsorship deal, and that is Lizzie Mentier. Let's find out what that's all about. Perhaps the most unique crossover sponsorship deal in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship this year comes from FHO Racing, a team in the British Superbike Championship. But they're moving from 2 wheels to 4 in terms of their backing for junior Rotax driver Lizzie Mentier. Lizzie, first of all, welcome to the British Kart Championship. Tell us a little bit about how the sponsorship deal with FHO Racing came about.
It was last year, and we were looking for sponsorship, and FHO sponsored girls and whatnot, and it's a girls racing team in the superbikes. So we tried to connect to them, and then she managed to send an email back, and it just kind of went from there. And then she sponsored us for last year, and then it came about again for this year.
I mean, so the connection between, obviously, girls in motorsport, but obviously from 2 wheels and 4 wheels, that's a unique transition. What does it feel like being the only driver they sponsor that's not on 2 wheels, it's on a bike, not on a bike?
It's good because then I get lots of shown, because obviously the main thing is 2 wheels, but then it's good to be on 4 to show them what it's like.
And we're talking about sponsorship. You've got a couple of other sponsors as well, so you've had to work really hard. You've got lots of, I mean, looking at here, you've got, obviously, you're running with Jack Dex Racing. You can see all the logos here. Why do you think the sponsors have chosen to back you in the British Championship? What do you think they're going to get out of covering you in the championship?
They're obviously going to get publicity off my car, but then obviously since we're a girl and we're quite high up in places that we go, I think it's good to get shown about by a girl. So then obviously they thought, oh, well, we'll sponsor a girl for this year and see how it goes.
Now, you've had 1 round of the British Championship so far. Kim Bolton went quite well for you, I think, as a rookie. What feedback have you got from FHO Racing about the coverage that you received from Kim Bolton? How happy are they at the visibility they get through being in this championship?
They're really happy because obviously my main sponsors, they're all over my car, and then obviously I do really well on track most of the time, so then they're really happy about them being on 4 wheels and getting shown a lot.
Excellent. And is there anything that you can do, give tips to the girls that they sponsor in bikes?
Just don't fall off your bike.
Fair enough. Thank you very much. Lizzie Mentier, welcome to the British Championship, and welcome British Superbike team. I think the first British Superbike team we've ever had sponsoring us in the championship, FHO Racing. Well, there we go. And there is a look at the grid. Sadly, Lizzie Mentier didn't make the final today. She just finished outside. Well, she was having a great run going and then retired from the repechage, but she did make the final at Kim Bolton. There is your view. 34 junior Rotax drivers, and I would say all 34 of them are on slick tyres. A quick glance at most of them, I cannot see a single set of wets being used. Maybe 1 or 2 karts where the wheels are obscured by other drivers, but it's very difficult to see anybody choosing wet tyres. But it's junior Rotax, and it's going to be the final, and it's next. Here we go then, your rundown of the capacity 34 kart starting lineup. Macaulay Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall go from row number 1. Gustav Usakovs and Timo Junglin go from row 2. Alexander Savinkov, his best career start, and Thomas Behrman on row 3. Leon Hasty and Ewan Charman are on row 4. Ollie Stevens, Josh Turnbull, Armand Hamilton, and Tommy Harfield, your top 12. Running down the order, it's Thomas Min Spearing, Harrison Crowther, Oliver Smith, Joshua Smith, Jack Hobson, and Josh Graham. Then it's Matthew Sayer and Lewis Goff, Archie Clark and Aidan Hassan, Thomas Ingram Hill, and Brandon Truman. Deacon Russell, Sky Parker, Luke Bates, William Murphy, Oliver Sander, Luca Mogni up next, and 4 drivers with a lot to prove, Joe Rippin and Kenzo Craigie, and Tyler Harris. Harrison Whitacombe start shotgun on the field. 2 drivers from MLC, 2 drivers from Argenti, and, oh, what a surprise. Macaulay Bishop took them off at a fair old lick on the rolling lap. And that means they'll get 2 rolling laps just to get those tyres back up to temperature. And Anthony Jordan, it's like the deluge never happened. 1 race on, and it's bright sunshine and a bone-dry circuit.
Everyone on slick tyres, I can report that. No one going to the wets for this one as I walk through the doughy grid. And yeah, like you say,
incredible.
You couldn't write it, could you? I think that in itself, and I had Paul Klassen talking to me as well before interviewing the drivers there, and he was saying, I've been in this sport for nearly 20 years, and I've never seen someone nearly lap the entire field.
Nearly 20 years? He's been in this sport nearly 50 years.
Well, that's what he was saying.
Sorry, Paul, I've had to rumble you there.
But I think he was trying to pull a fast one on me. Yeah, but, you know, he was saying he'd never seen that before, so, you know, it's crazy to see. Here we go then, out of the final corner, green flag goes out, and it is a good start then from the field. And again, you're going to have to watch out for those slippery exit curbs and those slippery white lines as everyone makes their way up the hill now into the first couple of corners. It is Bishop who leads the way and maintains that lead up into the first major braking zone at the top of the spoon curve, as they negotiate their way around up and over. One kart nearly just mounting the back of another as they go into the braking zone there. You can see it was the bright high-vis kart there just going through. I think it was the 52 potentially that I saw it. Lewis Goff, I think, who went high, wide and handsome.
Bright liveried kart. Could have been Luke Bate as well. Got a very, very bright liveried machine. So Ethan Jeff Hall is going for victory number 6 of his career in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. And Macaulay Bishop is going for win number 10 in his career. Second, at the moment he's in a tie for second behind Kai Hunter with Chris Whitten. And if he moves, if he gets another win, that'll be win number 10 for him. Kai Hunter has 16 wins, but we'll see Kai later on. Now, at the end of lap number 1, Harrison Whitcomb's gained 3 places. Tyler Harris stays 30 seconds. So the drivers starting at the back there. Where's Kenzo Craigie? Kenzo Craigie still... Kenzo Craigie has gained 11 places in kart number 44. Fantastic start for Kenzo from the back of the grid. And again, bone-dry track, lots of good action. Bishop leading from Ethan Jeff Hall, and already these two are over a second in front of Gustav Usakovs and Alexander Savinkov in 4th place at the moment. Here is the battle for, let's have a look, who is that? That's the Chaos Board. This is the battle for 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th.
Yes, it is. So large battles happening all the way throughout the field, and a little bit of a moment there, and the S-plate, Leon Hasty off the track. And those tyres, crucially, will be very wet now as they've been on the grass.
Yes, so he's going to have to get those tyres back up to temperature. And the Thule Motorsport S-plate kart exits stage left. Quick little check the history, junior Rotax statistics. In terms of overall wins, Kai Hunter has the most wins in junior Rotax with 8. Dan Holland Racing 13 wins in junior Rotax. Coles Racing have 5 wins. Argenti KR Sport tied on 4 wins. 3 wins for Strawberry Racing, and the only other team to win a junior Rotax final in the modern era, Hunter Motorsport, but that was with Gustav Usakovs, who currently runs in P3.
Warden Law, that was one, wasn't it?
It's certain that was a
no
podium.
PFI.
PFI.
He got a podium.
You got Hunter Motorsport's first podium at PFI. There's Aidan Hassan going through your screen. Aidan up 6 places to 16th at the moment. He is still the leading privateer.
Oh, dear.
And there's the leading driver hugging a barrier. And that would be a Project 1 kart. Oh, and there's number 59. Well, Harrison Crowther was in the barriers. It was Oliver Smith as well. Crowther has also had a problem as well. And Crowther's bad luck returns. Joshua Smith for the Project. Oh, yes, Joshua Smith in the barriers. Broken rear axle. And Oliver Smith, he's got Argenti livery, but running as a privateer. Smith there, he is also trying to in issues with his car. Harrison Crowther has also retired, sadly. The Coles Racing number 17. Joshua Smith has carried on. Not quite sure how much longer the stewards are going to allow him with a rear axle doing a great Banana Man impression.
I'm not sure how much he can take that.
Mark Baines, stand up. Your driver, privateer driver Aidan Hassan, fastest lap of the race. 42.74 seconds. Did have a rumour once that if Aidan Hassan gets on a British Championship podium, Mark Baines would stop swearing.
Well, that's never going to happen.
I mean,
what? No, I mean, Mark Bain's not swearing. I'm not saying that.
I mean, his vocabulary would go down to 2 words, which is E-right. No, 4 words, Sheffield Wednesday. And E-rights, there we are.
No, the chance of Hassan getting a podium,
it's strong.
It's strong. Chance of Mark Bain's not swearing is not small, yes.
Here we go. Bishop, Ethan Jeff Hall, Usakovs, Savinkov, Younglin, Behrman, Charman, Stevens, Hamilton, Graham, Spearing, Turnbull, Harfield, Hassan and Truman, your top 15. Kenzo Craigie from 32nd to 16th for the driver on the Mercedes Formula 1 Young Driver Programme. Kart number 44 for the Argenti Motorsport team. Leon Hastie runs next. Jack Hobson is 18th. Lewis Goff and Thomas Ingram Hill. Joe Rippin has gained 10 places at the back of the grid. He's 21st, and Matthew Sayer. Harrison Whitcomb has also gained 11 places from 33rd. From 34th, he is up to P23.
So big changes all the way throughout this field. Like you say, only the 2 retirements for now. And like you're saying, some big movers there. Battle at the front. We've got a yellow.
We've got Josh Smith trying to go down the Dragon Straight with a bent rear axle.
I think we've got a Battenberg flag at the track. So there has been an incident on circuit. So
a driver just trying to get out of their kart. And we'll have a little look. You can't see where that is. You see the back of it. Yes.
You can see.
And you can see that Lee Manchester is with that driver at the moment. So the driver is moving. So, okay, rewind. Take a breath. 10 minutes to go. Macaulay Bishop, his advantage, it was only a small advantage, is gone. This is going to give Ethan Jeff Hall a great opportunity. Alexander Savinkov is up into P3. And Junglin is 4th. Usakovs is down to 5th. 6th is Behrman. 7th is Charman. Ollie Stevens is in 8th place. Graham 9th. Then it's Spearing, Hamilton, Turnbull, Harfield, Hassan, and it's Luca Mogni who has had the accident at the end of the main straight. The drivers all slowing down, single file. It's going to bring everybody. So the drivers that started at the back are going to be thinking, there, you could see, well, fair play to Joshua Smith. He's a lap down.
Red flag.
Oh, red flag. Okay, we've gone red. You can see the marshals there. So Luca Mogni in obviously a bit of discomfort. And so we're not going to show the incident. He was being helped by Lee Manchester. I think that Luca decided, it's hurt a bit more than I thought, and I'm just going to have a little lay down. So with 8 minutes to go, 8 minutes, 12 seconds to go, we will go red. And the order, there's driver, Harrison Crowther being led away, and he's got another one of the paramedics with Harrison Crowther. I think that Harrison just showing got a bit of a wrist injury, but my mood is the most injured part of my body by my demeanour. And normally Harrison Crowther, again, interesting. Harrison is another one of these young drivers. There's a lot of work to get sponsorship now. Josh Smith is...
Well, he's there on the grid.
He's looked at his nose cone. They're going to bring that kart off the circuit because he has got a very badly bent rear axle. Now, the drivers, the officials, will go on there. I think Josh Smith will probably be told, look, Josh, we appreciate you trying to carry on, but it's game over. And that, so the drivers will get out of the karts. They're not allowed to touch the karts. You can see Michelle walking up the grid there. Just to check that now what Michelle is doing there, the lady in the black top and the black shorts, she is going up there to check about nose cone penalties. If a driver has got a nose cone penalty, that will be recorded, and so she's checking the nose cones to make sure that nobody has got a drop down. There is Dan Ashton. Dan Ashton is having words with Joshua Smith. Dan saying, look, you've got to go back to the pit lane. Your kart's not safe. Josh is like, but I can drive it. It's like the start of the film Cars, where don't take me out, coach, I can still race.
I know the scene well.
And Dan Ashton there saying, no. Look, the drivers staying in their karts. Well, we will, not sure how long this, obviously the medical team are with Luca Mogni, and there's Josh Smith. They're going to get that Project 1 kart probably off the side of the circuit. He was in the process of being lapped. He was staying out of the way, but he was like, well, you know, I'm going to try and score points. I'm going to try and stay out of the circuit. I haven't had the mechanical warning flag, so I don't have to come in, even though it's very uncomfortable and it's rattling all my fillings out, if he has any. I mean, he might be a good brusher. Who knows? I don't know. There's Aidan Hassan sitting in his kart. You've got Dan
New
Ashton
chassis
there.
for him.
New chassis?
Yeah.
Well, he broke the new chassis
He
at
broke
Kim
it,
Bolton.
welded it,
Yes.
so got it going, but they forked out for a new one, so he's got a new one.
Yes, and I think it's at this point we have to say that for those of you that watched the Paddock show at Kim Bolton, we started the Paddock show with Aidan's dog Cookie, the bulldog. Sadly, Cookie has since gone to the big kennel in the sky. But there we go. We started outside the Strawberries, temperature of strawberries, cookies and cream. We had a chat with Strawberry Racing. We had a little guide. You want to talk about what these teams are all about, why they're so big, what makes them tick? Well, let's go and find out from Strawberry Racing themselves. The amount of teams in the British Championship is unrivaled. And in karting, teams have revolutionised the sport, bringing it closer and closer to Formula One than ever before, with data and professionalism and the amount of work that goes in to bringing 12 karts to a round of the British Championship. One of the most successful teams in the history of British karting is Strawberry Racing. Formed in 1996, Strawberry have won over 100 individual driver titles, both in the UK, Europe and around the world. Now, why do drivers go to big teams? What makes them tick? What goes into running one of the biggest teams in karting? Let's find out.
My name is Arma Bansal and I'm from India. And I'm 13 years old. I race in junior Rotax. And yeah, my relation with Strawberry started when we started using cream engines in India Rotax Championship. So I think Strawberry is a really friendly team. They're really competitive with their chassis and the setups. They really understand the kart well. So I think that's why it's a good choice to race with Strawberry. Callum Bradshaw, he's a really experienced driver. That's what helps with him as a driver coach for me. He has a lot of inputs and always observes what I'm doing. He always understands what to do in the kart and always gives feedback on whatever I do on track.
Hi, my name's Ethan Jeffall. I'm 14 years old. I race for Strawberry Racing. I've won the 2022 European Championship with them, along with the 2021 Minimax Championship, 2022 Vice World Champion, and the Campos Winter Cup Champion. Strawberry's got a lot of great drivers. Obviously, we've got Mark Kimber in here, who's been multiple world champion. So there's a lot of great drivers to compare data to, and yeah, the team's just amazing. Helps everyone out equally.
So this tent is only half of the Strawberry Racing organisation. The other half is Cream Racing Engines and the data truck. Every driver has to go through an inordinate amount of feedback and data with their mechanics and with their data engineers at the end of every single race. Let's go and have a little look and see what that is all about.
I'm Paul Spencer, I'm the team principal, I'm the owner of Strawberry Racing. I think longevity of what we've done, I think, is I'm most proud of. We started a long time ago and we're trying to keep on pushing the envelope and reinvent the wheel, if you like. We're just trying to keep going and going and going. And I think the success we have is because I've got a lot of key members of staff what's been with me a long time. They know what makes it tick. The attention to detail is amazing. From the boys back in the workshop that don't even come to the track, it's unbelievable what I've got. I've got a good set of guys who absolutely love Strawberry. You know, they're green through and through, and I'm very, very lucky. And so we all get on. I say I'm the boss. I'm not. We all got a role to play, and they do a brilliant, brilliant job. And I feel like they've got it under control. And year in, year out, new drivers, young drivers. It's just so exciting because we've done it for so many years now, and it's been fantastic. Yeah, I'm really proud of even the way they clean the tents, the way they keep everything looking perfect. And even when we're under pressure and we've got one race after another and they've got 2 days to do it, I see the boys come in earlier, leave later, and I don't say anything. They know what's got to be done. And that truck's loaded and we're on that road, and it's always perfect. I get to the track, they've drove 14 hours straight, and the truck's clean, the tyres are done, and I just look at them, and I've just got a solid bunch of guys, and everyone's passionate, and it comes through to me, and I love it.
Hi, so I'm Callum Bradshaw, previous world champion last year, British champion last year, and two-time European champion in 2021 with Strawberry Racing. Yeah, I think what makes Strawberry pretty much the best team in Britain and Europe is just because they have such a core base. The core people with Straubs, with Paul Spencer and Warwick, I think they've been in the industry for tens of years, so they know exactly how to work. They've done it for years. They know what works, and everybody else just picks the pieces. They've got Matt Cooley, also now been in the team for a while, and I think it's just a frame of experience really that they've got on their side. But for me, bringing a driver in, I sort of want the best for them. It's where I've been previously, and they can do the business. So it's just a case of I know the team works, and it works well. It works well.
So there you have it. As you can see, the driving is just a small fraction of what goes into the British Karting Championship. And this is why the teams, such as Strawberry Racing, have made such a difference. They've revolutionised our sport, and now you know why. Well, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. A big thank you to Strawberry and to Paul Spencer for allowing us to have a behind-the-scenes look. But, of course, Strawberry aren't just the only team that have got global success in this championship. There are many, the likes of Fusion. We were talking yesterday. I was watching the racing yesterday with you, Anthony, and Luca Holmes-Paddock came up to me and said, so what's the best team then? And I said, well, it's very difficult to say what the best team are, but what I would say is that in the UK, you've got Fusion Motorsport, you've got Oliver Roller Motorsport, you've got Strawberry Racing, Dan Holland Racing, KR Sport, and Argenti. Now, there are lots of other teams as well, and I can almost see the people, saying, what about so-and-so, what about so-and-so? Those 6 teams, you give those 6 teams any kart, any engine, and you send them to any race, anywhere in the world, and they're in the front. So we have got some of the best teams. So there are room for privateers, and we've got some great features. Watch out on the social media channels coming up for a feature that we did with privateer driver Ellis Bell. So there's still room in this paddock for the lad and dad, the family teams running at the back of a little awning. We saw someone in the paddock show last night. Jacob Borowiak, running transit van, easy up awning, competing in this championship. But for families that have maybe got the budget to join a team or don't have the mechanical wherewithal to maintain the karts themselves, if like me, I'm a useless mechanic, I could never be a karting mechanic, then there are so many world-class teams to further your son's or daughter's career in this paddock, in the Wera Tools karting paddock, and that is just an insight into what makes these teams tick. Now, the eagle-eyed amongst you may have realised the karts have been lined up, Anthony, in single file. Now, off camera, Luca Magni has been placed into an ambulance on a stretcher because he's hurt his leg, but communicating with the medical team, communicating with the officials, obviously, saying, it hurts, it hurts.
Yes.
Just like that. So again, family, friends watching at home, Luca has, and I'm sure they'll be in touch with the Dan Holland team, but he is sort of talking and communicating, but he has he has hurt his leg. The field have been put back into single file. 8 minutes and 31 seconds left on the clock. What will happen now? Macaulay Bishop will lead the field. The order has been set at the end of the last fully completed race lap. You can see on the left-hand side of your screen at the top of the red race suit, that's Joshua Smith. He will not be taking the restart, I don't believe. He's got a bent rear axle. He's a lap down. He'll be guided into the pit lane.
Yes, well, you say, you don't believe it. He's there, he's seated in the cart and everything like that. Yes, he's been taken out the line. You think he'll just be
I think he'll come back into the pits, yes.
Right, okay.
I mean, or if he might be told, right, just get to the back then.
Yeah.
So you're not right in the middle of the traffic, for Formula One. Oh, Michael, no.
Yeah.
That was the race director impression. You know, the lapped
terrible
carts will
impression.
go to the back of the field.
Yeah. Well, you can just see there Nigel Edwards, the race director for this weekend, just giving a brief description as they send the carts now away for their rolling restart. Macaulay Bishop will start again on the front of this grid with Ethan Jeff all alongside, and again that gives Ethan
single file.
Well, single file. Yeah, just behind him. 8.5 minutes. It just gives Ethan Jeff Hall that extra chance to go for the race lead. That's what he's got. That's what he's got to go with right now, and I think just gives him that. Straight in.
Rubber ball coming bouncing back to me, bouncy.
I had other songs in mind, but yeah.
Here we go. It is Bishop, Jeff Hall, Savinkov, Youngling, Usakov's the top 5. Behrman, Charman, Stevens, Josh Graham, Spearing, the top 10. Armand Hamilton, Josh Turnbull, Tommy Harfield, Aidan Hassan, Brandon Truby, the top 15. Kenzo Craigie, Leon Hasty, Jack Hobson, Lewis Goff, Thomas Ingram Hill, the top 20. Joe Rippin, Harrison Whittaker, Matthew Sayer, Luke Bates, Oliver Sander, Tyler Harris, Archie Clark, Deacon Russell, William Murphy, and Sky Parker. 30 drivers, 8 minutes and 30 seconds. Here we go. Take 2, Junior Rotax. We start all over again, and Bishop gets a great jump on Ethan Jeff Hall, but Jeff Hall will get in the slipstream now, and he's under pressure. The flying Ukrainian Alexander Savinkov looking for a first career podium and maybe a first career win in the British Championship.
Yes, indeed. Well, he's there in P3, and he's got a good opportunity now here to latch on to the back here. Now, Macaulay Bishop has already opened up a slight advantage there. He's got about 3 kart lengths between himself and Ethan Jeff Hall. 8.5 minutes was the restart time remaining. We're down to now less than 8 minutes of this race, plus that one extra lap as they make their way through Devil's Elbow. One kart going a little wide there and getting back onto the Aidan Hassan, I think, has had an issue, and he is getting swamped by the pack.
He was grass tracking. I think there was a Strawberry Racing kart running wide, and Aidan Hassan was sort of like on the grass and coming back on the circuit. He has only managed to drop 1 place, though. Well done, Aidan. No, that is Usakov's, I think, and Timo Youngling.
Yeah.
And, German-Latvian relations have taken a bit of a dive in the last 2 corners.
Black flag going out to Jack Hobson there, the number 14, who is out on track. I am not sure what that's for. He did get a warning flag earlier on. The race has only just restarted, and now he's been given a straight black flag.
Black flag.
His race is over.
I wonder, this is pure speculation, I'm trying to think why the officials would do such a thing. Did they see Jack messing with his nose?
Is that another red flag? Another red flag. Red flag has come out again. What has happened?
What is going on here? So we haven't seen an incident at all. And there is, at the end of the main straight, there is a kart in the tyres. And again, it's the same position going up the hill. I'm not trying, again, I can't even see who that is. The timing screens are saying that Lewis Goff and Thomas Ingram Hill have been involved, and now we've got 7 minutes. It's the Sam Pollock Racing number 52 of Lewis Goff, who is the highest placed rookie in the field, and Thomas Ingram Hill for Dan Holland Racing. There's 2 karts have gone into the tyres, and I think Lewis Goff has tried climbing over the tyres while still in his go-kart, which probably isn't ideal, but I can say that we're not showing the incident, but I can say that officials are with both drivers. And so we've got 6 minutes 54 seconds, and Thomas Ingram has backed his kart into the tyres, and it's sat in his kart chatting to Lee Manchester, and Lewis Goff is also sat in his kart, which is halfway up a tyre barrier, and chatting to one of the incident marshals.
Now, the problem that I think has been causing obviously we had the rain.
Yes, the
it's
grass.
Soaked to the grass. The track is dry, the speeds are greater.
And you're going, you get on the grass and you speed up when you hit the grass.
Yes.
So there's there's Macaulay Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall. Caption competition, ladies and gentlemen. What's going through their mind? They're sat in their go-karts waiting. Now, we haven't reached 75% race distance yet. And it's still, it's still early. It's still early. It's not even 4 o'clock in the afternoon here in sunny North Wales. Dan Ashton having a look. I have to say, so talk about Dan Ashton. And we'll talk about another championship as well, but it's worth saying. So, Darren Beavers, he runs the BKC, the other BKC. Darren, a lot of these drivers now have come through, they started their career in Bambino. And in the UK, if you race Bambinos, you will race in Darren Beavers Championship. And Darren does a tremendous amount of work when drivers and their families first get into the sport. And then, they spread their wings, they fly around lots of different championships. Dan Ashton, our race director, does a lot of work with Darren Beavers. And Dan Ashton used to race called MASCAR, which is a short oval circuit, sort of formula. And Dan Ashton races short ovals. Darren Beavers, for all the work that Dan had done, Darren gifted him a test drive in a Brisker F1 stock car. Stu Stretton from Mr. Kart Martin was there, formerly of the Alpha Live Parish, who's done some work there. But Dan Ashton was beaming, and he just wanted me to say a huge thank you to Darren. Now, Kart Mechanic Bingo, anybody? There was a chance there. It's always a great chance when there's no racing on circuit. Why not make fun of some mechanics? There is a look at the thing now. What have we got there? We've gone, so that mechanic is Paul. Second, that's Jude Ferneyhouse mechanic there. Second on the right there. He's got the tight black, great short game there by the mechanics. Look at all those mechanics there. Very tight shorts, all cut but above the knee. They've got their team kit on, but we'll have to cut that episode of Kart Mechanic Bingo short because we've got karts now coming back.
I think they're coming back to the pit lane, or they're going back to the start-finish line. The ambulance is still on circuit, so we're definitely not going for a restart.
Oh, okay, well, that's something.
Well, good to see that we've got Dries van Langendonk joining us, new driver with the Forza Racing team out in Europe.
Dries van Langendonk.
Langendonk, yeah.
Langendonk. Hello, Dries. Nice to meet you.
Yes.
Via internet. We're going to have a little bit of a delay here, ladies and gentlemen. And you know what? It's just as well that Alpha Live worked their little cotton socks off yesterday to provide you, well, not you, but you, the viewers, with some great content. We've just been given a guided tour to one of the biggest teams in world karting, Strawberry Racing. Now let's give you a guided tour of what it's like when you're just running as a family. Take a bow, Ellis Bell and his dad, Graham. We feature the big teams quite a lot in the Wera Tools British Kart Championship because they have so many drivers and primarily they're up the front. But that's not always the case. There is still plenty of room in our sport for the privateers, the lad and dad teams, as we tend to call them, or the lass and dad teams, the lass and mum teams. But families are still the cornerstone of our sport, and none more so in the British Championships in 2023 than my next guest, Ellis Bell, the tiny karter. Ellis, you run in Minimax as a privateer. You can see there's no big ordering, no computer data banks. I think, what is life like as a privateer in the British Championship? When does your race weekend begin?
Well, for some teams it might start on the weekend, but for us it kind of starts on the Wednesday, just getting everything packed and like just making sure we've got everything. And then on the Thursday it's just travelling down. And then on the Friday get set up, find setups. It's like we need to find it ourselves. Test gearing, test all this type of stuff, and just try and work from there.
Now, obviously, you've got your race truck. It's a little bit smaller than a lot of the other race trucks. This is where you cook, this is where you eat and sleep, as well as run the kart out of. We'll go and have a little guided tour there in a little bit. What's it like, spending weekend after weekend in the van with your dad?
Well, there's nothing really wrong with the van. Everything you need's inside it, like food, fridge, cooker, bed, like everything.
Now, okay, so we talked about the problems. So you haven't got lots of engines. So I think you've got your race engine and a spare engine. But sometimes, like you said, with carbs and things like that, some of the times you do go to big teams. And do you find that when you need to ask help from one of the big teams for some equipment, they're quite nice and they help you?
Yeah, I think a lot of the teams are pretty, they're very nice and they like to help you just because you're trying to do it on your own. And the team that does us is Dan Holland, and he's helped us so much. It's absolutely unbelievable. From Kimbolton to here to everywhere, he supplied us engines, carbs. It's mad.
You're going ahead. I think you qualified 7th today, ahead of a lot of Dan Holland's drivers. But let's talk about this kart. One chassis, okay? How long have you had this chassis for? How many race meetings has this chassis done?
Oh, well, too many to count, but I've had this chassis since the start of this year.
And now, one thing I'm noticing a lack of, okay, we know it's a synergy kart. We've got the Wera sponsorship on it, but part of the main problem that all privateer drivers has is getting outside sponsorship. So, Ellis Bell, there's your time. If you need to just pitch to sponsors, this is your chance to do it.
I am very fast. Please, I am in need of money. I need money.
Okay, well, there we go. Now, we'll have a little look around the truck and the awning. It's really nice when it's weather, but what happens when it rains?
It's a lot worse than it'll be inside the big team tents because we've got this and we don't have any heaters. We just have to stand outside in the very cold rain and try and figure stuff out.
But, okay, so you do all this with your dad. Your mum comes along sometimes as well, but it's generally you and Big Graham. Yes. What's it like to achievement? So, I mean, when things go wrong, there's a long drive back up to Scotland most rounds. When things go right and you achieve, you may maybe say sometimes 10th place is a win for you, isn't it? What's it like driving back up knowing that you and your dad have done it all by yourselves?
Well, it's pretty nice feeling because you get to know that all those other teams and all the people inside them are spending so much money and you're on a tight budget and you're finishing like in front of some of them, and it's the confidence. It's really good.
Excellent. Well, there we go. So, karting, ultra professional, quite expensive a lot of the time, but there's always still room for the privateers and drivers racing with a smile on their faces. Well, there we go. There is some good news, ladies and gentlemen. There are the two karts of Thomas Ingram Hill and Lewis Goff heading back to the paddock, and there is Thomas Ingram Hill trudging along behind. Lewis Goff is with the paramedics at the moment, the driver of the number 52 Sam Pollitt racing team. And again, we are in a holding pattern, but again, a great way to show life in the karting paddock up and down the road. You know, like so many of these drivers, doing an awful lot of laps. And there is an ambulance, and that's not in the race. That's just pulling off back to the side with Lewis Goff in it. And again, Lewis, family and friends watching home, Lewis chatting away to the paramedics and the staff here, but obviously in some sort of discomfort. We are 2 ambulances down and 1 to go. I shouldn't really say that, but there's ambulance number 2, ambulance number 3 in the paddock there as well. Again, this is why you say the medical coverage is extremely important. We have got paramedics and ambulance crews at every round of the major championship. The drivers are sat back on the grid, and there are 5 minutes plus 1 lap to go.
Yeah.
I think they've trimmed the time a little bit.
Yeah, they did. They took 2 minutes off it, so I walked into timing to find out how long we got left, and I heard Nigel Edwards over the radio going, 5 minutes for this one plus 1 lap.
That's fair enough. 5 minutes plus 1 lap. Well, I mean, it's past, June 21st, so the day's getting shorter.
Yeah. True.
The days are getting shorter. So hello, ladies and gentlemen, once again, back with us here in the commentary box.
I feel
it's been a day.
It has. I feel like I've been shafted a little bit with the seating arrangement. You've got a lovely plush sofa. I'm on what can only be described as a metal chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, I will clear this up. This morning, I came in, very generous. He said, Anthony, which side would you like to sit on? And he chose the chair.
I did. That's only because I feel like you're poor back.
I am considerably older than you, yes.
Yeah.
Keep your comments coming in. Thank you for your comments. We really appreciate it. Yeah. The live chat is our opportunity to make you, watching wherever you're watching in the world, feel a part of the Wera Tools British Championship, whether it's mispronouncing your driver's name or making fun of the nans, the granddads and the aunts and the uncles who are watching in. You all make this championship the most engaged with, the liveliest, the most fun to be a part of. This championship is, without a question of a doubt, the most professional series in national karting and one of the most professional run anywhere in the world, and yet we still want to make sure that you, the viewers, have some fun, the drivers have fun. This is all about having fun. Yes, it's a sport. Yes, it's the first step on the road to Formula One, but karting is a sport in its own right, and we want all these drivers, whether they're at the front or the back, to come away from a Wera Tools British Championship weekend having had fun. And if us two, being a pair of idiots, help with that, then...
well, hold on, us two? You.
Ladies and gentlemen, the karting mum's crumpet and just some old past it Welsh idiot.
You are beloved, Henry, you're beloved.
Keep your coming in. Brandon Nagelvoort, thank you very much, Brandon. I know that you had a really, really bad day. But Brandon Nagelvoort saying, big cheer for a big man, and he's not just talking about my waist. He's talking about my stature in this world. But Anthony, you missed a trick there. You know, I'm looking up at you. You're looking down upon me, like should be. Bod Cole, Glan Y Gors, the spa of karting. Yeah. Okay, interest. Right then. What are the circuits in karting? Spa-Francorchamps, by the way, world-renowned, having its own microclimate.
Yeah.
You know, it can be raining 1 minute, sunny the next. Glan Y Gors, the spa of karting. Change my mind. Mr. Cole, I see your Glan Y Gors, and I give you Rowra.
I was thinking exactly the same. Rowra, you know, you've got turn one up the it's so rougey, isn't it?
No, I think it's about the weather.
Oh,
yes,
right.
yes, there is Glan Y Gors, the spa of karting in terms of the weather. In terms of, where's the hat, Henry? Safe. It's safe. Safe off camera. It's safe somewhere in the paddock, out of the way. Josh so saying, no, what happened with the red flags? Monty Brathwaite. Well, Monty, we had one red flag when Luca Magni went off and hurt his leg. He's in ambulance. I believe he's going to go to a local medical facility. And we had the second red flag for a collision between Lewis Goff and Thomas Ingram Hill. And Lewis Goff, I think, walked into an ambulance, but is in the ambulance nonetheless. We've got 5 minutes of junior round. Louis Westover. Oh, Louis, how are you? Saying Rowra is more like Spa. Bod Call, go. Butmore Park, says Adam Sparrow. In terms of ups and downs, then Butmore Park, yes, a bit like Spa, but not really weather-wise. I think we're talking about which track is its own microclimate. You know, where it can be literally dry at one end. Clay Pigeon is always great. When you can see the mast at the end of the straight, then you know it's not raining or it's about to rain. When you can't see it, you know it is raining. Reg Haywood, Harrison Crowther sadly has retired. He retired before the red flags, and with Oliver Smith. Motorsport Magpie saying Clay Pigeon has its own microclimate.
Yes, it does. But I wouldn't say it was Sparish.
Josh Salway Racing. Can we get Dan? Bod Cole has clarified. Bod Cole has had this style of track. Okay, Bod. Style of track, up and down.
I'd still say Rowra takes it.
Now, someone has seen there. Dan Ashton has been requested. There's Dan Ashton. Brisker F1 stock car driver extraordinaire Dan Ashton in his red trainers. Race director for the Wera Tools British Kart Championship. Please, Dan Ashton, show us your moves.
Terrible.
And he doesn't.
Lifeless.
Maintain a veneer of professionalism.
He's certainly given us a good stance, though.
He's given a very good stance. That's a power stance if ever there was. Pigeon toes, and no, we're going to point and pretend that we're going to do something. There's Nigel Edwards. Again, we talked about the safety of the teams. We have got some of the most respected officials in world karting. Nigel Edwards, known around the world for his race directors. And yeah, it got me thinking, where else? I mean, obviously Landau trumps. I mean, the gradient change there is at least 2 feet. I go back to Idubi Raceway, and I'll take you to Bahrain International Kart Circuit.
2 centimetres is the height difference.
At Landau?
Yeah, it's flat.
Exactly, it's like Spa, but in Wales.
Honestly, I can't stand you sometimes. I tolerate you.
Bahrain International Kart Circuit, there is a gradient change up and down all over the place. I'll go back to my, I know I keep plugging the Dubai Raceway, but you go into Google after this event, obviously, write it down now and then go to Google. Look for an onboard lap of the Dubai Raceway. It is terrifying and spectacular in equal measures.
I would say the steel ring in the Czech Republic matches that in terms of technicality, speed,
yes,
and undulation.
Oh, undulation! I like love an undulation. Okie dokie, here we go. There's a look at the contenders. We're gonna have 5 minutes. The order for Junior Rotax Part 3. Macaulay Bishop, Ethan Jeff Hall, Alexander Savinkov. Then it is, looking at there's number 99. That's Harrison Whitcomb in 20th position. 19th will be 18th is Josh Turnbull in the number 83 kart. The next kart you should be seeing is the MLC Motorsport number 54 of Joe Rippin. Jack Hobson has had a black flag. I was going to say possibly a nose code infringement. So it's going to be Aidan Hassan into the top 15 now. There's the Mark Baines Motorsport livery on the kart. Leon Hasty, the S plate, in 14th place for Thule Motorsport. And now we look out. Oh, Christian Engelstad, check out an onboard lap of Versions in Denmark. A 90-degree left-hander taking an almost flat chap with a drop of about a metre. I shall do that, Christian, because that'll be good. Now, we'll look further up there. There is Kenzo Craigie, up into 12th place now from 34th of the grid. The 46 is Hungary's Armand Hamilton, also from Australia. The 78 kart, 10th, Thomas Min Spearing. 9th is the 88 of Joshua Graham for Argenti Motorsport. Then it is the 81 of Ollie Stevens running in 8th position. Harris Ewan Charman, the Charmander, will take the restart in 7th. Thomas Behrman, the 87, will start 6th. Gustav Usakovs will start 5th. For Strawberry Racing, Timo Junglin will start P4 for Dan Holland Racing. And now the top 3 for the restart, hopefully the final restart of the day. Caleb Lewid Roberts, there are this race and one more to go. 1.5 races left. There is Ukraine's Alexander Savinkov in kart number 16. He starts, take the restarts, P3. P2 will be the Strawberry Racing number 5 of Ethan Jeff Hall, the reigning European Junior Rotax champion, and the 2020 Motorsport UK Wera Tools Cadet Iami British champion, Macaulay Bishop, the British Open champion at the moment in Junior Rotax, will start from first.
Could this go down in karting history as the longest Junior Rotax final?
It very well could. I mean, we are used to having 1 red flag, but 2 red flags in a final, and still they haven't called it early. That could be a record. Unlike Formula 1, so in Formula 1 you've got 2.5 hours.
It's 2.5 hours.
2.5 hours from the start. When they start the race, it's 2 hours or 2.5 hours from when they call the start of the race to when the race can finish. They don't have that rule in karting.
No.
We could still be. I mean,
it was the Canadian Grand Prix that caused that rule to come into effect, wasn't it? Because
the 8-hour Canadian Grand Prix that Jenson Button won.
Yes,
He won it on Monday morning after starting it Sunday afternoon. Yes, 2010, 2011.
I think it was 2010. No. I think it was 11.
Vettel spun on the last lap.
Vettel went wet, changing like the conditions we had today. It's Canadian Grand Prix. We're at the Canadian Grand Prix.
We're at the Canadian Grand Prix. Look at that. Yeah, all we need is a groundhog. There's a groundhog, and we've got Canadians here. Lucas Pinot, and Ryan Gandor. We are in Montreal.
Will a sheep do?
Paint a sheep brown, and it's a groundhog.
Right. Okay.
I'm sold.
Rain on the way.
Sold, ladies and gentlemen.
On the
Welcome
way.
to Montreal. Bienvenue, mon ami. That's there we go. Montreal, Quebec. Welcome to the overseas round of the overseas from Wales.
We are in a foreign country.
Soon, we're going racing soon. Thank you very much for staying with us. There should be a poll. Versions in Denmark, Bahrain, Dubai, Glan Y Gors,
Steel Ring.
Those 5 tracks.
Yeah.
Those 5 tracks. Okay. Brandon Nagel says brown sheep coming from the country road outside. Well, they want to watch the senior Rotax final. Brandon's saying his fan club are on the way, but he didn't make it out the repechage, so he's not going to be in the final. But unfortunately there, but again, really commiserations to Brandon. Brandon's dad had a Joe Siffert, John Wyer Racing, Porsche 917, Tag Heuer Joe Siffert polo shirt on in the paddock. That shirt alone should have earned Brandon a top 5 finish. Yes. Sadly it didn't. It did. But it should have.
Well, still no word on when these guys are going to be going, and there is your race director Nigel Edwards at the front. Okay, I think we're briefing. 1 lap.
One rolling lap.
5 minutes, plus that 1 lap.
Do you know what we haven't done already today?
Go on.
I haven't had a sing-song. And do you know why I say that?
No,
because that's Dan Amore has just come on the live chat. I'm going to speak to this driver outside now. So, Macaulay Bishop leads them around. And he will... This is a bit boring. Excite. Oh, I don't know what to say.
They're getting going now.
Right, here we go. Now the excitement comes back in, Mr. Excitement. He has got a sheep as his avatar, which means he's probably local. Maybe he was one of the guests in the field. Maybe he was one of the brown sheep on his way into the circuit, realised Brandon Klein-Nagelvort's not racing and thinks it's boring.
I think I can see him out the commentary box window. He's in the next 2 fields across.
Yeah, yes. Got you. Right then, here we go. Anyone know where Ethan got his custom visor on? He got it from Fibre King. Man like James Bean has provided the Fibre King visor kits. Very smart they are too. So, take 3 for Junior Rotax. Bishop, Jeff Hall, Savinkov, DHR, Strawberry, Argenti. Which one of the giants will stand tall in Glan Y Gors? Here we go.
Let's find out then. Round the final corner, green flag goes out. It's a good getaway from the top 2. Ethan Jeff Hall not caught sleeping this time. Pulls away with Macaulay Bishop as they now make their way back up the hill. Defensive instantly goes Savinkov as he tries to defend from Youngling. Gustav Usakov's now down the inside of Youngling. They had contact earlier on in the race. This time around, they both get through the corner cleanly and back down the hill they go. The top 2 have broken away. Rippin's in the barrier. He's out of this race. Disaster for him on the restarts.
Indeed it was. He started last. Oh no, Aidan Hassan out of the race as well. Oh, disaster for the leading privateer in the field. And that is unfortunate for Aidan. We didn't see what happened or whether it was involved in an accident with Rippin. I couldn't see where they were. I thought that Rippin was a couple of cars behind Aidan Hassan. Yellow flags waving up at Spoon Curve. And you could see Aidan Hassan in the marshal post there, obviously, extremely upset with the turn of events. Now, Bishop leads Ethan Jeff Hall right at his wheel track, and they have gapped the field. These 2 drivers have been the class of the field all weekend, even where it has been so close. These 2 have had the edge, and they're proving it. Why?
Joshua Turnbull now receives a 5-second in-race penalty then at the end of only just 1 lap on the restart.
Harrison Whittaker has just gained another place, put the Welshman into the top 15. He's gained 19 places, only 1 less than his teammate Kenzo Craigie, who has gone from 32nd on the grid to 12th.
Yep, solid drives from the 2 Argenti drivers. 4 minutes or 3 minutes left plus 1 lap to go. And again, Savinkov going defensive here. And Gustav Usakov's all over the back of him here.
This is where Savinkov, the slight lack of experience compared to the others, it's easy for these drivers to switch on and switch off and to be back on it. Savinkov, it's just taken him another lap to get up to speed, and it's sort of costing him a little bit because he is now the cork in the bottle. Usakov's Youngling, Thomas Behrman's having the race, the weekend of his career so far. Top 6 for KR Sport. Then it's Charman, Stevens and Spearing. Ollie Stevens again with Jess Matthews. And there is the move. Savinkov now getting escorted to the outside of the circuit.
Yeah, so Usakov takes that move. Moves up into P3 now, and that crucially, look at the other 2. I've got to say, Ethan Jeff Hall is right on the rear bumper of Bishop here for the race lead.
What's the bottom of the hill? The bottom of the hill. Bishop and Ethan Jeff Hall have been trading moves going into the last corner. Let's have a little look. Oh, Bishop knows. Bishop gets defensive. They have been really, really attacking each other. They both pulled off a move on the other going into that turn to win a race. Ethan Jeff Hall did it earlier on. Oh, Bishop did it earlier on. Ethan Jeff Hall did it later. The Strawberry Racing Kart is there. He's there. Bishop has won the opening 2 rounds of the Junior X30 British Championship. He's won the opening round of the Junior Rotax British Championship. This could be 4 in a row for Macaulay Bishop. Ethan Jeff Hall would like to take that record away, and he's giving Bishop all he can handle and a little bit more.
He's certainly showing that he's right there, isn't he? Just kissing that rear bumper of Bishop. And Bishop keeps checking over the shoulder while going into corners. You don't want to do that. You want to focus on where you're going. Yes, you can look over your shoulder when you're on a straight, not when you're about to take an apex.
Doesn't that give you a little bit of insight into the skill levels of Bishop? Because he hasn't lost ground, but what Ethan Jeff Hall is Bishop knows Ethan Jeff Hall can pull off passes here at places where you don't normally pass. So Bishop is being very, very cautious. Now Ethan Jeff Hall sets him up for a run in the carousel. 1 minute to go. We've had to wait a very long time for it, but now we're into the closing moments.
We're into the closing moments, and look how quickly Gustav Usakovs is closing up behind them. The battle for third place is going to get heated up very, very soon because Bishop keeps parking it in the middle of the track through all the corners. He is defending it perfectly. He's not going full defensive, but he's just stopping Ethan Jeff Hall getting that nose cone alongside. Again, checking over the shoulder constantly, hugging that white line all the way up. Oh, Jeff Hall goes to the outside. You've got to watch out for that slipstream. You've got to watch out for the switchback as well for these drivers as he tries to tuck it back in.
Here we
he
go.
Just hasn't got the momentum. Now he's got alongside, switches back to the outside. He's got to be careful. If he gets one of those slick tyres on the grass, it's game over.
And they both know that, and that is a testament to their skill. They have both seen 2 red flag accidents happen at the outside of the Dragon curve, and there's more karts going up there. There's 2 drivers, and Ethan Jeff Hall still went to the outside there, teetering on the edge of adhesion and potentially disaster. That was the 46 kart that was Armand Hamilton and Alexander Savinkov in trouble. Here we go, final lap. It's Jeff Hall versus Bishop for the win.
Here we go then, up through Spoon Curve, back down the hill. This is where we saw Ethan Jeff Hall try to go for the move earlier on in the race. But remember, the moves that we've seen from these drivers have been into the final section of the lap.
Watch this next corner, next corner. Here, no, Bishop covers. Now where is Ethan Jeff Hall? He's got 2 opportunities. He can make one coming out of this next corner. Will he dive up the inside?
Yes, he will! Oh, no! Oh, the 2 make contact! Bishop's off the track. Ethan Jeff Hall keeps going, but Gustav Usakovs could take the win here. And he does!
Usakovs, the Red Seas part, Usakovs picks up win number 2 of his career, his first win in the British Championship for Strawberry Racing. The championship leader on the last lap. Well, let's have a look. I can see Macaulay Bishop's championship lead shrinking, and he manages to hold on to a 7-point championship lead as it stands, but it's Usakovs and Timo Jungling back on the podium for the first time in the British Championship since his cadet Honda championship win back in 2020, and Ethan Jeff Hall crossed the line in 3rd position. The gap, while there was half a gap there, Ethan Jeff Hall had to go for something. The gap was closing. It's such a shame that it ends like that after those 2 drivers have raced magnificently all weekend. And Macaulay Bishop walking away, you can see on the left-hand side of your screen. So your provisional results in one of the longest but drama-filled junior Rotax races. And it is Gustav Usakovs, Timo Jungling, Ethan Jeff Hall. Ewan Charman finishes 4th for Argenti. Then Ollie Stevens, great result for Ollie in the top 5 for the Dan Holland Racing team. Joshua Graham comes home in 6th. Thomas Min Spearing, 7th. Thomas Behrman finished 8th. And what a drive from Tyler Harris to finish, started 33rd, finished 9th. My good friend Roger Young from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan tuning in, a co-commentator of mine at the Rotax Grand Finals, and Tommy Harfield finishes 10th. Then it's Leon Hasty. Alexander Savinkov salvages 12th, but it could have been so much more. Harrison Whitacombe, 21 places gained from 34th to 13th. And Kenzo Craigie, Mercedes young driver, program star, finishes 14th from 32nd on the grid. Oliver Sander comes home 15th, followed by Joe Rippin, Luke Bates, Brandon Truman, Matthew Sayer, Archie Clark, Deacon Russell, William Murphy, and in 23rd position, only 23 finishers from the 34 starters. Wales' Sky Parker, the North Wales-based young lady, finishes 23rd. Sadly, Macaulay Bishop failed to finish. Hopefully he's okay. He's hurt his hand a little bit. Josh Turnbull, Armand Hamilton down the order in 26th. Aidan Hassan also failed to finish. Jack Hobson, Lewis Goff, Thomas Ingram Hill, Joshua Smith, Luca Monyi, Harrison Crowther and Oliver Smith failed to finish. We do hope that Lewis Goff and Luca Monyi are okay. We will try and update you on the various social media channels as after this event. But there we go, yes. A big hello to everyone. So, you know, I've got to say that Anthony Jordan's going to have his hands full down in the paddock with some very emotional but some very happy drivers. Anthony Jordan, take it away.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, probably one of the longest junior Rotax finals we've seen in quite a long time, and then one of the shortest races we've seen. Sprint race, 5 minutes. Gustav, you come away with the race win on that one. Now, what was going through your mind when you saw you were catching the front two at the end? You were looking very quick, and then the collision happened. What was going through your mind when you saw them go off?
I mean, through the whole race, I just wasn't quite quick enough to stay with them. So when they crashed, I was actually really surprised. I didn't expect that.
Yeah. I mean, a very long race, several stoppages in that one, 2 stoppages. What's going through your mind when you're just sitting on that grid waiting to see what's going to happen? Are we going to get a restart? Are we stopping? You know, what was going through your mind there?
We weren't in the best position there because we had just been overtaken by like 3 people or 2. So it was kind of stressful because I needed to overtake them all back. But yeah, it was quite nerve-wracking just standing there for ages. So.
Well, you come away with another final win. This is your second, I believe, now final win. So you're adding the tallies up. So you're getting there. But, mate, congratulations. We'll see you on the podium a bit later on.
Thank you.
Excellent. Gustav Huskos there, finishing in first place. Let's chat to second place, which would be Timo Youngling. Timo, come on over. And, well, Timo, the last time I think I spoke to you at the end of a race, there's a lovely bee there who's going to come and say hello to us, was probably Honda Cadet, and you're about that tall. Now you're this tall. You're nearly my height in juniors. What was that? I mean, what can you tell us about that race?
Oh, it was an interesting race. We have 2 red flags. So at the start, I dropped back to 5th at the start, then I went back to 4th. Then a red flag happened when we were catching down the leaders. Then the restart, I kind of got hit off, but luckily there was another red flag, so I got back to 4th position. And then on this next restart, the 2 leaders got a bit of a gap, and I overtook Zingrajevic for 3rd, and then Gustav then got me the next lap. And then I was kind of catching him a tiny bit. And on the last lap, there was a massive incident between the 2 leaders. One DNF'd, that was Jeff Macaulay, and I overtook them both. So I got 2nd, which is a good result for me.
Yeah, solid result. You come away with a P2 on that one. Best result of the year so far, and yeah, best result in juniors.
Yeah, that was my best result in juniors.
Yeah. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you on the podium a bit later on.
Yeah, thank you.
Excellent there, Timo Youngling. Let's chat to Ethan Jeff Hall if we can. Ethan, I'll come to him because at the moment he's coming away. Dan, well, we won't like this. Ethan, we'll have a quick chat. We're not at the branding. Well, mate, you had to go for the move. You know, it was the last lap. You went for the gap there. What was going through your mind when you went for the move?
I just went down the inside as late. Well, not as late, but it was just a clean move down the inside, and then he turned in. We rubbed wheels, and then I bounced over the top. So, yeah, it's wasn't really my fault. Just went for the move.
Yeah, and I mean, you still come away with a P3 of that one. Do you feel? Do you think you are going to get to hold on to that P3?
I'm not sure. I think it was 4th on the road, but we'll see.
Well, we'll see. The results have disappeared off my screen, but it did say 3rd on my screen when you crossed the line. But, mate, well done. Tough race on that one. Yeah, hope we'll see if we see you on the podium.
Thank you very much.
Excellent. Well, next race is on the way. Henry, back to you.
Right. Let's get set for the final race of the day. This is a world-class senior Rotax grid. Pole position, 3-time Grand Final champion Mark Kimber. Current European Championship runner-up Sean Butcher on the outside of row number 1. Guy Cunnington and America's Austin Lee on row 2. Matthew Higgins and Jamie Perilli start row 3. Oakley Pryor and James Lowther are on row 4. George Holbrook and Pearson Bullock Carter on row 5. Lorenzo Cordal and Harry Linden, row 6. Jack Lilly and Hungary's Zombor Kovacs, row 7. Morgan Porter and Canada's Lucas Pinot, 8. Then Alex Duncan and Jay Lawrence on row 9. Jude Ferneyhough and Scotland's Tristan Rennie on row 10. Poland's David Olejna and Jack Bate on row 11. Austria's Christoph Sala and Archie Walker, row 12. Alex Moody and Alfie Davis, row 13. George Hunter and Scotland's Lewis Gilbert, row 14. Neil Clark and Sam Hawthorne, row 15. Row 16, Will Ellswood and Kai Hunter. Then Wales is Teddy Pritchard-Williams. Starting shotgun on the field is Scott Lapsley. Hold on to your seatbelts, ladies and gentlemen. This one's going to get crazy, I'm sure. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and Kimber leads them through turn number 1. Guy Cunnington in the 3 cart up the inside of Sean Butcher to take second, and that is that is Matthew Higgins up to 3rd. Oh, and there's somebody on the grass. That was the number 7 car. Archie Walker somehow saves it. This grid, Bod Cole on our live chat is absolutely right. This grid is why British karting is number 1 in the world. We've got drivers, ni hao to my friends in Chinese Taipei, the island of Taiwan. Roger Young is watching, and a load of the guys that race for Team Taiwan in the Rotax Grand Finals. Roger Young, a fine driver, both in karts and Porsches, and man, he can drink as well. But on to the second lap we go. Mark Kimber leads. Now watch Kimber. I always say to drivers, watch Kimber's process. His driving style is metronomic. He moves himself ever so slightly round in the seat of his kart. Look, he hardly looks as though he's moving the steering wheel. Same with Guy Cunnington. These are drivers at the very top of their game. Guy Cunnington, 2019 British champion, joint winner of the 2019 Grand Finals. Matthew Higgins, former junior British champion, top 5 in the UK the last 2 years. Dries van Lagenbonk. I was about to like you, and then, no, you're right. The FIA Karting Championship is also absolutely spectacular, but this is world level as well. And here comes Butcher back into P3 at the expense of Higgins, and Jamie Perilli goes as well. Perilli up into P4.
Yeah, rare little mistake there from Higgins. He clipped the inside curb in that very fast corner, just unsettled the kart, so he couldn't slow it down as quickly as he wanted to. And yeah, he lost out on a couple of positions there. So not what you want to see. Back down the hill they go. There's Butcher, though, all over that rear bumper of Guy Cunnington. And, you know, Butcher, like we said, he's always one to keep an eye on going into these finals. He did it at Kim Bolton, didn't he? Out of nowhere, and then came through, won the final. And
we spoke earlier. Morgan Porter puts in the fastest lap of the race. We said tyres.
Yeah.
This track eats tyres.
Yep.
Morgan Porter, 2 weeks ago, discovered that to his cost in KZ2. He's just set the fastest lap of the race. He has learnt about saving tyres in this class, and he's had to save tyres while starting at the back of the grid for each of his heats, and then coming through from 22nd to 11th in the final. He's now up, 22nd to 15th in the pre-final. He is now 14th and putting in fast lap of the race after race. Mark Kimber said, I look after my tyres better than anybody else, and he is stretching this advantage. His lead is up to 0.8 of a second, and he's doing it, and it doesn't even look like he's trying. Yeah. Alain Prost used to win Formula One World Championships when going as slow as possible. He never looked, oh, there's a move, there's Higgins. Prost looked like the professor. He looked like he was going slow, but he was going so much quicker.
Yeah.
Kimber, that kart doesn't look like it's going very fast, but it's over a second up the road from everybody else.
Yeah, exactly. You know, it's just one of those special skills that only a couple of drivers really have, and Kimber, I definitely think, is one of those drivers who has got that skill. Like you say, it doesn't look like he's going fast, but he is absolutely flying out there. As well as the rest of the field, you know, you can't take it away. There are still some big movers all the way through. There's Hawthorne, who has just struggled all the way throughout this weekend so far with his leg injury. Certainly coming back through the field now. He's into P21, 9 positions gained as well. He is another driver always that you've got to keep an eye on.
Up to the front.
Yeah, exactly. Always one of those. Back down the inside there, Jamie Perilli just getting the move done. He's battling away with James Lowther. He's in that Oakley Pryor, Harry Linden group sort of area, isn't he?
Harry Linden was the penultimate driver to qualify for the pre-final on points. He started the pre-final 27th, 5 minutes in, and he's up to 8th for the Dan Holland Racing team. There is the Kraft Motorsport team giving their drivers Zombor Kovacs on course for a top 10 finish. The former runner-up in the Rotax Grand Finals. Where is our Canadian friend Lucas Pernaud?
He is in 12th.
And Kai Hunter's gained 5 places, only 5 places, up to 27th. So, but he showed me the tyre mark. So he's got some Scottish rubber up the back of his race suit, and he is driving injured. He had a big bandage on his wrist, so he is probably just gritting his teeth, toughing it out. Why is he toughing it out? Because the championship is slipping away already at these early stages. Let's have a little look. We have 10 minutes to go, and 10 minutes to go. Guy Cunnington and Matthew Higgins sort of having a little conversation with each other at 75, 80 miles an hour, saying, right, we'll go and we'll catch Sean Butcher in front. Butcher is up in the second place. If you can have a little look at the championship standings on the screen now, shows you why Mr. Consistency, Sean Butcher, is having such a good season, because he leads the point standings by 21 points as things stand over Matthew Higgins, with Guy Cunnington second. Mark Kimber is up at the 5th, and Jamie Perilli is 4th in the point standings.
Yeah, and it's, still, it's chopping and changing all the time, because even there, across that last line, Pearson Bullock Carter's just put himself up into 6th in the championship. Alex Lee now down into 7th. Gilbert's gone down into 8th. Well, he's actually joint on points with Kai Hunter, and, well, again, Oakley Pryor keeps going for them moves on Jamie Perilli. So,
yeah, let's have a look at the live championship points on your screens, courtesy of Alpha Live and motorsport-timing.co.uk. Mark Kimber, he was on course for a podium at Kimbolton, then got into an incident. He is now 5th, but look at that. Pearson Bullock Carter, 6th position. Pearson is up into 8th now. Of all the drivers that have graduated out of juniors into seniors, Pearson is doing the best. I mean, you look at that. Harry Linden in 7th. He was on the podium. No, he was top 10 in the Rotax Grand Finals in 2021. Oakley Pryor, he was top 10 of the Grand Finals in 2019. Jamie Perilli's never raced the Grand Finals. Cunnington, Higgins, Butcher, Kimber, all experienced international champions. That might be Matt Higgins' sister there on the screen there, Lissy. There's a lot of great PR work for the team. And so Pearson Bullock Carter, he's ahead of James Lowther and Zombor Kovacs and Morgan Porter in exalted company. Another driver that's really impressed me is Jack Lilly, running in 12th place. Then it's Austin Lee, 13th. Then it's Lucas Pernaud in 17th, in 14th. In the top 14, we have got England, Wales, Hungary, America and Canada represent the top 14 positions. If you go back to Alex Duncan from Scotland in 16th place, hello to Alex Duncan's mum. I do apologise for calling him Stephen now and again, but I will. We've got 9 different nationalities in the top 16 positions. Great stuff.
It is good to see. Here we go then, back down the hill. Is that gap coming down between Butcher and Kimber? The answer, well, I think it could be. It is. I mean, it was over 2 seconds. It's now dipped below. I mean, it's. I like to give the people at home hope. If they are a Sean Butcher fan.
Well, yes, but there's a move that Oakley Pryor is giving his fans hope by passing the number 40 car of JB Perilli. So, Strawberry Racing, KR Sport, Dan Holland Racing, Guy Cunnington Racing, Coles Racing, Jack's Motorsport, Kraft Motorsport, Hunter Motorsport, Sam Pollitt Racing. 9 teams in the top 12. Incredible.
Yeah.
Parity amongst engine. They're on different chassis. Again, the teams operate. Oh, Scott Lapsley out of the race. He's down in 33rd position. Look, okay, is there a lot of overtaking going on at the moment? No. commentator's curse. Great, well done, Henry. That comment aged well. Guy Cunnington makes a move.
I'm looking at that. There are plenty of overtakes. Oakley Pryor got past Pirilli on the last lap. Zambor Kovacs got past Linden. Porter got past Lowther, and I think there was another move further back in the order as well on that last lap.
Man was trying to explain that even though there's not a lot of overtaking, this is still superb racing because they're all driving at 100%, knowing that if they put a wheel on that grass, which is still wet, they're off into the barriers in a hurry.
Jack Lilly got past James Lowther on that last lap. Lewis Gilbert got past George Holbrook on that last lap. Tristan Rennie got past Lorenzo Cordell on that last lap. Jack Bate got past Jay Lawrence. And George Hunter got past Jude Fernahoe. No overtakes at all around this track.
No, none at all. 1-0 to George in the commentary box. And that is a Coles Racing kart of Samuel Hawthorne coming back onto the prepared surface. But, yeah, you know, this is good. Now, Butcher, the gap is 2.3 seconds now.
Yeah, it's gone up again. It's
I'll let you in on a little secret, ladies and gentlemen. When we were filming the Strawberry Racing feature yesterday morning, Mark Kimber, I said, he goes to me, because I said that Kimber's not racing full-time anymore, and at Kimbolton I was standing with his mechanic Dan Tate, and we both sort of said you could even a driver of Kimber's calibre, he's not in the seat every weekend, and he was just a tenth off. He was a tenth off, and even then in the final he was heading towards the podium. And I said to Mark, I said, have you raced much since? He goes, yeah, I did one race. We did the European Championship, and I lead the European Championship. There's a move. Matthew Higgins passed Guy Cunnington up into P3, and Kimber goes, look, I'm not the best on brand new tyres, so qualifying is not my strong point. But on this track, if there's no penalties, I got this one.
Yeah.
I look after my tyres better than everybody else. And he goes, trust me, I got this one. No penalties, I got it.
Yeah, he's certainly just...
And he's not an arrogant... And Mark Kimber is the least arrogant person. He is so demonstrably sort of like shy, quiet and respectful. He doesn't blow his own trumpet or anything like that. But even he said, like, I got this. You know, this is my kind of track. Because it's all about going fast and saving tyres and being smooth. And when you look at Kimber, there he goes. We're not seeing him that much because this battle for third place is great. This is Higgins versus Cunnington versus Pryor, Pirilli, Bullock, Carter, Kovacs, Porter and Linden. But Kimber, it's 3.5 minutes ago. We're going to catch up with Kimber and just watch and marvel. And, you know, I've been privileged to comment, we both have, of thousands and thousands of kart racers from all over the world. And, you know, when you say who's the best driver I've ever seen, well, I can't give an answer, but Kimber's in the conversation.
Yeah, 100%. There are so many names out there that could be in contention for that, but, you know, it's such a fine line of who has got all of it. You know, who has got all of it.
On any given track, any given condition, any given type of tarmac, you know.
And it's not just their racing, it's how they compose themselves off track as well. You know, the media side of things, how they are as a personality in the team and things like that. If you've got all the perfect trifecta as a driver, you'll go far.
Move, potentially? No. Butcher, Sunday Sean is a lot quicker than Saturday Sean.
Yes.
Sunday Sean is going to salvage second place and hang on to the championship lead. But, and he's pulling away from this great battle. So can Matthew Higgins have we had a Welshman on the podium yet this weekend?
We did have 2 weeks ago.
We did, but that was 2 weeks ago. This weekend's, right, Matthew Higgins. Trafalglois, the residents of Trafalglois are standing and watching. It's all, no pressure, Matthew, but if we're going to get a Welshman on the podium in Wales, it's down to you. You've only got about 7 or 8 national and international champions sitting about 6 inches off your rear bumper trying to stop you. 2 minutes to go. It is Kimber, Butcher and Higgins, your top 3.
This battle here on your screen is the battle for third place. It might not go Higgins' way, though, with 2 minutes to go. Guy Cunnington is all over the rear bumper of Higgins. Oakley Pryor is still there as well. Oakley Pryor, I mean, what a weekend he's had for the Coles Racing team. 2 positions gained. He's P5 currently in this final, and he's fighting for a podium spot.
And this is after taking last year off. We haven't seen Oakley in the British Championship for a year, maybe even a year and a half. So, you know, he is back with a vengeance. Looks over his shoulder. And look at that. Lewis Gilbert has gained 17 places. He is up to P11. There is the number 71 Kart of Zsombor Kovacs, the back of this lead group. So here we go, 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers. Higgins, Cunnington, Pryor, Perilli, Bullock, Carter, Porter, and Kovacs.
1 minute to go, plus 1 lap, and we keep our eyes fixated on this battle for P3. Higgins and Cunnington all over each other here as they negotiate their way around the final corner. No positions or anything gain or lost for the top 10 on that last time. Lewis Gilbert has just put himself up into the top 10 at the expense of America's Austin Lee. And again, just seeing here, Cunnington is a driver who certainly likes to wait for a move, but I've got to say, I think Higgins is starting to plant it a little bit on the apex a little bit here.
We saw Matthew Higgins drive very defensively in the closing stage, the pre-final. That was 12 minutes plus a lap. This is 15 minutes. I think that Kart does not like the longer races. As we come down the hill, the clock is ticking towards 0. This is compression corner. This is Devil's Elbow. And now we continue the descent down into Paddock Bend. Matthew Higgins and that Dan Holland Racing number 4 Kart is looking over his shoulder. He's going to have neck ache. He's been looking over his shoulder so much. Pryor now on the attack. Could this help Higgins? But here is Mark Kimber. We've been watching the battle for third, but look at that. He's hardly looks like he's turning the wheel.
Yeah, I know. He's just driving that thing on rails at the moment. He looks very comfortable out there. No dramas for him in the world. Another big look over the shoulder there for Higgins just to see where Cunnington is. And I think he's got a bit of breathing space now because, like you were saying, yeah, Pryor tried the attack on Cunnington. And crucially, Perilli might try the move here on Pryor. So there are still so many elements to this race that is going to happen as we go on to the final lap now.
Indeed, we do. Over 50 drivers from 14 countries entered the senior Rotax class this weekend, and yet they have all had to give best to an unassuming, polite, quiet champion from Solihull near Birmingham. Mark Kimber is 4 seconds in front of some of the world's best, and he's driving one-handed down to the finish lap. Mark Kimber remains the king in Rotax. Butcher is second, and Higgins ensures the Welsh flag will be on the podium at Glan Y Gors. As cool as a cucumber, Mark Kimber plays himself into British Championship title contention, and there, after all that, that's the moment you want to see. The victor and the vanquished shaking hands. Butcher knows that, compared to Saturday, Sean Butcher turned up with a vengeance on Sunday, and he was second by a good 3 and a bit seconds. There is Higgins in third, Guy Cunnington in fourth, Oakley Pryor fifth, 6th for Jamie Perilli, 7th for Pearson Bullock Carter, Morgan Porter in 8th, Zsombor Kovacs 9th, Lewis Gilbert, yesterday's birthday boy, rounds out the top 10. Austin Lee and Harry Linden are next, followed by Jack Lilly and George Holbrook. We look back to the rest of the field. David O'Lesner is 15th from the back of the grid, and with an injured wrist, Kai Hunter finishes 16th. From the back of the grid, Teddy Pritchard-Williams finishes 17th. And of Archie Walker, Alex Duncan, a top 20 for Tristan Rennie, then Neil Clark, Will Ellswood, Lorenzo Cordal, Sam Hawthorne, Jay Lawrence, George Hunter, and Jack Bate. Alfie Davis, Jude Ferneyhough, Austria's Christoph Saller, Alex Moody, James Lowther had problems at the end. We lost Lucas Pernod from Canada on the last lap, and Scott Lapsley was 34th and last, the only retirement during that race. That was the last race of the day. Don't go away, ladies and gentlemen. Anthony Jordan will be down in the pit lane interviewing the top 3 drivers at the end of this one. I shall wend my way down there as well to close out the show. Thank you everybody for watching. We will keep you updated as and when we can on the conditions of the injured drivers. They're both okay, just be possibly a leg injury for Luca Mogni, and Lewis Goff, I think, for some precautionary checks. Big thank you to the marshalling team here, the Orange Army, here at Glan Y Gors. They did a fantastic job. Big thank you to the medical team. It's the second time in 2 weeks we've been here in North Wales. We won't visit again until 2024 at the earliest. I believe the next time you'll see the Wera Tools British Kart Championship in action will be in July at Shenington. The antithesis of, if this is up and down, Shenington is as flat as a pancake, but Shenington breathes history. One of the UK's original kart circuits, and still providing some fantastic action. Are they filming the presentations? Yes, we are. Deepdale Dreamer, we are filming the presentations. They'll be put on the YouTube channel with the finals. So Alpha Live put the finals out on the Motorsport UK YouTube channel, and when you see the finals on YouTube, then the presentation is attached to that. Anthony Jordan is about ready. Thank you, Bod Cole, for your kind words. Always good to see you. Hopefully we'll see you back in a paddock very soon, maybe up at Warden Law, because we will obviously be going to the People's Republic of Tyne and Weir later this year for a round of the Rotax series. So we'll see you there, Bod. That's your neck of the woods. And we will see all of you, the viewers and the commenters on the live chat, at the next round as well. But Anthony Jordan is thinking about interviewing a winner. He's thinking about it, and we'll get the interviews with you very, very shortly. Please keep your comments coming in. But in the meantime, for the final time today, we go down to the pit lane and Anthony Jordan.
Thank you very much, Henry. Yes, down here in Parc Ferme and with our race winner, Mark Kimber, for the long-awaited Senior Rotax final this weekend. Mark, well, what a race that was. I mean, it looked pretty well controlled and just a nice Sunday drive for you.
Yeah, it was quite easy in the end, just about covering the top hairpin at the start, covering the straight, and then once I got a bit of a gap, I could chill out. Looked after the tyres in the heat, so that comes in handy for the final. Didn't get the maximum points from the heats after an incident in the second one, which was unfortunate, but luckily today went in the right direction, and yeah, pretty easy drive in the final.
You certainly take a nice chunk out of the championship lead. You move up a couple of positions in that, so that looks well for you for the rest of it. Obviously, GYG, it's very tough on tyres. Like we were saying, we saw that 2 weeks ago in the KZs, you know, the tyres failing. You're known for really looking after your tyres. Do you feel like there's a lot you can teach a lot of the other drivers here?
Yeah, I mean, I've always been good on the tyres, and I knew round here it destroys front tyres and rear tyres, so just trying not to push too hard, change the setup to look after the tyres and the heats, and then when you want to push in the final, and then you can show what you can do, really.
Well, it's certainly a solid drive for you across this weekend. A lot of people say you're probably the nicest guy in the senior paddock. So, you know, you come away very well on track and off track as well. So, you know, a great start to the season, comes away well at the end of 2. Are we looking forward to round 3?
Yeah, I think I'll be at round 3 now after this result. But yeah, can't thank enough the guys at Strawberry Racing. Done a lot of work after round 1. And hopefully we'll be back on for the championship and the European.
Well, cheers, Mark. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on. Well done then to Mark Kimber, who finishes in P1. Let's chat to Sean. Sean, come on over. Sporting his mullet. It's a bit, you know, out of shape up there. Sean, that was a tough race. You were doing everything you could. You were pulling away from the rest of the field. Just didn't have the legs on there. How was the kart feeling, though, for you?
Yeah, to be honest, we really struggled yesterday, and even quali. At the end of the day, it was all about salvaging points. Come away with 2 seconds today, so I can't deny that. Oh, something.
Henry likes to call it a lot where you're definitely a Sunday driver, not a Saturday driver. You always seem to shine more on the Sundays. What do you say to that?
To be honest, I have no idea, but it is a bit of a pattern.
A pattern is starting to form here, isn't it? But, you know, still a P2 championship. You still maintain your lead with that P2 finish, so it's still looking good. Are you still feeling confident for the rest of the season?
Yeah, definitely. Like, yeah, if we manage to turn the result around like that today, I'm sure we can get better legs on the rest of them everywhere else.
Yeah, like I say, it was a tough old race, but you certainly came away with it well. Were you worried about any threats of rain during the middle of that one?
To be honest, I was hoping for it.
Really?
But yeah, no, it was all good.
Awesome. Well, congratulations. Well done. We'll see you on the podium a little bit later on.
Thank you, mate.
Awesome stuff there for Sean Butcher. Let's bring over Mr. Higgins. Matthew Higgins, come on over, ensuring there is a Welsh flag on the podium here in Wales. Mate, congratulations. What a drive that was. Certainly looked like a challenge, though. You had quite a lot of company right behind you.
Yeah, it was a really difficult weekend, really. We started really, really fast all the way through testing, qualified pole, but that was the first time it felt difficult to get around in the qualifying, so we just had a real difficult few heats. Pre-final and final was, yeah, probably one of the hardest third places I've ever had.
I mean, again, the Welsh track here, Glan Y Gors, certainly it's a favourite among some drivers. How does it rank for you in terms of circuits you've driven on?
Yeah, I really enjoy it to drive. It's a bit difficult to race, but I think that's the way it is everywhere when everyone's so close on pace. It's just hard to make anything happen, really, without doing a stupid lunge, really.
Yeah. Like you say, this weekend you're back with the Dan Holland racing team. Is that certainly a nice change for you to be back with them?
Yeah, it's just nice to be home, really.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you brought them a podium on your first weekend back with them here at Glan Y Gors, so well done. Congratulations. See you on the podium a bit later on.
Thank you. Cheers, mate.
Excellent stuff there from Matthew Higgins. Henry, come on over, mate. Well, I mean, another race weekend here at Glan Y Gors.
Yep.
Certainly different conditions that we saw. We've seen record-breaking finals in terms of one driver going from the back of the grid, getting past everyone, then lapping everyone again in one final.
Incredible.
We've seen the longest junior Rotax final, obviously due to some incidents, but, you know, it's certainly been an interesting weekend, hasn't it?
And to think at the start of the day, we were like, oh, we've only got 12 races to bring you, my word, if I don't think we could have handled any more races because they were so good. What I really like is that we've done back-to-back events here at Glan Y Gors. So I think that this is a really good way for the British Championship to go because you get more used to the surroundings, the people, the stories that you can tell, drivers who are doing more than one class, they can spend more time here and do that. The circuit has been the champion of all. You know, this circuit has provided, in terms of, it's provided some great racing, it's provided, the climate has provided some great weather, which in turn provides great drama, but also the backdrop. What a stunning place for Wera Tools, for Demon Tweaks, and for all the drivers in the championship to show off why this is the best in the world. Josh Cormack will never forget this day. You know, very few racing drivers in any form of racing go through a race and win by a lap. And he's done it, and he's about, what, 11? And you have seen Mark Kimber, a maestro at his best. We were fortunate enough to have Callum Bradshaw last year win the British Championship, and what he does is incredible, and now he's retired, and Mark Kimber has taken up the baton, but that's not to take away from anything. Again, Sean Butcher, Guy Cunnington, Matthew Higgins, Zsombor Kovac, so many more world-level drivers, and they just got their backsides handed to them. There's no other way to describe it.
Yeah, it has certainly been a roller coaster of a weekend around a brilliant circuit, hasn't it? And I mean, the weather held out for us at the end, but it was certainly an exciting one for us here at Glan Y Gors. We're done now in Wales. We're back in the UK for the next one. Shenny is the next one, Shennington. Do we love Shennington?
One of the original British kart circuits. This is 20 years old. Shennington, 60 years old. It's got old tarmac. The challenge could not be different. The KZ2, the Ayamis, the TKMs that go there, they've had to deal with the up and down. Someone on the live chat said this is the Spa of British karting. You now go to the absolute antithesis. To win a British Championship, you have to master every type of track, and it shows why it's so great. Shennington, can't wait.
Indeed, looking forward to it. Catch us there for now here at Glan Y Gors for event 4 for the Rotax category. It's all done here. Bye for now.